Chapter 301, Coming to Life. The faces of Blake and Lupin changed color in an instant. They came to Hogwarts with all their hardships, just to find Peter the Dwarf for revenge. If Mark's-Eye really let Peter go, this incident would definitely make them regret it for a lifetime. Black's facial muscles trembled even more. Marks McClown grabbed their weakness, and Peter Pettigrew could never be let go. "Please, Mr. Marks." Peter showed a human form in Mark's-Eye's hand, and reappeared to be that fat and dirty short man, with two big front teeth really conspicuous. Peter's appearance also surprised Ron. He looked at this ugly man in disbelief. This is the rat that he has kept for more than 10 years. With tears and a snot, Peter begged Mark's-Eye for mercy in a pitiful tone. "Please, let me go. They will peel off my skin alive, and they will kill me in the most terrifying way." "McClowns, do you have the heart to see them commit such atrocities?" Marks McClown ignored Peter's words, but stubbornly grasped Peter's back collar and looked at Blake and Lupin coldly. Blake finally showed a wry smile. Marks McClown's move made him have to succumb. He didn't want to embark on a life of wandering again in the second half of his life. Peter, the dwarf, was immortal, and he would bear the blame for being sorry for James all his life. Cool Tiger. Lupin also lowered his head helplessly. The condition of Marks McClown was too deadly for them, let alone a secret about the map of the point of survival, even if it is to kill them. They must agree that Peter Pettigrew must die. Seeing such expressions on Black and Lupin, Peter immediately knew that something was wrong, and could only increase his crying voice to try to arouse Mark's-Eye's compassion. "Shut up, or I will kill you now." The words that Mark's-Eye had no temperature reached Peter Pettigrew's ears, and Peter quickly closed his mouth and could only look at Mark's-Eye pitifully. Black thought for a while before he said, "Well, I agree." Marks McClown finally smiled and said, "Very good." At the same time, Peter let out a deafening cry and sat down directly on the ground. Black agreed to tell the secret and no doubt announced his death sentence. Marks McClown directly knocked a hand knife on Peter's neck, and Peter tilted his head to the ground, unconscious. As soon as Blake gritted his teeth and was about to tell the secret, Marks McClown made a gesture of waiting. Marks McClown said, "I need you to set up an unbreakable curse." Blake was taken aback for a moment and realized that Marks McClown still didn't trust him enough, but that was nothing. Blake was always the same. Since he said he would tell Marks McClown secrets, he didn't plan to play tricks. Marks McClown shouted, "Hermione, come here." Hermione was taken aback, not knowing why Mark's-Eye suddenly called herself, but she still followed Mark's-Eye's words and walked to Mark's-Eye's side. Marks McClown said, "You come to be a witness to witness the unbreakable curse between me and Sirius Black." Hermione had read the details about the unbreakable curse from the book, and probably knew what to do, and immediately drew out her wand. Marks McClown put away his wand and stretched out his hand openly in front of Blake. He was not afraid that Blake and Lupin would play tricks. After all, they had lost their wand. In Mark's-Eye's eyes, Marks McClown's poor physical fitness was simply worthless. Blake slowly stretched out his hand in front of Marks McClown. Marks McClown didn't mind the mud and blood on Blake's hand, and directly squeezed Blake's hand. Hermione put her wand in the middle of their hands and looked at Black quietly. Lupin looked away, not wanting to see this scene. He knew that the unbreakable curse was a curse at the cost of human life, and Blake agreed with this curse, which undoubtedly weighed on his own life. Harry and Ron watched this scene in shock. In front of Mark's-Eye, Sirius Black obeyed Mark's-Eye so obediently. "Is this Sirius the same Sirius who escaped from Azkaban?" Blake looked at Mark's-Eye and said in a slow but firm tone, "I, Sirius Solly and Blake, swear here that what I say next is absolutely true, reliable, and credible. Everything is what I have personally said, see, hear, and experience personally. If there is any falsehood, I am willing to be deprived of life immediately." As soon as Blake's voice fell, Hermione's wand burst out a dazzling fire snake, directly into Blake's body. Black slowly let go of Marks McClown's hand and said, "Now you are satisfied." Marks McClown politely thanked Hermione, took out the handkerchief and slowly wiped the dirt and blood on her hands, and said, "Now you can start." Black glanced at Lupin, and Lupin sighed slightly without saying anything. Blake looked into the distance, his eyes filled with nostalgia, slowly telling their experience in that era. That was when they were still studying at Hogwarts. James Potter, Olaine Black, Remus John Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, the four of them formed the Gryffindor Quartet. It is the famous naughty egg that year. Once, they didn't know where they heard the legend about the trial of the horse tribe, and as the most adventurous students of Hogwarts at that time, they agreed to go to the Forbidden Forest to explore the trial of the horse tribe in the Holy Land. At that time, as it is now, the Forbidden Forest was not open to Hogwarts students. If you want to go to the Forbidden Forest, you can only sneak in. So in that night, there was no moon, the sky was dark, and there were no fingers in the surrounding area. Four people quietly touched the Forbidden Forest. "It's so dark all around, let's go back. Who knows what's going to happen inside?" Peter cowardly whispered. P.S. Seek flowers, evaluation tickets, comments, rewards and automatic subscriptions. Chapter 302. James shook his head firmly and said, "Peter, if you want to go back by yourself. How can men be afraid of the dark?" Black also said, "If you are really afraid, don't follow us. You want to do big things and you are timid. You want to drag us down." Seeing Peter's face looked scared, Lupin immediately said, "How do you speak Black? Peter is also a member of our foursome. Don't you know how to take care of him?" Blake swung his head slightly, no more sarcasm, but no apology. James patted Peter on the shoulder and said, "Why not? If you are really scared, you can let us out of the Forbidden Forest. If anything happens, you can tell us immediately, okay?" Peter shrank his neck fearfully and said, "I'm the only one to stay here." Lupin calmly said, "Aren't you going to be a luminous curse? Just wait for us with the light on and we will be back soon." Peter looked at the Forbidden Forest that made strange screams from time to time. It was so dark as to swallow people in, so he had the courage to say, "Then I'm here to help you let out the wind. You have to come out quickly." After James and Lupin repeatedly promised Peter to come out soon, they pulled Blake into the Forbidden Forest with a look of disdain. The Forbidden Forest was the same as usual, with smog and towering old trees everywhere, but as the three people slowly stepped into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a strange smell filled the air. Cool Tiger. "Did you smell some strange smell?" Lupin asked, twitching his nose. James said, "It's a smell of iron. I smelled it just now." Black shook his head and slowly said, "It's not iron. It's blood." All three of them realized that there was something wrong and leaned down and walked forward cautiously. James pointed to the distance and whispered, "That's the horse tribe, and it will soon be." Black and Lupin glanced in the direction of James' finger, nodded lightly, and when they were about to leave, suddenly two figures appeared at the location James was pointing at, very abruptly, as if they had appeared in an instant. The three of them stopped in the air, looking at these two people who appeared suddenly. They are humans because they all have the same physical appearance as humans, but instinct tells them that these two so-called humans are not that simple. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden by Hogwarts students. The night is so deep, how can anyone else show up here? Still near the horse tribe. The smell of blood is so strong, it makes people sick. Lupin whispered. Cool Tiger. James and Black drew their wands at the same time, ready to fight at any time. Wow! A powerful spell suddenly shot towards them. James used the fastest speed to overwhelm the two of them to the ground. The curse basically wiped their scalp and flew over, directly blasting into the grass behind him, and the whole grass was blasted clean. Black shouted, "They found us!" While avoiding, the three of them were looking for something that could conceal themselves. Those two people held magic wands in their hands, and the powerful spells continued to blast towards the three of James as if they did not require magic. The nearby grass and trees were ignited by some flame spells. With the light of the fire, Lupin could clearly see the true colors of the two so-called people. The faces of the two people were pale and their sharp teeth were directly exposed. The most frightening thing was that they had two old scars similar to blood holes on their necks. "Hide there." James pointed to a huge rock, and the three of them crawled and hid behind the huge rock, breathing heavily. Blake spit out and cursed. "Don't let Lao Tzu know who it is, or I won't be named Blake unless I kill them." James also filled in angrily. "I'm mad at me. With such a dense spell attack, I can't fight back." Lupin breathed a rough breath and said, "Be careful, they are not human." James and Black said in a daze at the same time, "What did you say?" Lupin worked hard to sort out his thoughts and said, "I mean, they are not human, and according to my speculation, they are most likely members of the vampire family." Black laughed and said, "Lupin, you are still scared. They attacked us with magic wands. Vampires are non-human creatures. The law stipulates that you cannot use magic wands, let alone spells." But James was calm, thinking about what Lupin said. "Strictly speaking, most vampires are transformed from humans. In theory, vampires without magic wands are mostly limited to the new generation of vampires who become vampires after the advent of this law, of course, provided that they will abide by the law. And as long as the wizard is turned into a vampire, then there will definitely not be any fools who rush to hand in their wands. So what Lupin said is actually very likely. Seeing James' expression, Black felt more amusing and said: Jaime, you won't believe Lupin's words, he is just teasing you." James shook his head and said, "I glanced at them just now, and I thought they looked a little strange. They are always a little different from ordinary humans, but I didn't look carefully. I don't know what Lupin said is true. Still fake." "Linus," Lupin said, "if we want to know the true and false, then we can just look at it. Besides, they are about to blast the rocks. We must start to fight back." "Good," James and Black said in unison. The three of them clenched their wands, meditating on time. 3, 2, 1. The three of them got out from behind the boulder at the same time, with 3 magic wands pointing at the two people. "All petrochemicals, except for your weapons, torn apart." The 3 spells were shot out quickly and flew towards the two people in the distance. Chapter 303 Who? But these 3 spells were quickly offset by the magical power of other spells in the chaos of the 2 human spells, and sparks exploded in the air. Of course, James would not give up easily. He rolled on the ground and avoided an explosive spell, then changed his hand to cast it again. Lupin and Blake are also unwilling to show weakness, using the flowers and plants of the jungle as a cover, and while running to avoid the spell, they continue to fly out of the spell, bombarding the location of the two people. This time Lupin saw very clearly that these two people are from the vampire family. Humans have never had sharp teeth, strange blood hole scars on their necks, and their faces so pale that they can't be pale. The identity of these two people, James and Black also saw it, although they didn't want to believe that it was a vampire holding a wand and banging against them. Everything in front of them proved that they were vampires. The 2 vampires controlled the wands, and the 3 of them did not lose sight of the curse in the confrontation with James. Even the spells of the 3 were suppressed by the 2 vampires, and dangers were surrounding the 3 people, and problems could occur at any time. "They are so strong," Lupin shouted. Blake also got angry and shouted, "Then use your strength to speak," and used 2 more spells. Cool Tiger, 550. Even James, who is the least willing to admit defeat, has to admit that the 3 of them are very likely to be unable to beat the 2 vampires on the opposite side. "No more!" Lupin suddenly yelled and rushed towards the tree next to him. A curse passed directly through Lupin's wizard robe, revealing a big hole. The curse hit the tree behind Lupin, and the tree instantly it was blown apart. Under the joint hands of the 2 vampires, James and Black can only evade various spells in a very embarrassing manner. You must know that they are usually the best among the best in Hogwarts. "Hide back!" James quickly yelled, pulling Lupin, who fell to the ground and hiding behind the boulder they had just hidden. Blake also looked embarrassed and ran back scramblingly. "Fuck me, it's really a vampire. I still use a wand. The key is better than us," Blake cursed. Lupin was frightened by the curse just now and sweated all over his body. It was only a little bit short that he would explain here. It was really dangerous. James tried his best to keep his calm. This is not Hogwarts, but the Forbidden Forest of the weak and the strong. They can only rely on themselves now, as long as they are not paying attention. The three of them may have to explain here. Plus cool. Tiger. Black looked at James and said, "They are too strong. What about James?" Lupin also turned his attention to James. James had the most ideas. Of course, it was up to James to find a solution. James tried his best to think about all feasible solutions, but finally found that he couldn't think of any solution to the vampire. They were too strong. They couldn't beat its head, and the fatal curse attack made them hard to move. If they didn't hit it head, they would have to fight the three of them with their hands. Seeing James showing a strange expression, Lupin and Black also understood what James meant, and could only sigh slightly. Blake asked, "Are vampires so powerful?" Lupin shook his head and said, "Although vampires are generally more powerful, vampires are not a very powerful race, and they are very afraid of light. They usually rely on sneak attacks as a mode of combat. Like their strong vampires. It is probably the elite of the vampire family." "What are you sending two elites over?" James asked. Blake faintly guessed. The small but elite layout is like sending out scouts. The three of them fell into a short silence, seeing that the boulder was already crumbling and was about to be blasted. James gritted his teeth and said, "Anyway, it's all dead. It's better to fight vigorously and die. It's meaningless to stay here and die." Black said, "That's right." Lupin directly picked up the wand in his hand to express his attitude. The three of them clenched their wands tightly and were about to rush out to fight once. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the whole ground trembled abruptly, and the three of them were shocked to stand unsteadily, and the intensive bombardment of the curse had disappeared. What happened? The three rushed out from behind the boulder, pointing their wands in the direction of the two vampires, but they saw the vampires madly running far away, while a huge rock stood where they stood before. Boom, boom, boom. Pieces of huge rocks fell from the sky, and they were aimed at the two vampires. The huge stone smashed a vampire directly into the ground, splashing a bunch of blood, and the blood around it became more and more intense. The other vampire did not escape this fate either, and was also directly smashed into flesh by a boulder. It can be seen that the two vampires didn't expect this situation, and they were almost as successful as a sneak attack in a panic, and they didn't even have time to use defensive magic. But after they died because they didn't detect it for a while, the boulder did not continue to fall, and did not take the initiative to attack the three of James. The three of James looked at all this in shock, unable to speak at all. "Leave the Forbidden Forest." A majestic voice came from a distance, and the three of them seemed to be aware of something strange behind them, and quickly turned their heads to see a vague black shadow appearing in the distance, exactly what the black shadow said. James reacted immediately and asked loudly, "Did you save us?" The black shadow said coldly, "I am not interested in saving you. I killed the two vampires only because I felt a very bad breath from their bodies." Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 304, The Secret Body. Lupin clapped his hands and said, "They are really vampires." James quickly said, "No matter what, we are all saved by you, thank you." The shadow said, "You don't need to thank me. I just don't want you to die in the Forbidden Forest, otherwise the man named Dumbledore in your castle will come to me to settle accounts for this matter. It is quite troublesome." Cool exclamation mark hash. Although James doesn't know what the identity of this shadow is, according to the shadow, Dumbledore should have known him, and he was a little afraid of Dumbledore, for fear that Dumbledore would be dumbled because 3 Hogwarts students died here. Lido find come to settle accounts. Sombra continued, "You know what you should know. Hurry up, get out of my Forbidden Forest." If Sombra didn't explain anything, the three of James would definitely get out of the Forbidden Forest obediently. After all, the two vampires who had abused them would not survive in this Sombra's hands. But they knew that this person was afraid of Deng. For Blido, James must not be so easy to pass. James said seriously, "We won't leave the Forbidden Forest casually before we find the answer." Black understood what James meant, and quickly added, "We won't leave if we are killed." The Black Shadow paused, and his tone became very blunt. "What do you mean? Do you think I really dare not kill you?" James smiled and said, "It's easier to kill us than to kill the two vampires by your means. If you want to kill it, come on. Don't talk nonsense." James was actually very nervous, but he was betting on how deeply this mysterious shadow feared Dumbledore. Blake said, "McClowns, kill it." "Anyway, our companion is outside. If we can't get out, Professor Dumbledore will come to the Forbidden Forest tomorrow." Of course Lupin knew what the hell James and Black were doing, and they hurriedly pulled the sleeves of the two of them. "If you know, this can be said to be killing you." When the mysterious shadow heard Blake's words that Dumbledore was about to kill the Forbidden Forest, he was obviously taken aback and went silent. James was overjoyed, knowing the silence of the mysterious shadow shows that they have a play, and Dumbledore's threat to this mysterious shadow is really extraordinary. After a while, the shadow slowly said, "What do you want to know?" James and Black looked at each other, their eyes filled with joy. Lupin could only scratch his head with a headache. These two people really caused a headache. James said loudly, "We need to know the secret of the trial of the horse race Holy Land." Sombra fell into silence again, as if thinking about something. James and Black didn't dare to be too impatient. Others were far superior to them. They only had a reason to negotiate with the mysterious Sombra by virtue of Dumbledore's prestige. "It's a fake tiger." Suddenly, a stone the size of a rice grain slammed into James from the direction of Sombra, and James quickly grasped the stone. Just when James was puzzled to ask questions, Sombra said coldly, "Holy Land trial. All the secrets are in it. Get out of here now." James glanced at the strange texture in his hand, the rice-sized stone, and quickly put it away when he saw it. Well, pulling Black and Lupin to run outside the Forbidden Forest. It is a pity that after returning to the castle, no matter how they studied this little stone, they couldn't find much. Black didn't elaborate on the research process, but it was also known that it was a rather long and tortuous experience. But it had nothing to do with Mark's eyes problem, so it finally passed. And this stone the size of a grain of rice was eventually ground into a powder by James and the others, mixed with special ink, and finally made a map of live spots. Speaking of this, Black sighed softly, and finally explained the origins of the maps they had made. Marks McClown nodded, after listening to Black talked so much. But in fact there was not much useful information for Marks McClown. But Harry and the others were very fascinated by it, especially Harry. It was the first time he heard so much about his father. Marks McClown watched Harry and the three, still remembering what Blake had said, and shook his head gently. Find flowers. Originally, he could use mental shock to stun them. After all, Black said so many things came out, and the leaked news was not too small. According to Mark's eye's habit, he didn't want Harry and the others to know too much, because Harry and the others knew. "I would definitely tell Dumbledore," but Mark's eye finally gave up his plan to stun Harry and the others, because even if Mark's eye stunned Harry and the others, the obsessive Hermione would still use the time gyrator to run back to this time and space to eavesdrop on their conversation. Then Mark's eye, there is no need to feint them. In addition to the things such as the Horseman's Holy Ground trial, Dumbledore, a high-level wizard himself, knew it, and Harry and the others told Dumbledore that it was okay and would not affect anything. Marks McClown looked at Blake. Blake stared at Marks McClown and Peter in Marks McClown's hands, as if "I had told you what you wanted, and you should fulfill your promise." Marks McClown was about to hand Peter over to Black, but a bad premonition suddenly came to his mind. Marks McClown couldn't tell where this bad premonition came from. Blake thought that Marks McClown wanted to repent and his face became cold, so he wanted to let Marks McClown fulfill his promise. Marks McClown suddenly asked, "When you went to the Forbidden Forest, what grade was it about?" Black was taken aback, and replied casually, "4th grade." The bad premonition in Marks McClown's heart became stronger. "What is it?" A ray of moonlight suddenly shone on Mark's eyes face. Everyone instinctively raised their heads and saw the sky full of dark clouds. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. A full moon slowly appeared high in the sky, and the soft moonlight was shining on it. People are very comfortable. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for tickets, ask for rewards, ask for automatic subscription. Chapter 305. It was still evening when Marks McClown was chasing Blake just now, but he didn't expect that it was already night. After a while, "Cool Tiger, today is a full moon," Hermione said slowly, looking at the full moon. Black's body trembled suddenly. "Today is a full moon." Blake suddenly turned to look at Lupin, and Harry and the others were also taken aback by Blake's actions and followed his eyes to look at Lupin. Lupin looked at the full moon above his head. His eyes slowly lost focus. Dense hairs grew crazily from Lupin's whole body, and Lupin's thin body slowly expanded. Even Lupin's wizard robes can't accommodate a huge figure. Hermione screamed, "What's wrong with Professor Lupin?" Ron was so frightened that he fell directly to the ground with 64-0. And he almost cried as he watched the drastic changes in Lupin. Harry was slightly better than Ron, and took a few steps back, shocked. The sharp claws tore the wizard's robe on Lupin's body, and the dense black hair covered Lupin's whole body. Lupin's face was elongated, and sharp teeth appeared in the elongated mouth. "Werewolf, Professor Lupin is a werewolf." Hermione finally recognized Lupin's appearance. Marks McClown was originally looking at Lupin indifferently, because he had prepared Lupin's wolf poison potion. Lupin would still transform into a werewolf on the night of the full moon, but he would not lose his mind as usual. But soon Marks McClown's face became cold, because he found that Lupin did not, as he expected, could maintain his sanity after turning into a werewolf. At this time, Lupin saw only endless killing and ruthlessness. Lupin did not drink the wolf poison potion he had prepared. In fact, the wolf poison potion works only when it is drunk before the werewolf transforms into the night of the full moon. In the original history, Lupin forgot to drink the wolf poison potion because he was too anxious to go out. Obviously, now Lupin repeated the accident again. Black rushed to Lupin and yelled anxiously, "Lupin, calm down. I'm serious, Black. Calm down." Peter, who had fainted to the ground at this time, also slowly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Lupin, who was transformed into a werewolf. He was so scared that he screamed and his fat body was constantly thumping on the ground. He subconsciously thought, "I am still a mouse." Ron was so scared that his eyes were red, and tears lingered on it, and they might fall at any time. Ron still hugged Harry's thigh tightly, seeking psychological comfort. Harry was not much better than Ron at this time. His eyes were full of fear when he looked at Lupin, and he shrank into a ball. Ron yelled, "No, go find the professor. That's a werewolf, the coldest and most ruthless creature in the world. We will all die here." Marks McClown walked to Hermione's body and blocked Hermione's sight. Hermione, who was terribly scared, felt inexplicably warm because of Marks McClown's block, and suddenly felt not so scared. Black was still standing in front of Lupin, trying to calm Lupin back down, even though he knew that it was useless at all. The werewolf Lupin's ruthless eyes slowly swept over Black, and with a light wave of his sturdy claws, Black's tall body was directly knocked into the air, and slammed into the wreckage of the willow. Although Black was treated extremely inhumanely in Azkaban, he became very thin. But after all, he was a tall man with serious integrity, so he was easily knocked into the air. Ron's tears fell directly because of Lupin's blow, and he choked up without knowing what to say. With a flutter, Peter finally realized that he had changed back to a human form, and wanted to run away with his legs. but Mark-Sai casually held his feet with a petrification spell. Now only Mark-Sai stood in front of the werewolf Lupian Yang. Marks McClown couldn't retreat. Behind him is Hermione. If he retreats, Hermione's delicate body still doesn't know whether it can withstand the casual palm of the werewolf Lupin. Out of trust in Marks McClown, Hermione gritted her teeth and stood behind Marks McClown. She firmly believed that Marks McClown could protect herself. All petrochemicals. Marks McClown shot. A petrified spell directly hit the werewolf Lupin. The place where Ronin Lupin was hit by the curse was repelled, and then he approached Mark-Sai step by step like nothing happened. Faint. Marks McClown once again hit the werewolf Lupin with a coma spell, but it was like tickling the werewolf Lupin, and it didn't work at all. Quickly imprisoned. Fire is raging. Torn apart. Marks McClown used several ordinary spells to hit the werewolf Lupin in succession, but they had no effect. Lupin, who was transformed into a werewolf, had so good demon resistance that Marks McClown's spells could not be very effective at all. Effect. Marks McClown frowned and looked at the werewolf Lupin, which was a bit troublesome now. The werewolf Lupin's body was too strong, and ordinary spells couldn't hurt him at all, and could only have minimal effects on him. If Mark-Sai really wants to inflict damage, he must increase the magic power he casts to increase the power of magic to the extent that he kills the enemy, or Mark-Sai uses high kills such as Murnia and Eternal Guns. Power spell. But this is Lupin after all, his own class professor. This is still Hogwarts site, and 3.6 may really cause Lupin to be seriously injured or killed. The werewolf Lupin was attacked by Mark-Sai several times, his ruthless eyes locked on Mark-Sai, and the appearance of Mark-Sai also reflected in Lupin's mind. Lupin, who was bewildered, only felt that his face seemed to have been in a fight with himself not long ago, and suddenly a thought that the old and new hatred must be settled came to Lupin's mind. The rage in Lupin's heart seemed to be aroused in an instant. His powerful hind legs slammed on the ground, and his huge body rushed directly towards Mark-Sai. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 306. Another way. Ah! Harry screamed at the same time. Hermione closed her eyes directly. Although she believed in Marks McClown instinctively, her opponent was a terrifying werewolf after all. She didn't want to see Marks McClown flying around. Harry stared in horror at the werewolf with a grim face. His mind was blank. Ron had already bowed his head in fright. At the same time, Ron kept praying that the werewolf would kill Marks McClown by mistake. But when he thought that Marks McClown was dead, they couldn't fight against the werewolf anymore, and they were incomparably conflicted. Marks McClown put away his magic wand and took a deep breath. Since he was about to fight, he had no reason to back down. If the effect of magic is not great, then change an attack method. Marks McClown slammed a punch and collided with the paw of the werewolf Lupin. Marks McClown felt the blood surging inside her body. And then she was repelled by the great strength of the werewolf Lupin. The strength of the werewolf was so amazing. The werewolf Lupin didn't expect Marks McClown's strength to be so terrifying, and he took a few steps back off guard. Harry and Hermione watched Marks McClown actually fight the werewolf once, and their eyes couldn't help looking at Marks McClown's hand. They thought Marks McClown's hand was about to break. The repelled werewolf Lupin was even more angry. He roared and rushed up again. At this time, the werewolf Lupin was really no different from a beast. After fighting against the werewolf Lupin, Marks McClown also had a bottom in his heart. Although the strength and speed of the werewolf were amazing, his body in the peak state of human beings was not inferior to the werewolves, and she was not necessarily invincible either! Marks McClown rubbed his body, avoiding the claws of the werewolf Lupin, and hitting the werewolf Lupin's chin with a beautiful uppercut. The werewolf Lupin's huge body flew into the air, but quickly found a balance point and stepped on the ground. This time, Harry and the others were completely stunned. The opponent was a werewolf, one of the most ferocious creatures in the world. Marks McClown actually hit a beautiful uppercut. The two attacks of the werewolf Lupin did not work, completely arousing the ferocity of the werewolf. The werewolf's pale yellow wolf eyes projected incomparable anger. He touched the ground with all four claws, and then ran toward Mark's eye with all four claws at the same time. Marks McClown calmly looked at the werewolf Lupin. At this moment, he had noticed that the werewolf Lupin is now a complete beast. Without a bit of wisdom, the attack method is also extremely single. As long as you grasp the weakness, there is no way to deal with it. Difficulty. Marks McClown grasped the two sharp claws that werewolf Lupin rushed in with both hands, and stomped his right foot heavily on the abdomen of werewolf Lupin, slamming hard. Cool Tiger. The werewolf Lupin knocked into the air again. This trick is really a kicking technique Marks McClown learned from the Ace Special Forces. This time Marks McClown was no longer passive, but instead rushed forward. Using various fighting skills, every part of his body was an offensive weapon. One punch, one foot, one elbow, one knee. The werewolf Lupin actually couldn't do any defense, letting his soft abdomen be destroyed by Marks McClown. Knowing that Marks McClown's strength and speed would not lose to the werewolf, an attack of this level would have caused the werewolf to be hit hard. Harry was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Is Marks McClown still a human? Werewolves are not sandbags for anyone to need. Why can Marks McClown still use werewolves as sandbags? Hermione's eyes were full of amazement. Are they not wizards? Which wizard has such a strong physical quality? In Hermione's eyes, Marks McClown is simply the fighting champion in the Muggle world. His punches and kicks are full of artistic sense, but the key is to beat the werewolves in embarrassment. Ron didn't hear Marks McClown's scream for a long time. He also raised his head at this time, but saw Marks McClown violently abuse the werewolf. This made Ron feel more terrifying than seeing the werewolf killing Marks McClown. Marks McClown raised his fist and slammed it heavily on the wolf's face of the werewolf Lupin, and a clear blood mark appeared, which caused the face of the werewolf Lupin to bleed directly because of the great strength. The werewolf Lupin fell heavily to the ground, but the ferocity of the beast made the werewolf not afraid of life and death at all, and pounced on Mark's eye again. Marks McClown directly swept the hall's legs, and took advantage of the werewolf's limbs to jump up, sweeping to his ankles. The werewolf Lupin was unstable and was knocked to the ground again. Marks McClown aimed at the werewolf's abdomen and kicked again. The werewolf's body flew into the air. Marks McClown jumped into the air, aimed his elbow at the werewolf's spine, and struck again. At the same time as the werewolf fell, Marks McClown's other hand turned into an iron fist, hitting the werewolf's face again. Another obvious blood mark. Boom. The huge body of the werewolf Lupin fell heavily to the ground, and the dense hair slowly retracted into Lupin's body. Lupin's body slowly recovered to its original shape, lying on the ground, with obvious blood marks on his body. All were injured by Mark's eye. Blake ran from a distance. He was thrown away by Lupin just now. When he came over, the 567 battle was over. Lupin, who was transformed into a werewolf, was defeated by Mark's eye with bare hands. Blake stared at Mark's eye dumbfounded. Isn't this kid a human? He has learned how powerful Lupin is after he turned into a werewolf. Not to mention a child, even if it is a dozen or 20 people together, it may not be able to subdue Lupin in the form of a werewolf, but Marks McClown actually solved Lupin this way. Level? And still unscathed. Blake's heart was broken at this time, and he felt that since he encountered this evil star, his outlook on life and world had collapsed. Marks McClown seemed to have crushed himself and Lupin in all aspects, and could not match his wits, and even his body was stronger than a werewolf. How could there be such a perfect person? The three of Harry looked at Mark's eye, and were shocked to speak. Harry now admired Marks McClown's strength to the realm of 5-body throwing. P.S. Seeking flowers, rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 307, Delivering on Promises. Marks McClown was like a person without any shortcomings. Harry felt that no one could beat it. Harry's current thoughts actually hope that Mark's eye will clarify his relationship with Blake soon. He doesn't want Mark's eye to be his enemy, otherwise it must be a nightmare. Ron was in a sluggish state. Cool Tiger, that's a werewolf. A werewolf who kills without blinking. How come you get into Mark's hands and become sandbags to hit casually? Thinking back to the way he was crying and about to pee his pants, Ron felt ashamed of himself. Hermione was smiling, and she knew that Marks McClown would surely turn a good luck, even if the opponent was a werewolf. He was not shy at all. The werewolf was a fart in front of Marks McClown. But Hermione has a little worry in her heart. Marks McClown's strength is so amazing, and the gap between herself and Marks McClown is getting bigger and bigger. At that time, I don't know if Marks McClown will care about herself, who came from a mole family. Peter was still fluttering on the ground, and he finally saw that, compared with Blake, Mark's eye was like a demon. It was almost impossible for him to fall into Marks McClown's hands. So even if he knew that it was impossible, he still thumped and tried to escape. The shadow Marks McClown gave him far surpassed Blake. Plus cool, tiger. Marks McClown took out a tissue, wiped the blood from her hand, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got it done. He was a bit tired after playing a few games today. Harry suddenly plucked up the courage to walk in front of Mark's eye. Ron and Hermione had no time to stop. Mark's eye looked at Harry in confusion. Harry took a deep breath. He knew how far he was from Mark's eye, but that didn't stop his determination to understand this matter. Fight. Enough. Can you tell me what happened now? As soon as Harry came here, he saw Mark's eye torture Blake to the ground, and directly blasted the beating Willow. Lupin came and attacked Mark's eye without saying anything. After Mark's eye defeated Lupin, Blake, after speaking some inexplicable words, Lupin transformed into a werewolf and was defeated by Mark's eye. Harry looked confused and beat back and forth. Now he was completely confused about who was the good and the bad. Marks McClown looked at Blake and said, "This is your business. You should ask Blake." Harry looked at Blake in confusion, his eyes full of alertness. And deep down in his heart he still felt that Blake was the culprit who killed his parents. Blake looked at Harry in Lily's eyes and slowly said, "Harry, the one who really betrayed your parents and killed your parents is not me, but Peter Pettigrew." Harry's eyes were frozen, and he followed Blake's fingers and looked at Peter Pettigrew. Peter looked at Harry in horror and hurriedly called out, "Harry, no, don't listen to Blake's nonsense. How could I betray my dearest friend James?" Marks McClown, if your promise should be fulfilled. Blake looked at Peter coldly, but said to Marks McClown. Marks McClown casually lifted the petrification curse on Peter's feet, and said lightly, "Of course." Peter was rolling on the ground, just like the instinctive reaction of a mouse when his life is in danger. Oh, Peter has been a mouse for more than 10 years. But he is a mouse. Blake approached Peter step by step. His eyes were full of fierce light and said, "Peter Pettigrew, today is the time for you to pay your debts." Harry walked in front of Blake, blocked Blake and said, "Blake, please explain to me first." Harry had seen too many fights today, and he didn't want to watch Blake go forward and beat Peter in a daze. Blake was taken aback, and had to explain. "It was Peter who sold your parents' information to Voldemort, causing your family to kill. In order to avoid guilt, Peter fabricated all the evidence and planted it on me, but he pretended to be dead. In fact, he used his animagus to turn into a mouse and hide in the Weasley family." Harry turned his head, looked at Peter coldly and said, "Is what Blake said is true?" Peter suddenly stood up and grabbed Harry by the shoulder, so that Blake immediately picked up Lupin's wand on the ground and pointed at Peter vigilantly. Peter stared at Harry with wide eyes and said, "Harry, listen to me. James won't let others bully me. Do you know what I mean? James treats me very well. See, he will definitely help me in this situation." Harry was also at the extreme of anger at this time. He already knew what was going on and shouted angrily, "I ask you, did you kill my parents?" Peter roared in a louder voice, "I can't help it. At that time you didn't know how dangerous I was. That was a big devil whose name could not be said. What could he do to threaten me? Do you think James will forgive me for doing this? You killed my parents." Harry kicked Peter to the ground with anger, and pulled out his wand and pointed it straight at Peter. Hermione screamed, "Harry, Don't do stupid things. Hermione was afraid that Harry would kill Peter in a rage, and Harry would be imprisoned in Azkaban at that time. It was not worth it for the scumbag of Peter. Harry was so angry that his hand holding the wand was shaking, and a spell was condensed on the top of the wand in a state of being activated at any time. Marks McClown looked at Harry coldly. He believed that Harry would not do anything stupid. Blake looked at Harry and shouted, "Harry, stop, you kill this scum and defile your hand." Speaking, Blake stepped forward and pushed Harry away and pointed his wand at Peter. Peter stared at Harry hard, and kept muttering, "You can't treat me like this, I was forced. James won't let you treat me like this, I'm innocent." Chapter 308, Bystander. Blake sneered, "You disgusting fellow, let me die." Just as the magic wand in Black's hand was about to strike out, Harry suddenly shouted, "Stop." Everyone looked at Harry, and Blake stopped the curse he had almost inspired. Harry looked at Peter coldly. Peter immediately rushed over and hugged Harry's thigh, crying, I knew it, you deserve to be James' son. You won't force me." "So, no, you are wrong," Harry said coldly. "I want to send you to Azkaban, let you be kissed by the Dementors every day. I want you to live the rest of your life in regret and sorrow, so I can avenge my parents. And, if you die, wouldn't it be possible to prove Sirius' innocence?" "Good job, Harry." Hermione applauded, and Harry finally contained his murderous intent. Blake gritted his teeth and put down his wand. Although he very much hopes that he can handle this scumbag, Harry has now said that sending Peter to Azkaban is worse than death. Black has a deep understanding of this, and Black can only listen to Harley's decision. Plus cool, tiger. Flap, pop, pop. Slow applause came from not far away, and everyone instinctively looked back, and everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, including Marks McClown. Dumbledore didn't know when he had appeared behind them, and looked at Harry applaudingly. Blake looked at Dumbledore vigilantly, and the wand in his hand quietly aimed at Dumbledore unconsciously. After all, he was now a fugitive, and Dumbledore had 10,000 legitimate reasons to arrest him. Marks McClown was frightened by Dumbledore's sudden appearance. Although Marks McClown did not deliberately pay attention to the surrounding situation and did not start spiritual exploration, but now because of the improvement of mental power, Marks McClown's perception ability has also improved accordingly. Feeling close to Mark's eye is extremely difficult, but this matter is obviously not a problem for Dumbledore. Dumbledore said slowly, "Harry, today you have demonstrated the courage and generosity that you should have, and you also know how to deal with hatred. I am very satisfied with your performance today." Everyone's expressions became strange. Shouldn't the person with the best realization today be Marks McClown? At the same time, he defeated Black and Lupin, and captured the culprit Peter. Compared with Mark's eye, Harry just said a few words and made a decision. Cool tiger. Marks McClown looked at Dumbledore faintly, not surprising Dumbledore's daily favoritism towards Harry. Dumbledore looked at Mark's eye and said meaningfully, "And Mr. Marks, I was very surprised by your performance today." Marks McClown suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He knew that Dumbledore felt a challenge to the strength he showed today, a challenge to jump out of Dumbledore's control. Marks McClown said, "Professor Dumbledore, how long have you been here?" Dumbledore smiled lightly. "Just arrived." It didn't look like Dumbledore was lying, but I don't know why. Mark's eye still felt a little guilty when he heard Dumbledore say this. Dumbledore looked at Blake. Blake's whole body collapsed tight, and the wound on his body that had just been caused by Mark's eye cracked again. The painful Blake gritted his teeth. Dumbledore said indifferently, "Mr. Black, since the truth is now revealed, why are you nervous?" Black was taken aback, and already understood what Dumbledore meant. Dumbledore would help him clarify the whole thing and restore his innocence. Blake has been imprisoned in Azkaban for more than 10 years, but now someone is willing to believe his innocence, and he finally does not have to live the days full of horror and hatred. Black felt that his whole being relaxed, like a huge rock being unloaded. Hermione pointed at Lupin hesitantly and said, "Professor Dumbledore, Then the matter that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. Dumbledore looked at Hermione with a smile. Miss Granger, what do you think? Hermione hurriedly said, although Professor Lupin is a werewolf, he is really good to us. Our classmates love him very much, don't you? Ha ha ha, Dumbledore said with a laugh. I knew that Lupin was a werewolf. Hermione was taken aback and looked at Dumbledore in confusion. Knowing that Professor Lupin is a werewolf, but still letting Professor Lupin be a professor of defense against the dark arts, is it Dumbledore deliberately arranged? Dumbledore said, Lupin is kind by nature. He must be turned into a werewolf on a full moon night. Since he is very knowledgeable and can teach students, why should I waste such a good professor? It's like if a person has the potential to be a wizard, even if you are a mole family, we at Hogwarts are welcome, right? Hermione smiled and nodded at Dumbledore. Harry hesitated, then how to solve Peter's matter? Dumbledore said, Harry, didn't you just say the solution? Harry and Black glanced at each other. With Dumbledore, they didn't have to worry that Peter Pettigrew would not get the punishment he deserved. Dumbledore said, this is how things will end tonight. I hope that everyone present can bury this matter deep in their hearts, especially the matter of Professor Lupin. Mark-Sci and Harry immediately said that everything obeyed Dumbledore's arrangements. After that night, Dumbledore really started helping Sirius Black to get rid of the charge. Chapter 309, Soaring Strength. After all, the culprit Peter Pettigrew has been caught, and Peter will not lie, and it is useless to lie in front of Veritaserum, so he quickly confessed to the Potter couple. After Marks McClown returned, he began to count the games of today. Today, I defeated you, Blake and Lupin again, and even a werewolf version of Lupin. Mark-Sci felt that this time the military division system would reward many good things. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Willow and rewarding 1,500 potential underscore points. Congratulations to the host for defeating Sirius Black, who is incomplete, and rewards 500 potential points. Congratulations to the host for defeating the werewolf Lupin and rewarding 1,000 potential points. Marks McClown nodded in satisfaction. In this way, Marks McClown gained 3,000 potential points in one night. In addition to the rest of the previous, Marks McClown now has 7,000 potential points in his hand, which can be said to be a complete monopoly. Obtaining so many potential points is certainly an excellent thing, but Marks McClown remembered Blake's mention of the appearance of a vampire family in the Forbidden Forest. Why does Black say that when vampires appear in the Forbidden Forest, he has a bad hunch? At first, Marks McClown thought that this bad premonition was because Lupin turned into a werewolf and gave herself a sense of danger. But afterwards, he discovered that this hunch was not only because of Lupin the werewolf, but because of what Marks McClown could not tell. This is why Marks McClown has always been worried about this matter. Many people may say that the hunch is too vague, but it is totally different for Mark-Sci. People with superior strength have their own feelings, plus Marks McClown's mental strength is strong, and Marks McClown has a bad premonition. Then there is a real chance that something bad will happen. In order to prevent accidents from happening, Marks McClown decided to advance the trial of the horse race, instead of waiting until she naturally became stronger, so Marks McClown urgently needed to improve her strength. There is no doubt that the potential points are used to improve the power of the basic 3, which is more cost-effective than upgrading any skills. So what should I upgrade? Soon Mark-Sci made a decision. He is now a wizard, and the main way of fighting is magic, so the answer is very clear. Marks McClown looked at the 7,000 potential points of the division system, and directly increased his most fundamental magic power with a grit, and upgraded to a level 5 magic power. Level 5 mana requires 5,000 potential points. Seeing the value of the potential points that he possesses continues to plummet, Marks McClown feels a real pain. He can only comfort himself constantly in his heart. The potential points are used for flowers, and the potential points left can only be moldy and rusty. Boom! At the moment of completing the upgrade, Marks McClown's eyes widened suddenly. He felt a huge change in his body. If Marks-Sci's own magic power was originally a huge lake, Now this lake has become like a volcanic eruption. Countless huge pillars of water rose up, and the earth that contained the lake shattered every inch and was submerged by endless water. This is a qualitative flyby. The magic power in Marks McClown's body has not only doubled several times, it is simply an explosive growth like multiples and multiples. Countless magical powers formed a vast ocean in Mark's body, with no edge in sight. With this degree of magic power, who else I am afraid of? A wave of pride rushed straight into the forehead from the bottom of Marks McClown's heart. Marks McClown, who possessed this dazzling magical power, even had the urge to run to the principal's office to have a good match with Dumbledore. However, Marks McClown quickly recovered her calm and pressed down her unrealistic thoughts. Even if his magic power level has been greatly improved, it is still unrealistic to challenge Dumbledore. I should steadily improve my strength step by step. Marks McClown decided to go to the Horse Tribe to challenge the so-called Holy Ground trial before the end of this semester, and in the next time, let him get familiar with this huge energy. At least be able to use it handily. Find flowers. Marks McClown closed the police division system, thinking of the scene that Dumbledore suddenly appeared today. He still felt a little guilty in his heart. He didn't know how many details Dumbledore saw today. With Dumbledore's eyesight, he could definitely see a lot from some details. Did Dumbledore know that he asked Black about the Lord of the Forbidden Forest? Well, even if he didn't see this process, Harry and the others would most likely report it to Dumbledore. Even if Harry and the others didn't say it, Black and Lupin would probably talk about it. So Marks felt that most of them couldn't keep it from her. How should this be good? Forget it. What if he knows it? It doesn't matter. Marks McClown shook his head. Now he has no energy and time to care about these little details. Even if Harry and the others told Dumbledore, Dumbledore couldn't do anything to himself, could it? The next point I should pay attention to should be how to get familiar with using my soaring magic power. The next day, in the common room in Gryffindor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat on a large sofa. The corner of Harry's mouth was slightly crooked, and he smirked from time to time, because he had learned from Sirius Black that when he was born, James had asked Black to be Harry's adoptive father. In other words, Harry now has his own relatives, which is a great blessing for Harry, who has lacked love since childhood. Ron looked at Harry dully and said coldly, "Harry, don't be in the daze. The problem is serious now." Harry jumped up abruptly, looking startled. What is the serious problem? Harry Potter, the most powerful mage. Chapter 310. Marks McClown is dangerous now. Hermione covered her face helplessly and said, "Harry, didn't you hear what we discussed?" Harry then reacted and asked, "Oh, I was fascinated by things just now. What are you talking about?" Ron said dissatisfied. "We are discussing the question Marks McClown asked Sirius last night!" Harry slapped his head and said, "Well, I remember that. It's the relationship between the map and the Forbidden Forest." Hermione said, "McClowns, I think it's weird. Why does Marks suddenly ask Black this kind of question? I think he has some plan." Harry was taken aback for a moment, and after thinking about Hermione's words, he found that there was a bit of truth in what he said, and said, "Mr. Marks wants to venture into the Forbidden Forest?" Hermione nodded 593 and said, "It's very possible that a person like Marks McClown, who is bold and artistic, should be most interested in adventures and challenges." Ron narrowed his mouth in disdain. His view on this matter was different from Hermione. Marks McClown is indeed very strong, and he finds it very challenging to take risks. But according to Ron's 3 years of understanding of Marks McClown is definitely not the kind of impulsive person. On the contrary, Marks McClown belonged to an absolutely calm character, and he would never do anything that would not actually benefit him. So Ron concluded that the reason why Marks McClown asked Black this question last night must be because of the benefits of it that attracted Marks McClown. So Marks McClown took the risk to catch the Dwarf Star, and also specially fought Black and Lupin. once. There is only one reason why Marks McClown can do so many things, and that is that the benefits are so huge that Marks McClown can't stand the temptation. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but become jealous of Marks-I. Why can you know so much? What benefits can you get? And I can only watch it here. Ron was determined to disturb Hwang Marks-I's plan. When he thought of Marks-I's anger and despair after being disturbed by himself, Ron felt very happy. So, how to disturb Hwang Marks-I's plan? Ron alone is far from enough. Ron is self-aware, and he can't jump up even if he runs up. What about Harry and Hermione? The answer is also number. Hermione has always been on Marks-I's side. After the incident last night, Harry became more admiring Marks-I, and he felt deeply guilty for questioning Marks-I. Even Snape, whom all the students feared, had been slapped in Marks-I's hands many times. Then the whole Hogwarts could really make Marks McClown feel jealous. Probably only Professor Dumbledore. If you want to disturb Hwang Marks-I's plan, you must notify Professor Dumbledore. Ron frowned at the thought of this. How could he persuade Harry and Hermione to agree with him? According to Ron's long-time coexistence with Harry and Hermione, Ron knew that both of them had a kind of maintenance for Marks-I, and only with the maintenance of Marks-I in their hearts could they agree to notify Dumbledore because of their concern. Professor Leto about this. Ron, what are you thinking about? Harry suddenly yelled in Ron's ear, and Ron rolled directly to the ground in fright. Hermione frowned and looked at Ron, who was embarrassed, and said dissatisfied, "Can't you just focus on discussing it?" It was Harry who was on the job just now it's Ron's turn. Harry hung his waist and apologized to Hermione. He was in a good mood today and didn't mind it. Ron got up and straightened his collar and said, "I was thinking about the matter we discussed." Hermione joked, "Oh, it seems that our Ron Weasley has learned to meditate too." "Stop talking nonsense," Ron interrupted Hermione. "I think Marks-I is dangerous now." Hermione and Harry looked at each other, wondering what Ron was saying. Ron had something to say. "You think Marks-I is such a powerful person," as Hermione said. "He has been invincible for too long. Who is his opponent at Hogwarts?" Hermione and Harry nodded naturally. Marks-I's invincibility at school is well known and undeniable. Ron continued, "And what is the easiest mistake that Marks-I, the proud man of heaven, makes? That is pride and arrogance." "Are you right?" Harry frowned and said, "Mr. Marks shouldn't." "I don't think he is arrogant," Ron hurriedly interrupted. "That's because you didn't find his arrogant side. The proud man of heaven is originally synonymous with arrogance." Harry nodded nonchalantly. Ron continued, "He may have heard that the Forbidden Forest has something he can challenge, or a person, or it may be a creature. So he has to track down this thing." "Can't you hear the shadow that Sirius said?" "The vampire who couldn't beat the three of them together was killed by the shadow all at once." Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. Ron's statement seemed to make sense. Harry also kept nodding his head. Ron concluded, "Then the result is obvious. Marks-I is going to the Forbidden Forest to challenge something very dangerous and dangerous. If we leave it alone, Marks-I will be in great danger." When she heard that Marks McClown was in danger, Hermione was so frightened that she asked quickly, "Then what should we do now? Can we find Marks McClown to stop him?" Ron looked at her with disdain. 4.1 glanced at Hermione and said, "Do you think you can stop Marks-I?" Harry worried. "According to you, there is no way we can stop Mr. Marks." "No." Ron pretended to wave his hand mysteriously. "I have one way." Hermione pushed Ron anxiously and said, "Don't be a mess, just say it." Hermione, who is usually wise, was panicked at this moment, completely unaware of how Ron, who had targeted Marks McClown before, suddenly cared about Marks McClown. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 311, Ron said, "There is only one person who can stop Marks-I, and that is Professor Dumbledore." Harry frowned and said, "You mean, tell Professor Dumbledore about Marks-I's question of Sirius? That's not good." Hermione also hesitated. After all, this was Marks-I's own business, and they rashly told Dumbledore that this kind of behavior did not seem very good. Ron saw that both Hermione and Harry hesitated, and said anxiously, "You are stupid, Marks. I asked Blake about this, which can only lead to two results. One is that Marks I did not take risks, then everyone is happy, and we don't have to worrying about Marks I. Professor Dumbledore would only treat this as a joke. But what if Marks I really ventured into the Forbidden Forest? What if something goes wrong? Who is responsible?" Hermione and Harry glanced at each other, and they realized that Ron was not unreasonable. "Tell Dumbledore that it doesn't seem to have any particular impact on this matter. On the contrary, it can also ensure the safety of Marks I." Hermione gritted her teeth and said, "Okay. We're going to tell Professor Dumbledore, Lido." Ron was overjoyed and glared at Harry quickly, asking Harry to agree quickly. Harry looked at Hermione for a while, and then thought about the consequences of Marks I's real accident, so he could only slowly say, "That can only be done." Cool Tiger. With Dumbledore's help, Sirius Black's matter was quickly clarified. This incident caused a great sensation in the wizarding world. After all, the Sirius case was a major case after Voldemort's disappearance. At that time, everyone was condemning Voldemort, but there was such a big grievance. The ability of the Ministry of Magic was affected. Few people questioned as the person involved. Sirius Black, because of his loyalty to James, is in sharp contrast to Peter Pettigrew's eagerness and fear of death. In addition, Black has been imprisoned in Azkaban for more than 10 years and has been wronged. Working hard to avenge James, he suddenly became a great hero in the wizarding world. Of course, Blake did not expect that this thing that he took for granted would be recognized by so many people in the wizarding world, and they would call him a great hero, but this can be regarded as one of the more than 10 years of injustice he was wronged in Azkaban. Kind of compensation. Peter Pettigrew is not so lucky. The name Pettigrew is notorious in the wizarding world, and Peter Pettigrew himself was mercilessly imprisoned in Azkaban by the Ministry of Magic. It is not the same for the timid Peter. A good thing. But thinking about it, Peter also thinks he deserves it. He used to play with the four of James since childhood. If he didn't betray James, he might still be able to mix well now. But since he decided to betray, he lived in Weasley's house incognito for more than 10 years, but he still failed to escape the legal sanctions and was imprisoned in Azkaban. It was really a wrong step. This explosive news of course has attracted a lot of media attention, and the media have sent people to Hogwarts to investigate the ins and outs of the matter. As the Behind Thesn's boss of the school magazine, Marks McClown will certainly not let go of this opportunity. Not to mention that he is one of the parties involved in this matter, which is an exclusive resource that other media never have. Therefore, Marks McClown immediately found the Weasley brothers and Colin. Both Fred and George were eager to try and looked very excited, while Colin was holding his camera and looking at Marks I with admiration. Marks McClown asked puzzledly, "What are you two brothers happy about?" Fred replied, "We already know the heroic deeds of Mr. Marks." George gave a thumbs up and said, "It's too brave to be brave." Colin immediately answered, "Mr. Marks, are you looking for us this time to ask the school to publish a newspaper about Sirius?" Marks McClown didn't expect that these three people's information channels were quite good, but thinking about it, they are all engaged in the media. Marks McClown said, "McClowns, this incident happened in our Hogwarts. Of course it was reported by our Hogwarts school journal. Where can we get other media?" Colin raised his hand and said, "I have sneaked a lot of photos of Sirius. He is very close to Harry and has a good relationship with Professor Lupin. Besides, I also took pictures of beatings. Traces of fierce fighting near you. The beating Liu was directly blown up. It is conceivable that the fight was super fierce," Marks McClown said in his heart. The beating Liu was just killing him. How could he not know what it was like on the spot? Marks McClown waved his hand to stop Colin, who wanted to talk non-stop. "We have to seize this opportunity to publish the exclusive information about this incident in the school magazine and detonate Hogwarts and the wizarding world at once." Brother Weasley immediately stood up straight and said solemnly, received. Colin saw the same as the Weasley brothers, and immediately said, received. 633. Fred could not be serious for a few minutes, and immediately said with a pleased expression, then Mr. Marks, please hurry up and explode the raw material in your hand. George's appearance is not much different from Fred's and said, everyone knows that Mr. Marks is the great hero who captured Peter Pettigrew. Hurry up and tell us. Colin also looked at Mark's eye with a look of gossip. Marks McClown had no choice but to say, then let me listen to everything. What I want to say next is all rough. The three chicks nodded like pecking rice and raised their ears. Marks McClown slowly said, Sirius was able to sneak into Hogwarts smoothly this time because his assistant is Professor Lupin. The three of them took a deep breath, knowing that Sirius was still the superfelon who was about to be arrested by the Ministry of Magic not long ago. Lupin actually colluded with Sirius at that time. What a risk that was taken, being caught by the Ministry of Magic but going directly to Azkaban. Chapter 312 Actually it's me. But now that Sirius has been charged, Lupin has transformed into a man who is not afraid of power and is extremely loyal to his friends. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown continued, and Sirius' actual identity, Harry's godfather. This is also very exciting. It can be related to the bond between Sirius and James Lily more than 10 years ago. And the love between them has made Sirius willing to be wronged in Azkaban for more than 10 years, and finally in order to protect Harley escaped from Azkaban. Also, the place where Peter Pettigrew has been hiding before is the Weasley family, because he has been transformed into a mouse and no one has ever found it. Marks McClown added. Fred and George looked at each other, and it was their turn to have a say. Marks McClown added, when you go back and make your own ideas, just talk about the situation in your family when Dwarf Star incarnates as a mouse. In order to evade legal sanctions, you will not hesitate to suffer so much. All right. Brother Weasley certainly understood what Marks McClown meant and nodded immediately. Colin looked at Mark's eye with a puzzled look, as if waiting for Mark's eye to follow. Marks McClown asked, what's wrong, Colin? Are these news not hot enough? Colin shook his head and said, of course it's amazing. But isn't there something Mr. Marks hasn't said? Marks McClown was taken aback, and understood what Colin was referring to. The Weasley brothers also looked at Marks McClown with doubts. Cool Tiger, Colin said, for example, how did the beating Liu get blown up? Why was Professor Lupin naked when he sent him back? Why was Sirius seriously injured? This is the most explosive thing! Marks McClown scratched his head and said, haha. This. Actually, I did this, but you don't have to pay too much attention to writing these plots. The previous posting is already very popular. Mr. Marks actually did it all. Colin couldn't shut his mouth in surprise. Which of these things seemed to fall within the student's ability? Mr. Marks is going against the sky. The Weasley brothers immediately got excited when they heard this. In fact, they also speculated that it was Marks' masterpiece. They only need Marks to admit it, and they will do the rest. News needs timeliness. The Weasley brothers and Colin also acted very quickly, and a new issue of the school magazine was released soon. Cool Tiger, this time the school magazine has set up a large framework to mainly publish the Sirius incident. Even the subtitles are the secret between Lupin and Sirius. Sirius and Harry's father-son relationship, Little Dwarf's Road to the Rat, etc., which makes people think there is something wrong at first glance. Less gossip can be discovered. Although Marks McClown emphasized that he should not write about his deeds, but as the boss behind the Weasley brothers and Colin, how could they not know how to give Marks McClown momentum? Therefore, in the Sirius incident, Marks' name appears almost every moment, which is even more popular than Sirius. For example, the wise Marks could see at a glance that Ron's rat spots had problems. The heroic Marks subdued Peter Pettigrew. When facing the fugitive Sirius, Marks was neither humble nor overbearing. After the kind Marks understood most of the matter, take the initiative to help Sirius get rid of the charge. As soon as the school publication was released, it was immediately rushed by all Hogwarts teachers and students. Within 2 days, The first printing of thousands of school publications was sold out. This is the result of the Weasley brothers' double printing! There was no way. The Weasley brothers had to contact the printing factory to continue printing, otherwise a large number of people still wanted to buy the school magazine. The release of the school magazine also attracted a lot of attention from outside the school. The wizards outside wanted to buy the school magazine through various channels, and some even chose to purchase the new issue of the school magazine at a high price. These people included many. A media reporter in the wizarding world. Originally, all the media published the Sirius incident as soon as possible, but no one of the media can get the most comprehensive news and information, except for the Hogwarts School Journal. The editor-in-chief of other media must have scolded his own reporters for their incompetence, and then copied a considerable part of the information in the Hogwarts School magazine and added it to his own newspaper. Many people outside the school have noticed the explosiveness of the information in the Hogwarts School Journal, and they have also rushed to buy them. Then one after another, the entire wizarding world has learned about the Hogwarts School Journal, which has triggered a new round of rushing. In the end, the sales volume of Hogwarts School magazine soared, and finally only lags behind the old media Daily Prophet, which is a miracle in the wizarding media world. The Marks-I Weasley brothers and Colin also made a lot of money, and the Weasley brothers were so silly in class. Colin was also the first time in his life to earn so much money. He worshipped Marks-I Go Deeper as a supporting role in the school magazine that is stronger than the protagonist Sirius. Marks-I's reputation has skyrocketed. Everyone knows that in order to get rid of the wronged hero Sirius, Marks McClown fights wits with Peter Pettigrew, and finally captures Peter Pettigrew, so that the victimized hero Sirius finally regains his innocence. This has led to Marks-I not only becoming more famous not only in Lely's Slytherin College, but also in the other 3 colleges. Originally, Marks-I's voice in the school was not low. After this incident, the other 3 colleges showed many admirers of Marks-I. As soon as they saw Marks-I, they yelled and made Marks-I a little annoyed. Soon, this semester is nearing the end. Hogwarts students will start to review what they have learned this semester, and many people go to the library as soon as they have time. P.S. Ask for flowers. Rewards and automatic subscription _:3 Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Wizard Chapter 313, The First Wizard Who Eats Crabs. Of course, Marks McClown is also very busy, but he is not busy with his studies. With Marks McClown's qualifications, learning problems are no longer his main troubles. He has already memorized the knowledge this semester, and the final exam is simply not a problem. Think.quu. What Marks McClown is thinking about is the trial of the horse race in the Holy Land. After a period of proficiency, he has probably been able to easily master the huge magic power in his body, ready to challenge the Forbidden Forest at any time. But Marks McClown thought that at this point in time, it is estimated that a professor should know about it, and even Dumbledore might come over to chat with him in person. After all, Marks McClown was ready and Harry and the others would tell Dumbledore about this. Of course, Marks McClown did not guess wrong, and Harry and the others did the same. However, Marks McClown waited for a while, but no professor took the initiative to talk about this matter with him. Dumbledore, as usual, saw the dragon failed to see the end, as if nothing unusual had happened. It's just that what should happen will happen in the end. And he was still someone Marks-I never expected. A few days later, Marks-I went to Snape's office to learn about potions as agreed. Snape now had very little knowledge of potions that Marks-I could teach. Marks-I went to Snape's office at 567, just playing around with Snape's test bench equipment and configuring the potions by himself. Marks McClown directly pushed open the door of Snape's office, walked in and closed the door. Snape is used to Marks McClown's impolite behavior. Even if Snape is forced to care, Marks McClown will say that he has knocked on the door long ago. But you didn't agree. I can only push the door in. Excuses. Morning, Professor Snape. Marks McClown greeted him habitually, and walked directly to the Snape test bench. Snape was struggling to write on the desk, not knowing what was written. His eyes picked up and looked at Marks McClown and did not speak. Marks McClown picked up the magic materials randomly placed on the experiment table, and started carefully to make potions. "I heard that you are interested in the Holy Land trial of the horse race." Snape's voice reached Marks McClown's ears, and Marks McClown raised his head unexpectedly. "Well, it is true." "Then you want to try it yourself?" Snape was still writing something on the desk, as if he didn't say the sentence just now. Marks McClown didn't expect that it was Snape who told him about this first, and said, "There is this intention, what's the matter?" Snape put down his pen and sneered. "You really don't know how high the sky is. Who do you think you are? You want to challenge the Holy Land trial casually?" Marks McClown said lightly, "I have to try it, maybe I'm so lucky." Snape sneered. Marks McClown, I have known you for so long. I thought you were just arrogant." "I didn't expect you to be so arrogant." Marks McClown said, "It's impossible to be a human being. You can't do great things with such a person. Right, Professor Snape?" Snape heard Marks McClown mocking himself, and said coldly, "Marks McClown, don't you think your decision like this is very impulsive? How much do you know about the Holy Land trial? If you don't understand it, try it." "That's a fool thing." Marks McClown put down the magic materials in his hand and looked directly at Snape's eyes and said, "Then I don't know what Professor Snape has insight for me to refer to." Snape shook his head and said, "No." Marks McClown said coldly, "Since Professor Snape has no opinion, please don't stop me from acting." Snape looked at Mark's eye, and Mark's eye looked at Snape unwillingly, and the two fell into a brief silence. Snape suddenly said, "You can't go. That's not something you should challenge, otherwise you don't know how you died." Snape's voice sounded a little hoarse. Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment, and he heard the concern in Snape's words. Although Snape had always been ridiculing Marks McClown still noticed that Snape was unwilling to let Marks McClown do such a dangerous thing alone, for fear that Marks McClown would have an accident. Marks McClown said, "I know it's dangerous, but I can't help but go, because I have to understand something." Marks McClown's tone had softened this time, and she couldn't tell why. Marks McClown didn't want to speak hard to Snape at this time. Snape said coldly, "Are you so stubborn?" Marks McClown picked up a piece of grass in his hand and said, "Professor Snape, do you recognize this thing?" Snape was taken aback, not knowing what Marks McClown meant, and said, "It's just an ordinary Simulapus. What are you doing with this?" Marks McClown said, "Sinlap grass can be used to make Sinlap potions to cure venom of the African black rock viper, but many years ago, this kind of poison was incurable. But the world discovered this kind of Simulatus in Southeast Asia, and only then did the black rock viper's snake venom have a solution." Snape said, "What are you talking about?" Marks McClown put down the Simulatus and said, "The person who discovered that Simulatus can cure black rock viper snake venom, I don't know how many attempts it took to achieve this result. If he accepts what others say, he thinks the black rock viper snake venom is useless. Save, will there be any Sinlap potion?" Snape had understood what Marks McClown meant, and no one would know what the result would be if he didn't try. Just like the person who discovered Similapura, he also developed the antidote for the black rock viper after constant attempts. Marks McClown is now challenging the Holy Land trial for the same reason. Others say that he cannot succeed in the challenge, but this is not the reason he can escape. Marks McClown continued, "The Holy Land trial is much better than the Black Rock Viper. At least I know that there are people who have successfully challenged. Chapter 314 Nonsense. Snape stood up and said, "Even in the age long ago, the legendary wizards who could challenge successfully were all potions masters. And who do you think you are? You are just a rookie who just learned how to make potions. Do you think you are very good? You will remember that you have only learned potions for less than 3 years." Marks McClown smiled lightly and said, "So what? Who told you that the person who has studied potions for 3 years is not as good as the master of magic medicine?" Snape stunned and said, "This sentence of you is in my ears. It's like a kid saying that he can beat an adult. It's ridiculous. Do you think it is that simple to become a potion master?" Every potion master has been immersed in potions for more than 10 years or even decades. Their knowledge, experience, techniques, strength, and foundation are not the only one you learned. People of the year can understand. Marks McClown turned around and said, "Then I want to ask Professor Snape, how do you compare to those potion masters?" Snape proudly said, "Isn't that nonsense? My position in the potion world is not what you can imagine. The wizard who learns potions is in front of me. Who dares to treat me respectfully, whether it is potion knowledge or in terms of experience? I am better than those potion masters." So when it comes to self-protection as a wizard, how do those famous potions masters compare to you? This question is even more nonsense. Snape proudly said, "If I only talk about potions, then I might only be a little better, but when it comes to magic and magic, it is not an exaggeration to say that I can crush them." Snape wasn't bragging, but he was a super genius who was able to create spells when he was a student, and his combat power was already at the pinnacle of ordinary people. Plus, if it is not compared with Dumbledore's god-level wizard, who is almost beyond human level, then Snape's magic and magic are among the best of Hogwarts professors. Marks McClown smiled and said, "Then this is not an explanation. What is in front of me is a potion master who is even more powerful than the potion master." Snape was complimented originally, but it was Mark's eye who was complimenting him. Snape couldn't help but straighten his waist and said, "Of course." Marks McClown said indifferently, "Then I can compare with you. If the potion master can protect himself even if he is unsuccessful, then as long as my level is similar to yours, the chance of me protecting myself is very high, isn't it?" Snape was angry and patted the table heavily and said, "Marks McClown, the level of your self-righteousness really refreshes my impression of you. You are actually so arrogant now that you can be like a professor." Marks McClown lazily walked to Snape, sat down on the chair and looked at Snape. Snape slapped the table and roared, "You have to know that Hogwarts is the most famous wizarding school in the UK. Every professor is an elite selected by the wizarding world. Even the worst professor among them is far superior to the outside world." Wizard. Marks McClown actually understood this, and what Snape said was not exaggerated. Hogwarts, as the most famous wizarding school in the UK, and Dumbledore, who is highly respected in the wizarding world, has selected professors who are all among the most elite. Even Lockhart's parallel imports into Hogwarts, although the wizard is not strong, but there is also his superhuman side. His extraordinary writing and super memory magic is a very powerful aspect. Of course, Lockhart is a very isolated case. Professors such as Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, etc. all have their own strong wizarding talents. Snape saw that Marks McClown did not refute, thinking that Marks McClown had nothing to say, and continued, "I tell you, you will recognize the gap between us. The strength between me as a professor and you as a student. The gap is far from imagined by you at this stage." Marks McClown looked at Snape faintly, and suddenly remembered the original history. In the original history, Harry, as the savior of Hogwarts, had enough strength to teach his classmates in the 5th book. Seeking flowers. And when Harry arrived in the 6th book, he was already well versed, and in actual combat, no Hogwarts classmate could compare to him. But at the end, Harry, who was furious because of Dumbledore's death, played at a super level. The burst of power made everyone dare not underestimate it and went crazy to chase Snape. But such an enhanced version of Harry was simply defeated by Snape with a few moves, and he couldn't get up directly. This is enough to show that Snape's strength is indeed terrifying. And Snape has shown extraordinary talent since he was a child. When Snape was a student, he had already learned to create magic spells and revised textbooks. At that time, He was already a genius in potions, spells, and black magic. You must know that Snape's father was a mole. This was something that would be laughed at by others at the time. In fact, Snape was insulted by James because of this. But these did not conceal Snape's talent. Snape didn't have a special strong background, and no one really knew him and understood him, and he was not like Mark-Sai with the assistance of a teacher system. This is how ordinary people seem to have amazing achievements in 3 aspects at the same time. This is enough to show how amazing Snape's talent and potential are. Dumbledore has always valued Snape very much. In the original history, it can be said that without Snape, Dumbledore's plan would have failed more than half. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for comments, ask for rewards, ask for automatic subscription _3_. Chapter 315 Marks McClown vs. Snape. The reason Dumbledore valued Snape so much was nothing more than Snape's perseverance and his outstanding magical achievements. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown looked at the angry Snape and smiled faintly. Although Snape, your experience, your talents, and your strengths are all the best, but that doesn't mean much. I will still surpass you. If you don't believe it, you will know if you try it yourself. Marks McClown said these words faintly, and looked at Snape, filled with excitement to try and challenge a powerful enemy. Snape was stunned for a moment. He said so much because he wanted Mark-Sai to recognize the facts. The Holy Land trial of the horse race was not something Mark-Sai could challenge at this stage. But he never expected that Marks McClown, who is usually so smart in 530, could not understand what he meant. And now he is still provocative. Snape's inner dissatisfaction with Mark-Sai suddenly surged out like a volcanic eruption. Since you can't understand the gap between us by what I say, then I will use my strength to tell you directly and clearly. Snape reached into his wizard robe, his eyes fixed on Mark-Sai. Marks McClown also stretched his hand into the wizard robe and clenched his wand tightly. Plus Cool Tiger. Except for your weapons. Snape took the lead and cast a disarming spell with full magic power. This disarming curse was different from when Mark-Sai and Lupin fought against each other before. Lupin used the attack curse in a hurry because it was the second move, which resulted in the inherent inadequacy of the magic power in the magic. In addition, at that time, Lupin didn't really hurt Marks McClown, so he deliberately controlled the intensity of magic. But the disarming curse used by Snape now is a curse that Snape burst into full fire. After all, the disarming curse is not an attack curse, and even if it is hit, it won't be seriously hurt. Snape mainly wanted Mark-Sai to suffer a bit and get to know the gap between the two sides. Except for your weapons. Of course, Marks McClown was not to be outdone, and she also burst out her magic power with all her strength, speeding back with a disarming curse. You must know that after Marks McClown upgraded his level 5 magic power, the intensity of his magic power was amazing, but facing an opponent like Snape, he still couldn't let him relax. Boom! The two disarming spells collided heavily, and the huge magic power formed a small tornado, which instantly messed up Snape's office. All kinds of paper books, all kinds of miscellaneous things are flying in the air. The solid desk between the two is even directly swept by a huge magic storm, hitting one side of the wall and making a huge noise. Fortunately, they both used disarming spells, and did not choose a destructive spell. Otherwise, even the disarming spell will mess up Snape's office. Shouldn't a slightly powerful spell directly destroy Snape's office? Up. Snape was also taken aback, looking at Mark-Sai with a different expression. He knew that Marks McClown's strength was very powerful, and basically no peers could compare to Marks McClown, but when he really fought against Marks McClown, he truly realized how abnormal Marks McClown's strength really is. Even if it was Severus Snape, with full magic power, he actually just counteracted Mark-Sai's disarming curse, who was only in the 3rd grade. You know, the two people use the same spell, so the strength of the magic determines the strength of the spell. In other words, the strength of Mark-Sai's magic power is infinitely close to Snape's level, and it can even be said to be comparable to Snape. For a third-grade student, this is undoubtedly impossible. It is simply a matter of night. But Marks I in the third grade did it. I have to say that Marks McClown is a powerful and abnormal existence among his peers. Marks McClown was also secretly frightened. He had a profound experience of his level 5 magic power, but even if his magic power was fully activated, he was just as good as Snape. How strong should Snape be? Strong. If Snape knew what Marks I was thinking about now, he would probably vomit blood. I am a person who has been immersed in the magical world for decades, and has only learned magic for 3 years. That should be the most normal idea in this world, okay? Even if you are a genius, you can't be so ridiculous. Marks McClown and Snape looked at each other. Both of them had their own thoughts in their hearts, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. After a while, Marks I took the lead in breaking the silence and said, "Professor Snape, you are indeed very powerful." I admit that it was a little beyond my expectations. Snape twitched his stiff face, and yelled at me that it was normal for me to be better than you, but Snape said calmly on the surface, "You are a little better than I thought." Marks McClown smiled and said, "It's not easy to get Professor Snape's praise." "Thank you, Professor." Snape nodded coldly. Marks McClown said, "Then today is almost the same. If there is nothing to do, I will leave first." Snape nodded irresponsibly, watching Marks I push the door out. Snape looked at his messy office, but still thought of Marks I's strange strength. Marks McClown's current strength has reached the point where he has to pay attention to it. If this goes on, who knows if Marks McClown will become a big variable in their plan 4.7. Snape couldn't manage to clean up his office, so he opened the door and walked quickly in the direction of the principal's office. Chilled lemon juice. Snape spoke the password for Dumbledore's office and stood quietly outside the door. Dumbledore's lazy voice came from the office. "The door is open, Severus. Please come in." Snape walked into Dumbledore's office and closed the secret passage. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 316, Beyond Expectation. Dumbledore put down the heavy books in his hand and was obviously a little surprised when he saw Snape. "Severus, shouldn't you teach Marks I to study in the office now?" Of course, Dumbledore was very clear about Snape's cooking for Marks I. Plus cool, Tiger. Snape looked around warily, even though he knew that with Dumbledore's alertness and strength, no one could listen to them. Dumbledore also noticed Snape's unusual appearance, and said, "Severus, do you have something to tell me?" Dumbledore sat up straight, realizing that Snape must have something important to him. Snape said calmly, "Dumbledore, I have to report one thing to you about Marks I." Dumbledore thought it was something important at first, but when he heard that it was Marks I, he couldn't help but smile and said, "What's wrong? Is this kid in trouble again?" Although Marks I has always been a very concerned object in Dumbledore's heart, he is still a child after all, and Dumbledore still doesn't think Marks I can affect them. 11. Snape said, "I had a trick with him just now. His current strength is infinitely close to me, not even inferior to me." The smile on Dumbledore's face solidified and said, "What do you mean by this?" Snape's face was cold, and it was a burden to admit that a child's strength was comparable to his own. "I mean, Marks I's strength is equivalent to mine." Dumbledore completely reduced the smile on his face. He knew exactly how powerful Snape was. He was definitely considered a super wizard in the wizarding world, and Marks McClown was only a third-grade child, and he could actually match it. Snape. If someone else told him about this, Dumbledore might have laughed at best, but now it was Snape who told him about it. He knew that Snape would never lie to him, and it was. There is no advantage in deceiving him. Plus cool, Tiger. Dumbledore stood up slowly and looked at Snape closely. Snape also looked at Dumbledore, his eyes full of anxiety and impatience. Has Marks McClown's strength reached this point? Dumbledore closed his hands and looked at the place where the Slytherin flag was placed in his office. If Marks McClown was a surprise to him before, Then the news now really shocked Dumbledore. Snape was also anxious at this time. He looked at Dumbledore and asked, "Dumbledore, what action are we going to take?" Dumbledore thought for a while before he said, "Let's just watch the changes. This incident has exceeded my expectations." Snape looked at Dumbledore in shock. It was the first time he heard Dumbledore admit that the situation was beyond his expectation. Compared with Dumbledore, who had always been confident before, he seemed to be completely different. On the other side, the Gryffindor lounge. Hermione was reading a heavy book carefully, which according to her statement was her pastime. Harry played with the pen in his hand boringly and didn't know what he was thinking. Ron paced anxiously, looking restless. Hermione dissatisfied. "Ron, can you put your feet away and be quiet on the sofa like Harry?" Ron said impatiently. "Hermione, I think you are weird." Obviously, we all talked about Mark's eye with Professor Dumbledore. "Why did you teach them?" No reaction at all. Hermione frowned and said, "What does that have to do with you? What are you worried about?" Ron ignored Hermione and walked over to nudge Harry and said, "Harry, don't you think Professor Dumbledore is not in a hurry?" Harry seemed to wake up from a big dream, and asked in surprise, What are you talking about?" Ron was even more dissatisfied when he saw that Harry was not in the state. "Harry, what are you thinking?" "We are talking about Mark's eye and Sirius." Harry pushed his glasses and said, "I was wondering if I should apologize to Mr. Marks. I didn't trust him so much before." "What did you say about that? Didn't we tell Professor Dumbledore?" Hermione said on the side. "McClowns, Professor Dumbledore must have his own ideas. It's useless for you to be anxious here." Ron said, "I'm wondering if the professor doesn't care about Mark's eye anymore. Can I just let Mark's eye mess around like this?" Hermione said, "Don't worry, how can Professor Dumbledore care about Mark's eye? He is the pride of our school. Plus, even if we don't talk about it with Professor Dumbledore, Sirius will definitely mention this with Professor Dumbledore. This is enough for Professor Dumbledore to take it seriously." Ron knew that Hermione was right, but he just felt uncomfortable. Ron has been thinking about Mark's eye recently, and the more he thinks about it, the more sure he feels. Marks McClown must have taken a fancy to the great benefits of the Forbidden Forest, so he decided to take the risk. The more Ron thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Why did Marks McClown take advantage of it? Marks McClown is now strong enough in this body, and there are no classmates in the school that are his opponents. Such a person should hand over the benefits to those with average strength, such as people who have no special skills like himself. You should get that benefit and strengthen yourself. The reason why Marks McClown is so beautiful and so many people respect and admire him is just because of his strength. If my strength is similar to Marks McClown, then I will be no different from Marks McClown. No, I will definitely do better than Mark's eye. At that time, Marks McClown is still a fart. Chapter 317. The Power of Luck. The more Ron thinks about it, the more he feels that the world is unfair. Mark's eye shouldn't enjoy so many good things in the world, he also wants to enjoy it. Ron thought for a while and said, "Aren't you in a hurry?" If Mark's eye ransacked through the Forbidden Forest, who would be responsible for the problem? Hermione and Harry were stunned at the same time, and they glanced at each other without speaking. Ron pointed to Hermione and said, "If something happens to Mark's eye, will you be able to get along?" Hermione was startled, and her heart ached when she thought of Mark's eye's accident in the Forbidden Forest. "That is a fact that I can't accept. I don't know if I will have a direct mental breakdown, crying regrets." Thinking about it, even Hermione herself became scared, and she didn't dare to think about Mark's eye's own reaction after the accident. Ron pointed to Harry again and said, "If something happens to Mark's eye, would you not care at all in your heart?" Harry was stunned. Marks McClown was his idol. His previous doubts about Marks McClown had made him feel uncomfortable. If his negligence really caused Marks McClown to have an accident, Harry couldn't even think about it, because it might be something he would be guilty of for a lifetime. Seeing the scared faces of Hermione and Harry, Ron couldn't help being complacent, and he really liked his cleverness. Plus cool, Tiger. Just when Ron wanted to say something to let us act with Mark's eye, Hermione stood up abruptly and said, "Then let's persuade Mark's eye not to take risks." Harry nodded quickly. He was also taken aback by Ron's statement and immediately agreed with Hermione's statement. Ron was trying to argue, but thinking that if he did, Hermione and Harry might discover their true thoughts, so after thinking about it, he still said helplessly, "Okay. Well, it can only be done now." So the three immediately set off to find Mark's eye. Ron could only pray on the road that Mark's eye would not give up his thoughts under their persuasion. At this time, Marks McClown was sitting alone in the corner, reading some profound magic books at the library fee. Harry and the three of them went to Slytherin's common room and did not find Marks McClown. Later, they asked someone to know that Marks McClown came to the library. I have to say that Mark's eye's popularity in school is really high now. Just ask people, and many people say where they have seen Mark's eye. The three Harry quickly found Marks McClown's location, and Marks McClown also noticed someone approaching him. As soon as Marks McClown looked up, he saw Harry and the three of them, and said faintly, "Hey, are you guys also coming to the library to study?" Harry looked at Mark's eye awkwardly and said, "We are here specifically to find you." Marks McClown returned his eyes to the book in his hand and said, "What happened to me?" Harry took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Marks, I'm sorry." Marks McClown raised his head incomprehensibly, looked at Harry and said, "What's the excuse?" Harry said ashamed, "I was beating you before, and I actually questioned Mr. Marks' actions. At that time, my head was hot. So, I'm really sorry, Mr. Marks." Marks McClown waved his hand casually and said, "That's human nature. I didn't explain it to you in time. It's normal for you to misunderstand." Harry felt even more uncomfortable when he saw Marks McClown not caring. He would rather Marks McClown curse himself. Hermione pushed Harry away. Since Mark's eye didn't mind, Harry's business was over. Now Hermione was full of ideas to prevent Mark's eye from taking risks. "Marks McClown, are you going to take an adventure in the Forbidden Forest?" Hermione said straightforwardly. Marks McClown raised her brows and looked at Hermione and said, "McClowns, what's wrong?" Hermione grabbed Mark's eye's hand anxiously and said, "Don't go, okay? Didn't you also hear that you might even run into vampires in the Forbidden Forest? Those vampires are terrifying." "Not at this stage at all. We can deal with it." Harry also nodded. "McClowns, Mr. Marks, what if you go to the Forbidden Forest and something happens? We don't want to see you." Hermione nodded quickly and looked at Mark's eye nervously. Marks McClown looked at Hermione, but decided in her heart that she should leave immediately. One is that he has practiced the level 5 magic power almost, and can already use this huge magic power very skillfully. The second is that Mark's eye also knew that Harry and the others had told Dumbledore about this. Dumbledore had not acted, and he didn't know what it was for. If it drags on, there may be variables. The third is that the vampire mentioned by Sirius has always made him very upset. Recently, the phenomenon has become more and more intense. It is better to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Marks McClown slowly withdrew her hand held tightly by Hermione, closed the book, and said lightly: "I'm sorry, I can't promise you this." Harry and Hermione suddenly collapsed and looked sad. Ron, who was standing on the side, was energetic and excited. "Well then, we can help you. Don't get me wrong, we want to act with you because we are worried about you." After hearing Ron's words, Harry and Hermione seemed to have found hope again, looking at Mark's eye with hope. Marks McClown glanced at Ron indifferently. He saw Ron's plan at a glance. It was too late to hate himself with Ron's character. How could he be so kind to help him? It was like a weasel giving new McClown a greetings to the chicken, uneasy and kind. But Ron didn't leelay how. Marks McClown had taken care of him. His strength was not enough to affect anything. He was just a beam-jumping clown alone, unable to overcome any storms. Marks McClown turned to think about it. The Holy Land trial of the horse race was related to the Savior, and Harry, as the recognized savior in the wizarding world, might have a miraculous effect. I don't know if the so-called power of the protagonist's luck seen in the previous life really exists in this world. And Marks McClown was also a little more jealous. If he refused Ron's request and didn't agree to them, the three of Harry would most likely talk to Dumbledore about this. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 318. I don't know if it is heard that the Savior who is the key to his care wants to personally participate in the trial, in order to prevent accidents from happening at that time. The probability of Dumbledore's intervention will increase a lot, which will become very tricky. Marks McClown thought for a while, but decided to agree to Ron's request, and said, "It's not bad for you to follow, but I have a request." When Ron heard that Marks McClown was willing to take them, he was ecstatic and said, "McClowns, we agree to any conditions." Ron immediately realized that he could not represent Hermione and Harry, and quickly added, "Harry, Hermione, do you think so?" Harry and Hermione didn't care about anything at this time, and quickly nodded in agreement. Ron felt an instant satisfaction, and it seemed that both of them had listened to him. Marks McClown said lightly, "You must listen to me for all the actions that follow." Ron immediately became unhappy when he heard it. Although he wanted to refuse, when he thought of the strength gap between himself and Marks McClown, it seemed that he did not have the strength to compete with Marks McClown. This request of Marks McClown did not feel any burden for Harry and Hermione. Both of them had always thought that Marks McClown was extremely excellent at 597 degrees, and there was no problem listening to Marks McClown. Harry immediately said, I will listen to you in the future." Plus Cool Tiger. Hermione also nodded and said, "So can I. I have always believed in Mark's eye." After the two had finished speaking, they looked at Ron at the same time. Marks McClown also looked at Ron coldly. Although Harry had questioned Marks McClown before, it was only an isolated phenomenon. Marks McClown knew that Harry would not make trouble in this matter. Of course, Hermione was worthy of Mark's eye's trust. The most problematic now was Ron, who was jealous but had no strength to set off. Ron saw that the three of them were looking at him, so he reluctantly said, "Well then, so can I." Marks McClown said coldly to Ron, "I hope you don't forget your promise." Ron heard Mark's eye's distrust of him, and his face flushed with anger. Harry promised by the side. "It's okay." He'll look at Ron. Marks McClown said, "Then let's go now." Now, Hermione was surprised, but she was not prepared for anything. Harry also looked surprised and said, "Is it a bit hurry to go now?" Marks McClown said, "I'm ready. If you are not ready to go, I won't stop it." As soon as Ron heard Mark's eye say that he was leaving now, he immediately became eager to try. Let's go, there is nothing to prepare for! ! Harry and Hermione looked at each other, and could only helplessly follow Mark's eye. Marks McClown took the three of them and left Hogwarts straight to the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Marks McClown directly started Level 2 Spiritual Exploration, easily avoided other people, and went directly to the Forbidden Forest. Harry was surprised. "It's amazing. How come out of the library without a single person? Shouldn't there be many classmates walking around the school now?" Ron tweeted, "Maybe we are lucky today, so we don't have to prepare any words to explain why we slipped out." Hermione asked Mark's eye curiously, "Where are we going?" Marks McClown said, "Forbidden Forest." Hermione dissatisfied, "Of course we know this is the Forbidden Forest. I asked where we are going to the Forbidden Forest. After all, the Forbidden Forest is so big." Marks McClown glanced at Hermione and found that Harry and Ron were looking straight at themselves, both very curious about Marks McClown's destination. Since Marks McClown has promised them to act together, there is no need to hide it from them anymore, and said, "Horse Tribe." For the three of them looked surprised, and Harry immediately asked, "Do you know how to get to the Horse Tribe?" "We have never been." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "I don't know either." The three of them were immediately stunned. Marks McClown didn't even know the road, so how could they find the Horse Tribe? Go in blindly and walk randomly? Marks McClown knelt down, looked at a small flower next to him, and activated his level 2 natural language. Do you know how the horse tribe goes? I don't know, but horsemen usually go back from this trail. Okay, thank you. I will ask others for the rest. The little flower swayed gently in the wind, looking very happy, because the conversation between them was flowery, so Harry and the three couldn't hear them talking. Ron said dissatisfied, "Why are you so unreliable? You don't even know the location and say you are ready. Blindly walk in to find death." "This is the Forbidden Forest." Marks McClown glanced at Ron coldly and said, "Follow this path in." Harry and Hermione were stunned for a moment. Didn't it mean Marks I didn't know? How did they suddenly know that this path is correct? Ron said, even more dissatisfied, "Don't you pretend to understand, but you have 3 people with you. What if something happens?" Marks McClown said coldly, "If you don't want to listen to me, you can leave now." Ron's expression changed, and he was about to stand up to argue. Hermione couldn't see it. He took Ron and said, "Didn't you agree to Marks I before and listen to his arrangements? You regretted it so soon?" Harry frowned and said, "Ron, stop talking." Ron didn't agree with him when he saw Harry, and immediately nodded helplessly like a flower. Marks I ignored Ron and walked directly to the depths of the road. Harry and Hermione quickly followed. Ron followed the end dejectedly, cursing Marks I fiercely in his heart, thinking that it would be a little better for me to look better than you. Marks I kept talking with various animals and plants in the language of nature along the way, asking for the way to the horse tribe. Harry and the 3 were also secretly surprised. Whenever there was a fork in the road ahead, Marks I would approach a tree, a flower, and sometimes look at some magical creatures unique to the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 319 Surprise. Then, in a short while, Marks I can point out the next path, and it can't be more godly. The 4 soon approached the horse tribe, and even far away they could see many horse people, working and talking around the tribe. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the horse race from a distance. Although animals and plants can guide the way, because of their low intelligence, many of them are wrong, and they are even vague and difficult to understand. Therefore, Marks I has been driving level 2 spiritual exploration. Every time he encounters a new direction, he will directly sweep over to find his way, and then cooperate with the level 2 language of nature to successfully find it. Even though Marks McClown's mental power level is different from before, he is still a bit burdened after it has been activated for so long. Just when Marks I wanted to regain her spiritual exploration, she suddenly felt an unimaginable and immense magical response coming from somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. This magical reaction is the greatest magical energy that Marks I has experienced since entering Hogwarts, except for Dumbledore. But this level of magic power seems to be somewhat different from the magic power of creatures. It seems to be the power generated by a certain ritual or magic circle. Marks McClown immediately realized that something was wrong, and waved his hand to signal the 3 Harry to squat down. Plus cool, Tiger. Harry and Hermione squatted down extremely obediently, and Ron also squatted reluctantly on the ground. Marks McClown closed his eyes, increased the intensity and scope of his spiritual exploration, trying to explore what that unimaginable magical reaction was. There were 4 breaths in the information feedback from Marks McClown's spiritual exploration. They were 3 males and 1 female. Their breaths were very weird. They were a race that Marks McClown had never contacted before. Through spiritual exploration, Marks McClown carefully observed the feedback images. But Marks McClown was surprised. Those are 4 people whose appearance is almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans, but they have 2 special places, pointed ears, and constantly showing sharp teeth when speaking, plus the pale faces of 4 people. Vampire. The 3 words immediately appeared in Marks McClown's heart. It wouldn't be a coincidence. Marks McClown frowned. As soon as I decided to come to the Forbidden Forest, the vampires jumped out. The 4 vampires didn't know why they looked a little embarrassed at this time, and they were talking nervously. One of the male vampires suddenly frowned, staring directly in the direction of Marks I, as if he had noticed something. Cool tiger, Marks McClown was taken aback, and he found that the vampire obviously felt his own spiritual exploration. This is the first time Marks McClown was discovered in his spiritual exploration. You must know Marks McClown's spiritual exploration, but even a person like Voldemort can be fooled. How could he be discovered suddenly? But unable to tolerate Marks McClown's thinking, he suddenly discovered an extremely evil aura, which began to erode the spiritual power he had spread out. Oops. Marks McClown hurriedly withdrew her mental power. In order to withdraw her mental power more quickly, Marks McClown simultaneously fought back a mental shock against the evil aura that eroded her mental power. Perhaps the male vampire hadn't considered that Marks McClown would suddenly launch a mental attack. So Marks McClown recovered her mental power very easily and quickly shut down her spiritual exploration. The male vampire in the distance was attentive and wanted to see who was so bold and dared to spy on them with mental power, who knew that a ferocious mental shockwave hit his mental power directly. The male vampire trembled all over, his eyes, ears, nose and nose quickly overflowed with black blood, and fell directly to the ground, almost fainting. Jones. What's wrong with you? Another male vampire. York immediately held on to the vampire named Jones. Jones slowly recovered his senses, ignored York, and said to the female vampire, Master Lilith, have you noticed it? Lilith nodded, looking in Mark's eyes direction with a thoughtful expression on her face. The last male vampire bowed, frowned and said, Jones, what's going on? Why are you suddenly injured? Find flowers. Jones said, I just noticed a very powerful mental power peeping at us, and then this spiritual power directly impacted my spiritual power and hit me badly. Abd and York looked at each other and both saw each other's shock. York said, you are a famous spiritual master of my clan. How can you lose to others in spiritual power? No, I am not losing on the strength of my mental power, but Jones looked at Lilith and said, Master Lilith, have you heard of this kind of magic? Actually able to make such a high-intensity precision attack with mental power. This is not something ordinary people can do. Lilith shook her head and said, I have never heard of this kind of spell, but I feel this terrifying mental power. Fortunately, it was Jones who was attacked just now. If it is Abd or York, your mental power, if you are not strong than Johnsy, you may pass out directly. With a shocked look on York's face, while he was afraid, he was also thankful that his mental power was not strong enough, and he did not notice the enemy's spiritual exploration, so he was saved from being attacked. York said, but this man's mental power is too terrifying. If according to Master Lilith, wouldn't it be that he is really targeting us, and I and Abode can't resist it at all? And if you pass out in a coma on the battlefield, you will be killed directly. But Abode said, impossible. I am the strongest fighter of my clan. I have fought for my clan for so many years before. Death has not taken my life. How could this person hurt me? Jones said coldly, whether you are good or I am good in spirit. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Chapter 320, Trial in the Holy Land. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Lilith said coldly, shut up. Seeing Lilith's anger, the two immediately did not dare to speak anymore. Even if Lilith's identity was, they did not dare to provoke. Lilith looked at York and said, Yokef, you are one of the wisest people in my clan. Can you tell where that person came from? York smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, my wisdom can only be used for marching and warfare or academic purposes. I am not as good as Jones for this kind of thing. Lilith sighed slightly, and the three people standing in front of her were all the famous powers of the vampire family. Obviously, not long ago, they had just dealt with a tricky enemy, and they did not expect to encounter such a terrifying new enemy of May 17th so soon. Marks McClown, what's the matter with you? Hermione looked at Mark's eye with concern. Mark's eye closed her eyes just now, and then opened it as if she was taken aback, frightening all three of Harry. Marks McClown shook his head faintly, indicating that he had no problem, and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the horse tribe first." Harry and the three all showed puzzled expressions. Marks McClown's performance was a bit abnormal just now, but they thought that they had promised to follow Marks McClown's command, so they still didn't talk much, and honestly followed Marks McClown. The four of Mark's Eye slowly approached the Marant tribe. The Marant tribe is actually a very large village. It looks simple, and it looks like a mole countryside. You can see stone mills and wells everywhere, and the horsemen are still living a comparison primitive life. The Marks Eye four did not deliberately hide their figure, and were soon discovered by the horsemen of the horse tribe. The burly horses gathered around. The horses have human heads and torso, but the limbs are horse limbs. They are very tall and strong. They have various cold weapons in their hands, like bows and arrows, spears, and wooden shields. Something like that. Watching Marks Eye four people vigilantly. Hermione subconsciously hid behind Marks McClown, while Harry and Ron looked at the burly horseman with fear. "Four little ponies. What are you doing here?" a male strong horseman in the lead shouted loudly, and Hermione immediately tightened Marks Eye's clothes. Marks McClown looked around at the horsemen who were surrounding him, and said lightly, "Is Firenze here?" The strong horseman suddenly raised his strong horseshoes, making a gesture to kick Marks McClown's face, and Marks McClown coldly watched the horseman's horseshoe fall very close to his face, without blinking his eyes. "Bane, what are you doing?" A familiar voice came from a distance, Firenze's voice. Marks McClown turned his head and looked. It was indeed Firenze, who ran out angrily and said, "Bane, we don't hurt little pony. Do you still want to make trouble for the horse people?" When the horseman called Bane saw Firenze, his face suddenly sank and said, "Firenze, did you bring these people back?" Firenze was very surprised when he saw Marks Eye and Harry's sudden visit. Firenze ignored Bane and went straight to Marks Eye and said, "Bane didn't hurt you just now, right?" Marks McClown slowly shook his head. Firenze turned his head and gave Bane a fierce look. Bane snorted unwillingly. Firenze turned his head and said to Marks Eye, "Why did you find this place? This is not where you humans should come. Hurry up, let's go back." Bane yelled, "A trivial human would break into us casually. How can they want to leave if it is so cheap?" Firenze whispered, "You hurry up, I'll help you here." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "We are not going. I found here specifically because I want to challenge your horse tribe's holy ground trial." Marks McClown's words reached the ears of all the horse races present, and the horses were taken aback at the same time, and immediately burst into laughter. Bane especially laughed arrogantly and said, "Have I heard wrong? A human pony is coming to challenge our Holy Land trial?" Firenze smiled bitterly. "Marks McClown, stop making trouble. Go quickly, otherwise I won't be able to guarantee your safety for a while." Firenze remembered that he had encountered Marks Eye in the Forbidden Forest 2 years ago, but he said it to Marks Eye casually. He didn't expect Marks Eye to take it seriously, and he really came to the door. "This is not easy." Marks McClown frowned slightly and said, "Didn't I say that? I want to challenge your Holy Land trial." Bane laughed and said, "Boy, are you stupid, or that human children have such a low IQ? The Holy Land trial is the most sacred and inviolable thing of our race. Do you challenge it when you want to challenge it? But in terms of your amusement, I can let you go once." A muscular horseman beside Bane laughed. "Little boy, even Fainley, the horse warrior with the greatest strength of the horse race, can't challenge the Holy Land trial. Why do you want to challenge?" "Looking for abuse." Firenze smiled bitterly and said, "Marks McClown, I told you about this before. Can I count it as a mistake?" "The Holy Land trial is not a simple matter. I think the patriarch of our race, Rinsei, is the strongest of our horse race, but he still lost in the Holy Ground trial. And hundreds of years ago, a talented senior of our race was still in the Holy Ground. In the trial, you suffered a heavy blow, and you couldn't stop it. The Holy Land trial is really not as simple as you think." 5.2 inches. A horseman stepped forward with disdain and looked up at Mark's eye. His breath was sprayed directly on Mark's eye's face, and he said coldly, "Smelly boy, are you here to insult our horse people? Just you with such a body, all the newborn ponies of our clan can abuse you blood. What kind of thing are you?" Firenze frowned and said, "Enzel, you go far." The horseman, known as Enzel, gave a fierce puck, and returned to Bane and Fainley. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 321, Deliberately Make Things Difficult. Firenze explained, "He is the son of my clan elder, and he is a bit arrogant on weekdays, but his father does have a position in the clan. Don't care about him!" Hash. Ha, Firenze, are you going to become a slave to mankind? Marks McClown looked at the horseman who was constantly mocking him with cold eyes, and did not speak. Harry and Ron had already started to retreat at this time. In front of these tall horsemen, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Any horseman could step forward and overturn them. Where would they dare to stay? Here. Harry whispered, "Mr. Marks, let's go. We won't let us try depending on how they look." Ron mumbled, "That's it." Hermione also clutched Marks McClown's clothes tightly in fear, but she did not say anything to stop Marks McClown. She always felt that Marks McClown had her own plans and would not act rashly. Marks McClown said coldly, "Then what do you have to do to admit that I am qualified for the trial?" The horses burst into laughter again, as if Marks McClown told a huge joke. 11, and couldn't stop laughing. Firenze wanted to stop the laughing horseman, but thinking of Marks McClown's naivety and ignorance was indeed a bit too much, and had to stand awkwardly. Bane stepped forward and sneered, "Want to be the one we identify with? It's very simple. As long as you prove that you are the person of destiny heralded by the stars, won't everything be solved?" Marks McClown did remember that when Firenze told him about this 2 years ago, he also mentioned the fate of the stars heralded. Firenze hurriedly said, "The person who really confirms whether it is the destiny predicted by the stars is the test in the trial, not the qualification for the current trial." "Don't talk nonsense," Bane disdainfully said. "Anyway, the fate of the stars will not be this kid." Fainley swaggered out and said, "Our horse race admires the brave." "Of course, only the brave we recognize can participate in the Holy Land trial." Many members of the horse race looked at Fainley in admiration, and talked a lot. They respected Fainley's performance. Even Firenze took a step back and gave way to Fainley. In fact, Finley, as he said earlier, is the most powerful person in the horse race, and his muscles are the best testimony. Not to mention ordinary human beings, even if it is a strong fellow of the same race, he can overturn two at will with one hand, showing the strength. Cool tiger, in the horse race that respects the strong, Finley is the first warrior, and of course it is also one of the most respected objects of the whole race. Marks McClown didn't seem to notice these questions, and continued to ask, "Then how can you become a recognized warrior?" Marks McClown looked at Fainley faintly, without any fluctuations in his eyes. Even if Fainley was recognized as the #1 warrior of the horse race, in Mark's eyes thoughts, the challenge of the horse tribe is nothing more than a challenge to some dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest. After all, the horse people advocate martial arts, and there are a variety of powerful creatures in the Forbidden Forest. The probability of challenging dangerous creatures is their criteria for evaluating warriors. Finley looked at Marks McClown contemptuously and said, "You humans are the race I despise the most. You have no physique and strength. You will only speculate on what magic and what machinery to build, which is innocent trash." Marks McClown squinted dangerously and looked at Finley coldly. Firenze heard Fainley's expressions without any concealment, and his expression became very ugly. Finley pointed to Marks McClown's nose and said with disdain, "Want to be a warrior recognized by my clan? That's very simple. Fight alone with the warriors of our horse race. But the premise is that you can't use any magic, or magic props." The expressions of the three Harry changed as soon as Fainley's voice fell. "What an international joke. You are horses, and you are shameless than fighting humans. Fienz's face also sank, and Feinless' request was too shameless, even if Firenze was a member of the horse race. He couldn't stand such an unfair matchup. You know, the horse race is one of the most recognized strong races in the world. If you compete with your body, few races can compete with the horse race, let alone human. And the most important thing is that Mark-Sai and the others are still little horses among humans, and their physical strength is not even as good as that of adults. Marx McClown took a deep breath, and now he finally knew why, after the trial was closed, no potion master could pass the trial of the Holy Land, even Dumbledore. It turns out that this horse race does not recognize humans at all, and there are such strict conditions. This first step is enough to push the vast majority of humans out of the threshold. We must know that even Dumbledore, without using Magic 620 and magic props, is just a bad old man. How can he beat the horseman's strongest warrior? Hermione's face was pale. She had already heard the horse race's rejection of humans, so she pulled Mark-Sai's skirts and whispered, "They are embarrassing you. Don't challenge you anymore. What if something goes wrong?" Harry also leaned into Mark-Sai's ear and said, "Mr. Marks, there is no need to smash them. They are too much." Ron took a few steps back, hiding behind Harry. As long as he saw the scary muscles on the horseman, he would not dare to talk nonsense. Listening to Hermione and Harry's caring words about herself, Marx McClown had another thought in her heart. If the horse people really make things difficult for humans, then with the existing physical fitness of human beings, they will never be able to participate in the Holy Land trial, and the conditions of the horse people are too harsh. P.S. Seeking flowers, comments, tips and automatic subscriptions. Chapter 322, Marx McClown's Concerns. But Marx McClown is different. He has a level 4 body. This is also the reason why Marx McClown still has the courage to stand here. Marx McClown's existing physical fitness can be said to be standing at the pinnacle of mankind. If the average person only relies on training, just like an athlete, they will only become stronger and stronger in certain directions. Just like the special soldier Wang Bai cannot run the Olympic champion, but the Olympic champion is not as good as the special soldier Wang. Each kind of training focuses on different points, as well as the differences between athletes. But Mark-Sai uses the division system to upgrade his body, which means that any aspect of his body will reach level 4 together on average the peak of humanity. In this world, it is difficult for anyone to surpass Mark-Sai in terms of physical fitness. If you want to help mankind get the admission ticket to the Holy Land trial of the horse race, Mark-Sai must take this battle, and Mark-Sai is also the most promising human being. This duel, I agree. The faint words came from Marx McClown's mouth. But the words were not loud, but everyone closed their mouths and looked at Marx McClown in shock. Did they hear me right? This human child who is as thin as a piece of paper actually wants to challenge the warriors of the horse race? Firenze immediately took the first 2 steps and looked at Marx McClown seriously. You hurry up and take back your words. This is not a joke. Hermione also grabbed Marx McClown's hand anxiously. Hermione knew that Marx McClown would not shrink back as long as she made a decision, but this decision is clearly the most unwise decision Marx McClown made. This is 100% impossible. Harry looked at Mark-Sai in shock, sighed slightly, and took a step back slowly. Harry also knew Marx McClown's character, but Harry didn't stop Marx McClown anymore, because Harry felt that he would never have the courage of his idol, and now he can only respect Marx McClown's decision. Firenze stared at Marx McClown stubbornly, expecting Marx McClown to show a joking expression, then admitted that he was joking just now, and then immediately apologized and left here. However, Marx McClown didn't. Instead, he calmly stepped forward and said, "Don't think I will definitely lose. On the contrary, I may be the man who is most hopeful of winning this duel." Fienze's expression collapsed immediately, and he could no longer imagine how tragic Marx McClown would be to be abused by Finley. The other horsemen also showed shocked expressions. In their opinion, It was impossible for Marks McClown to defeat any horseman. But Marks McClown's courage, this momentum has already calmed them. If it were placed on them, they would never dare to agree to such a battle of disparity in strength. But now Marks McClown's performance has already won their respect to a certain extent. Finley said with a sullen face, "Since this is a duel, then there is no life and death. I measure you as a pony, and I don't want to bully you, so I give you a chance. You can choose one of my people here. In a duel, you can't fight anyone anyway." When Harry and the others heard Marks McClown's words, they understood that this duel was inevitable, and Hermione had to let go of Marks McClown's clothes, taking a step back with tears in her eyes like Harry, silently praying that Merlin would bless Marks McClown. Ron looked at Marks McClown in shock. He never expected that Marks McClown would really take up this challenge. However, Ron's heart was full of ecstasy. No matter how you look at this duel, Marks McClown would never be able to defeat the horseman. From Ron's point of view, Marks McClown's stepping out now was just an impulse, a human face impulse. The thought of Mark's eye, who usually doesn't care about anything, would soon be bloody abused. Ron felt unspeakably happy. Marks McClown suddenly remembered a question and said, "Wait a minute, I have a question to ask." Finley said angrily, "Is there any nonsense to say? Is it to delay the time of being killed?" Marks McClown ignored the angry Finley and asked, "If I can participate in the Holy Land trial, can my 3 friends bring it in?" Bane immediately said, "Of course not. Only those who are recognized by us are qualified to challenge the Holy Land trial. They are not recognized by us, so why can they enter?" Marks McClown looked at Firenze. Firenze nodded helplessly, indicating that Bane was right. Marks McClown was a bit distressed now. He used spiritual exploration to see vampires haunting nearby, and he didn't know if the vampires were targeting horse tribes. If it was a horse tribe, wouldn't Hermione and the others be very dangerous? Marks McClown hesitated for a while and said, "Then can you help me protect my 3 friends?" Unexpectedly, as soon as the words fell, the other horseman immediately boiled, pointing at Mark's eye and shouting, "Why should we horses have to protect you humans? The horseman is free, not the slave of your wizard." "McClowns, we are much higher than humans." Firenze shook his head. He originally wanted to agree to Mark's eye's irrelevant request. He didn't think anyone could hurt Harry in the horse tribe. "But I didn't think one day that the resistance of the people to humans has reached this level, thinking that temporarily protecting humans is a challenge to the dignity of horse people." Bane coldly shouted, "Don't even think about it. Our horse races are not slaves of your humans. Why should we protect you for no reason? If we don't harm them, we are already the best we can do. Protect them. It's just a delusion." Marks McClown pondered for a moment and said, "Then if I defeat your number 1 warrior, I will also say that I have become your number 1 warrior. I wonder if there is any thin noodles that can bring them." Chapter 323, The Soul of the Horse Race. After Marks McClown said this sentence, the horse race began to laugh. They were quite amazed at Marks McClown's courage just now. Who knew that Marks McClown would directly say that he wanted to challenge the first warrior, and he didn't know whether he was courageous or too arrogant and stupid. Finley sneered and said, "The first warrior is extremely respected in the clan. If you become our first warrior, then these small conditions are naturally no problem. But let me tell you, what you said is just yours. It's just a fantasy." "Very good." Marks McClown nodded and said, "Then I will choose you, and I will fight you." Marks McClown's understatement made Finley an instant urge to go crazy. For Finley, this is undoubtedly Marks McClown's mockery of him. Even their weakest human child can challenge the strongest warrior of the horse race. What a provocation! What a disregard! I must give this child who insulted myself and insulted the horse tribe fiercely. Everyone was stunned. It was unexpected that Marks McClown would really challenge Finley, the first warrior of the horse race. This is really the rhythm of death. Fane used his strong horseshoe to kick the ground fiercely, splashing a cloud of dust, and said angrily, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. 577. Marks McClown smiled slightly and strode forward and said, "Come on, let me feel the power of your horse race." Finley's face sank, carrying a huge axe, slowly approaching Mark's eye, with a fierce light in his eyes. Marks McClown's challenge to him in public has already made him very embarrassed. He felt that this was Marks McClown's contempt for him, and it was also the provocation of mankind to the horse race. He could not easily let Marks McClown go. Marks McClown said lightly, "Do you want to use weapons?" Finley raised his head and said, "Weapons are the soul of our horse people. Weapons are in horse people. How can we be called a brave and fearless horse people without weapons?" Marks McClown nodded and said, "If that's the case, I can't justify myself without a weapon, right?" Finley laughed disdainfully and said, "What kind of weapon do you use for a pony? Give you a dagger? You may not even be able to handle it." Marks McClown put her hands on her chest and looked at Finley indifferently. Finley glanced at Mark's eye coldly and shouted, "BBFF, come on, give him a weapon, I want to see if he can lift it up." The horse people burst into laughter, and suddenly a huge knife flew out of the horse people, spinning in the air, cutting through the air and making a piercing sound. Plus cool, Tiger. Bane smiled and said, "Come on, little pony, let us see your strength." Just now, this big knife flew out of Bane's hands. Even among the horse people, this big knife is already a heavy weapon. Bane felt that it was impossible for Marks McClown to pick it up, so he threw this giant sword out. Harry and the three of them turned pale immediately, and this giant sword felt heavier at first sight, let alone go on. "I am afraid that even trying to pick it up has a problem." Seeing the big knife whizzing in the air and flying towards Mark's eye, an inexplicable pressure forced the three of Harry to step back. Fienz's face also sank, and he was about to step forward to catch this giant sword. He also felt that Marks McClown could not catch it. "Marks McClown, go back!" Hermione screamed even more. It turned out that Mark's eye was still standing there, without any movement, as if she hadn't seen the giant sword whizzing towards him. Finley sneered contemptuously. He felt that Marks McClown must be scared stupid. That's fine. If Marks McClown was directly killed by a big knife, it would save him having to take action against Little Pony, which would stigmatize the title of the first warrior. However, the next moment, Marks McClown made a light leap, and before Firenze, he firmly grasped the hilt of the giant sword in midair. Then he stepped back to the ground heavily, and everyone around felt the ground tremble slightly. It's the weight of this big knife. From the moment Marks McClown took the big knife in his hand, he felt the weight of this huge knife. This is definitely not an ordinary human, or even an ordinary horseman that can lift it. It is estimated that the horseman tribe requires a very powerful tribe to use this giant sword. Marks McClown looked at the giant sword, with various ferocious beasts depicted on it. The sharp blade was glowing with cold light. The entire sword was very tall, almost as tall as Marks McClown's height. Bane saw that Marks McClown caught the giant sword without changing his face. His face sank, but he didn't say anything. This big knife was originally a symbol of his status. He threw it out to humiliate Marks McClown after thinking that it was impossible for Marks McClown to catch it. Who knew Marks McClown simply caught it. Finley's face was also not good looking. I didn't expect that this human still had some strength. This had to make Finley pay more attention to it. Harry was already dumbfounded at this time. When the sword flew over, he felt the strong pressure of the sword. How could such a sword be able to catch it? Harry guessed that he had just insisted on picking it up, and he might have been smashed into a paralyzed body. Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. She was used to Marks McClown's constant miracles. In her mind, Marks McClown was already a miracle-like existence itself. Ron really looked pale, and Marks McClown's constant strength showed Ron all fear. At the same time, Ron's inner resentment towards Marks McClown is even stronger. "So why do you have such a strong strength, but I don't? As long as I can have the same strength as you, I will definitely do better and better than you." Ron kept comforting himself in his heart. Firenze looked at Mark's eye seriously and said, "Mark's eye, are you okay?" Don't hold on and let it go. Chapter 324 Strong Enemy. Marks McClown shook his head slightly. Although this broadsword was very heavy, it was still acceptable to Marks McClown. Plus cool, Tiger. If it were a mole knife, he would not be used to it. Because those knives are too light, it's easier to handle the heavy ones like this. Marks McClown raised the giant sword and stood upright in front of her, suddenly slashed. The strong blade wind swept across Fainless's face, and the land in front of Mark's eye also raised dust for a while. Then Marks McClown turned around and hacked again. Leap forward and slash with a big sword! Mabued back to the knife to hit. Clouds of dust rose up, surrounding Mark's eye as the core. The giant sword seemed to have lost its weight in Mark's eye's hand. Various sword techniques were constantly changing in Mark's eye's hand, and all kinds of wonderful sword skills were displayed in front of everyone. The three of Harry were dumbfounded. Ron had never seen a knife playing so much. Although Harry and Hermione couldn't understand either, Mark's eye's stubborn knife skills let them know that this is something called Kung Fu from the Mole world. When did Mark's eye learn this? Although I haven't learned this size of swordsmanship specifically, the methods of using weapons in special forces are all compatible with each other. Marks McClown muttered to herself and nodded, turning back soon after the knife trial. Cool, Tiger. The giant sword swung back to him, and the dust that was raised fell to the ground, as if nothing happened just now. Finley, Bane and other horse racers were completely stunned. Marks McClown was able to hold the giant sword firmly and surprised them very much. Now he is still playing such a cool sword technique. In their impression, the knife is just a way for them to compare strength. Two horsemen hack each other with knives. Even if whoever loses the strength, there are so many fancy. Firenze was stunned and asked, "You ... what are you?" Marks McClown shook his head with a faint smile. Of course, this was the sword skill he had learned from that ace special soldier before. It was just a test of combining other fighting skills. Finley also slammed the giant axe in his hand on the ground, and the ground made a buzzing, trembling sound. Finley yelled, "Get something fancy. Come on. Let's do it." Marks McClown held the knife in one hand and placed it in the direction of her right hand, and said lightly, "Please advise." Finley roared, raised his huge battle axe, and rushed towards Mark's eye. His four powerful horse hooves stepped heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Firenze evaded immediately. The horse race's duel was sacred and inviolable. Although he was worried about Marks McClown's safety, since Marks McClown had already taken the duel, he had no reason to interfere. The three of Harry looked at Finley, who charged, all showing fearful expressions. Obviously it is a charge of a horseman, but it gives people a tragic killing intent of a galloping army. Finley seems to be rushing to the battlefield with a determination to die. This is the momentum that people who have gone through many battles will have. Marks McClown suppressed all the expressions on his face, and only Finley, who charged at him, remained in his eyes. He knows that the horse race is strong and powerful. Finley must have his reason as its first warrior, and Marks McClown must not relax a little. Charge up, return to the knife, block. Marks McClown held the giant sword horizontally in front of her. Her grim face was indescribably serious. In a master confrontation, you must first find out the details of the opponent. Of course, Mark's eye can avoid Finley's charge with her own speed, but Mark's eye must figure out how far he is from Finley's power. This is also Mark's eye's hard resistance. Reason. Finley raised that huge battle axe high, and the battle axe radiated a dazzling light under the shining of the sun, making it difficult for people to distinguish where the sun is from the knife. Finley did not know how many enemies he had captured using this little technique. Usually, the enemies who were unknown to him would have been divided into two by the time the blade was cleared. Firenze closed his eyes, and from Finley's attack, he already knew that Finley had no reservations, and that it was a killer move. He didn't want to see Mark's eye being split in half. Find flowers. Middle dot. Thinking of Mark's eye's death in the hands of the horseman again, Hogwarts would definitely not give up, and at that time it would only have more headaches, and Firenze had to silently pray that a miracle would happen. Hermione was covering her face and peeking at Marksi's situation through the gap between her fingers. She was also extremely nervous, for fear that Marksi would be cut in half like a piece of paper. Glang! The harsh sound of metal collision stimulated the eardrums of everyone present. Finless' huge battle axe smashed Marks McClown's giant sword. Marks McClown stomped on the ground, but the huge impact force still forced Marks McClown to move a certain distance back. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Marks McClown's body. Marks McClown stepped steadily, let out a sigh of relief, and looked at Finley lightly. Marks McClown blocked Finless' attack. The horses made noisy noises and talked a lot. They had also learned about Finley's offensive. The average horseman simply couldn't bear Finley's terrifying power. However, they were too strong in their impression to be on a powerful offensive, but they were blocked by a thin human child. Bane's eyes were also slightly narrowed, and he already felt something wrong. He had deeply understood Finley's strength, and Finley could not keep a hand to this human who despised the horse tribe, which means that this human child really has a strong strength. Harry opened his mouth wide and didn't close it for a long time. Maybe he didn't even realize this. The shock Marks McClown gave him today is really too great. This is the first time Harry has witnessed Marks McClown's superpower besides magic power. Chapter 325. The Light of Counterattack. Hermione also released her hand covering her eyes, leaving Marksi alone in her eyes. Hermione's mind was blank at this time. She could only stare at Marksi in a daze. Ron clenched his fists tightly. At the moment Finley swung his axe down, Ron almost couldn't help howl of ecstasy. That battle axe is really terrifying. Marks McClown will definitely be split in half. How could it be possible, and how could it be blocked? Damn it. Ron kept cursing Finley as a useless, verbal futility. At the same time, Ron had a deeper fear of Marks McClown's strength, and he secretly made up his mind not to fight Marks McClown even if he killed him. This would make him even more tragic than 593 deaths under magic. Marks McClown looked at Finley lightly, but his heart was already overwhelmed. Even though Finley's assault was blocked by Marks McClown just now, Marks McClown had already exploded with all the strength of his body, and was able to stop it. As the #1 warrior of the horse race, Finley cannot be underestimated. In terms of strength, Marks McClown had to admit that he was not even Faye's opponent. Finley stared at Marks McClown's eyes at close range. The most shocking person in the presence was undoubtedly Finley, who was fighting Marks McClown. Cool Tiger, even if he was killed, Marks McClown could actually block his attack. This is something that has never been possible for a human, but it happened to a human child. This is a great shame for Finley, a lifetime shame. Finley roared, raised his battle axe high, and hacked it again without saying a word. He wants to split this nasty human alive in half. He can't control Hogwarts or the agreement between the wizard and the horseman. The huge battle axe made a violent sound of breaking the wind and slashed towards Marksi. This time Marks McClown didn't choose to fight hard. Marks McClown already knew that Finley's power was above him, and hard resistance did no good to Marks McClown. Marks McClown turned over flexibly and easily avoided Finley's great axe. Finley's giant axe hit the ground heavily, and an obvious crack appeared on the heavy ground, splashing dazzling sparks. The horses booed, and the horses admired their warriors, but the warriors advocated by the horses refer to their warriors who fight to the death and fight to the end. Although they are not disgusted with avoiding attacks from others, they also dislike them. Finley's reaction was not unpleasant. He quickly drew out the battle axe stuck on the ground, and slashed in the direction of Marksi, avoiding it. Marks McClown didn't expect Finley's huge body, but his reaction power was not slow at all, so he had to lean back as hard as he could, avoiding the crosscut of the battle axe dangerously, but a corner of his wizard's robe was directly cut. Marks McClown jumped away and kept a safe distance from Finley. Finley looked at Marksi jokingly, as if saying something in his eyes. Afraid, Marks McClown glanced at Finley indifferently, inserted the giant sword into the ground, and slowly opened the wizard robe that was draped on her body. The wide wizard robe was extremely inconvenient in this kind of hand-to-hand combat. Seeing Mark's eye piercing the big knife on the ground, Finley did not rush to attack. Attacking an unarmed person is not an honor for the horse race. Marks McClown took off the large wizard robe and threw it to Hermione, who was still shocked, revealing a capable shirt. Hermione was stunned for a moment to react, and hurriedly caught Mark's eye's wizard robe and hugged it to her chest. Smelling the smell of Mark's eye on the wizard's robes, Hermione's originally rigid emotions slowly eased, and her uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Marks McClown held the giant sword again and said, this time I'm attacking. Marks McClown has already confirmed one thing after initial fights as the first warrior of the horse race. Finley is slightly stronger than himself in strength and response. But Marks McClown was not discouraged, because Marks McClown's physical fitness was strong in all respects. Unlike Finley, who was only stronger than strength and reaction, this gave Marks McClown a great opportunity to fight back. Marks McClown held the giant sword, using the ghostly figure, controlled the sword to attack Finley's ribs. Finley reacted immediately, with a huge battle axe lying across his ribs. Finley was confident that Marks McClown would not have any chance of successful attack. Marks McClown's big knife hit Finley's giant axe heavily. Finley showed a scornful smile. Wanting to compete with me? Your little pony is far away. Just when Finley shook his battle axe fiercely, trying to use his strength to bounce back the strength passed by Mark's eye's sword, Mark's eye's sword disappeared. Finley slammed his battle axe fiercely. The lack of an object made Finley very uncomfortable, and he had to stifle his strength. Didn't Marks McClown hit her battle axe with a big sword? Why did she suddenly disappear? It turned out that Mark's eye's goal was not to attack Finley's ribs, but to pass through Finley. When Mark's eye's big knife was placed on Finley's battle axe, Mark's eye had already bent his knees halfway and went straight into it. Finley's lower body and limbs. At the same time, Marks McClown grabbed his big knife and slid behind Finley, and Finley naturally lost Marks McClown, the subject of stress. Marks McClown slid behind Finley, without hesitation, directly slashed at Fen 5.7's upper body. If this knife really slashed Finley, I am afraid that Finley, the first warrior of the horse race, will be divided directly. Many horsemen screamed in horror. As horsemen, they certainly supported Finley, but at the same time they could only be anxious and could not interfere in the sacred duel between them. Bane and Firenze responded mediocre. They knew Finley's strength, and Finley could not lose by this trick. Chapter 326, The Decision to Die Together. Finley can become the first warrior of the horse race. Of course, not a brainless person. On the contrary, Finley is very smart. The moment he counterattacked, he knew he had made a mistake, and any mistake on the battlefield would cause him to lose his life. The moment Finley knew that he had made a mistake, he didn't think about how to avoid the enemy's killing attack, but how to die with the enemy. This is the dignity of their horse race. Finley raised his hind limbs directly at an extremely fast speed, and kicked directly towards Marks McClown's chest with the feeling. Finley's experience in battles could have made Finley no choice mistakes, and his powerful hind limbs pointed directly at Marks McClown's chest. As long as Marks McClown continues to cut down, Finley's hind limbs will directly kick Marks McClown's chest. Marks McClown didn't expect Finley to react so quickly. Seeing Finley's powerful hind limbs kicked at him with the sound of breaking wind, of course Marks McClown would not fight for his life, so she had to take advantage of the trend. But while avoiding Finley's kicking skills, he also had to give up his mortal blow against Finley. All the people present at 11 were frightened. If Marks McClown hadn't given up the killing blow in the end, I am afraid that what appeared to him now were two hot bodies. Finley broke out in a cold sweat, leapt a few steps quickly, staring at Marks McClown, and he almost capsized in the gutter just now. Marks McClown also looked at Finley seriously. Finley's strength and response were indeed beyond his expectations, but he also grasped Finley's shortcomings and was not flexible enough to allow him to take advantage of it. Machine. The three of Harry saw sweaty palms. Seeing Mark-Sai and Finley confronted twice, the two of them calculated each other, and no one immediately fell in the wind. Firenze looked at Marks McClown nervously. On the one hand, he hoped that Marks McClown would not be hurt, but on the other hand, he did not want Finley to be defeated as the strongest warrior of the horse race. His heart was very contradictory. Bane didn't dare to underestimate Mark-Sai at this time. This unassuming human child undoubtedly hides extremely powerful strength, which is completely worthy of a battle with Finley. The other horsemen also saw this. Watching these two people silently, Marks McClown's strength could no longer tolerate them to laugh and sneer. Come again. Marks McClown slammed his knife, and the giant sword fell from the sky and slashed towards Finley's head. Finley raised his battle axe. His grim face was unspeakably serious, facing Marks McClown's broadsword. When Finley waved his battle axe and slashed to Marks McClown's waist, Marks McClown twisted and avoided with extreme difficulty, slashed with a backhand knife. Finley dodged sideways. Marks McClown used her flexible body to wander around Finley, unpredictably with a big knife. Finley was not to be outdone. The huge battle axe was swung screaming, and it appeared as a metal protective net all over him, and from time to time, he cleaved a tricky axe toward Mark-Sai, making Mark-Sai caught off guard. One man and one horse actually fought vigorously, and you attacked me and defended, or I attacked you and defended, and the battles were all at once. Finley's attack method is not fixed. It is the fighting method he has learned from various large and small battles. There is no doubt that he is a wild genius, and Mark-Sai uses the military fighting essence taught by the Ace Special Forces. There is no fancy, deadly swords and knives, unpretentious but also full of murderous intent. With the help of perfect control, every trick is perfected to the extreme. None of the people present made a sound to disturb the battle, as if any noise was a defilement to the duel. The Ma people quietly watched Mark-Sai wielding a big knife, with admiration in his eyes. Even Bane no longer looked down upon Marks McClown before, and the strength Marks McClown showed at this time has completely conquered their hearts. Whether Marks McClown wins or loses in this duel, Marks McClown has already become their object of respect. Firenze stared at the flying cloud knight in shock, full of admiration. He didn't expect Marks McClown to be able to pick up a giant sword. He didn't expect Marks McClown to be able to fight Finley hard. He didn't expect Marks McClown to be able to fight Finley for so long. Maybe he hadn't expected that Marks McClown could defeat Finley. The whole body trembled when he thought of this. Firenze, for some reason, he just thought that his idea would come true. Harry and the three were numb in shock. Mark-Sai's knife skills opened their eyes, and they finally knew why Mark-Sai was so powerful. Even when Marks McClown's own magic power is so terrifying, she still trains her body like this. How could such a person not be strong? Such a person can go against the sky. Marks McClown continued to wield the giant sword, taking advantage of her petite body, wandering around Finley's body flexibly, constantly attacking and defending, keeping her breathing at a constant speed. Wielding this heavy Shin 557 sword for so long is also a challenge to Marks McClown, so Marks McClown must insist on his breathing, not to be disordered. Once disordered, all efforts will be wasted. On the contrary, Finley wielding a huge battle axe is also a huge challenge, but Finley doesn't understand the breathing technique, but just slashes harder, consuming his own strength but completely ignorant. A ray of light flashed in Marks McClown's eyes. Finley had already shown a decadent state. His endurance could no longer hold on. Finley's strength and response are stronger than Marks McClown, so Marks McClown can only play to his own advantages and use his flexible body to constantly wander and attack. But flexibility and agility are not the only advantages of Mark-Sai. Mark-Sai's advantage is also endurance and endurance. After all, Marks McClown's physical fitness has been upgraded, and all aspects have been upgraded together. Compared with this, Finley is certainly not comparable to the fully developed Marks McClown. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking comments, seeking rewards, seeking automatic subscription. Chapter 327. Finley's huge battle axe crossed the afterimage of Marks McClown, and Marks McClown dodges Finley's big axe again. Cool tiger. Finley exhaled a muddy breath, and when he was about to take a deep breath to attack again, Marks McClown realized that the opportunity had come. At this moment, Finley was just leaving the old force, when the new force was not born, and Finley used too much force before. It has caused him to recover his strength for a longer time, and this small gap time is enough for Marks I to do a lot. It's up. Marks McClown raised the giant sword high and cut off at Finley's head, mixed with a violent breaking wind. Finley's expression changed drastically. He realized that Marks McClown was about to attack, but he did not expect that Marks McClown's attacks suddenly became extremely fast. However, Finley is worthy of being the first warrior of the horse race. In this critical moment, an extremely swift response broke out. He immediately turned to the ground, and even had no time to pick up the battle axe in his hand, and hit the ground embarrassedly. Roll. This was the first time Finley was so embarrassed in front of everyone. But Finley was too late to hesitate so much, because he found that Marks McClown's big knife directly turned a vertical slash into a horizontal slash, directly sweeping his body. Finley bent down dangerously to avoid the trajectory of the broadsword, and opened his arms to rush forward and hug Marks I. Marks McClown smiled slightly. Of course, he knew that these attacks could not easily defeat Finley, and Finley's dodge was within his expectation. All his attacks just now were just to make Finley give up his battle axe and then change into the present form on the ground. Immediately after Marks McClown crooked his hand, he slightly changed the direction of the sword, and then let go. Marks McClown has already swung a big knife from vertical chopping to horizontal chopping. This requires great skill and strength, and I am afraid that even Marks McClown will not be able to easily change the direction again. Therefore, Marks McClown decided to throw the big knife out at this time. This is the flying knife technique of special forces, but the small dagger was replaced by an Epson-high giant knife. The giant knife slammed directly at Finley. Finley couldn't hide. He could only watch the sharp giant knife slash over his head. It seems to be over. Finley closed his eyes, and the horse race regarded life and death more seriously. At the moment of life and death, he could only grit his teeth and face death bravely. Many horse people of the horse race screamed and closed their eyes. At this time, what was before them was a cruel fact. Not only would Finley be defeated, but he would also die in the hands of others. They couldn't bear to see this scene. Boom! A dull voice sounded. Finley let out a painful whine, but it was not important, because he found that he was not dead. Finley opened his eyes in surprise, but saw that the giant knife hit the ground just now, and it was the handle of the knife that struck him just now, so he just hit his forehead by the knife handle, and there was nothing serious about it. Marks McClown looked at Finley faintly and said, "The outcome is determined." Finley stared at Marks I blankly. He knew that Marks I must have kept his hand just now. He used some skill when the broadsword was released, which caused the broadsword to rotate when it flew towards him. Finally, the handle hit on his forehead. If Marks McClown didn't keep his hands, Finley might have a giant knife stuck in his head now. Finley sat slumped on the ground, staring at Marks I blankly. He has various conjectures about the outcome of this battle, but they are all based on the fact that he defeated Marks I, and then whether to kill Marks I mercilessly or to use various methods to humiliate Marks I. The problem. But he never expected that he would lose. He lost to a human that he didn't think existed as a pony, and he lost to a human child. Firenze and Bane were also stunned. Although they felt Finley's fatigue just now, Marks McClown and Finley were still at a stalemate. Why did Finley suddenly lose the battle? Still so suddenly. Suddenly they couldn't accept the result. Harry looked at Marks I stupidly, his brain crashing. Marks I won. mankind defeated the horsemen in the army. Although Harry hoped that Marks McClown would win very much in his heart, he felt that it was an extravagant hope that he thought this way. At the moment when Marks McClown really won, he still felt very unreal. Hermione could not contain her excitement and jumped up with cheers. Hermione had always had the kind of blind trust in Marks McClown. Even if Marks McClown said he could destroy the world immediately, Hermione would trust her unconditionally. Compared with Hermione, Harry probably believed more rationally. Unlike Harry and Hermione, Ron completely lost his fighting spirit. He has always been hostile to Marks-I. He always believed that Marks-I's strength was based on his own magical power. But now that Marks McClown has shown such terrifying physical strength, Ron has added a new kind of fear to Marks McClown. I lost. Dry words were spit out from Finley's mouth. Finley slowly climbed up from the ground, looking straight at Marks-I. Although Finley was extremely unwilling in his heart, he did his best to fight Marks McClown. If he loses, he loses. The pride of the horse race does not allow him to deny his failure. Finley lowered his head, which is a kind of respect from the horse race to the winner. Lys, Bane and Firenze were shocked, and also bowed their heads. Even their first warrior admitted that they had failed, and they could only lower their noble heads. All the horsemen bowed their heads one after another to show their respect for Marks McClown. Harry smiled bitterly as he watched all the horsemen change their attitude towards Marks-I. Marks McClown's performance is simply not to the extent that his peers can do it, and not many people in the entire wizarding world can do it. Right? Thinking about being considered by the wizarding world to be a savior, how can he be? Chapter 328, Horseman Elder. Marks McClown didn't care about the respect of the horse race, and said indifferently, "Now I am eligible to participate in your Holy Land trial." Firenze said, "Of course you can. You have defeated Fernley, which means that you have replaced Fernley as the #1 warrior. Participating in the Holy Land trial is nothing at all." As Firenze said, he turned his eyes to Bane, and Bane also felt Firenze's eyes, but Bane didn't look back. He already knew how ridiculous his cynicism towards Marks McClown was before. Marks McClown nodded and said, "Then hurry up, Harry, you follow me." This time, no horseman dared to jump out to stop them. Marks McClown had already won their respect and admiration. Firenze quickly guided Marks-I to the depths of the horse race. "What are we going to do now?" Marks McClown asked. Firenze said, "Now I will lead you to see the elder of our horse race, and he will lead you to the Holy Land." Firenze walked to a small tent in the deepest part of the horse race, and respectfully knelt down and said, "Elder, this is a Cloud Knight from Hogwarts. He just defeated Finley through a challenge. He wants to join me. Trial of the Tribes Holy Land." I know 580 what happened just now. An old voice came from the small tent, and a dry hand opened the curtain of the tent. The light shines in, you can see the simple furnishings inside, and an old-faced horseman walks out of it. The elders of the horse people are very tall. Even if they are old, they can't hide his aura, thinking that when he was young, he should be the first warrior of the horse people. The elder horse said lightly, "Just call me Elder Fick." Marks McClown bowed politely and said, "Elder Fick, hello." Fick looked at Marks McClown and said, "You defeated Finley?" Marks McClown nodded, without adding anything. Fick said, "Firenze, you go back first, let me lead the way next." Firenze nodded and exited Fick's sight very obediently. Fick pointed at the three people behind Marks-I with his dry fingers and said, "Are you sure you want to bring them? They will not help you in your Holy Land trial. On the contrary, they're likely to become your drag oil bottle." The three of Harry looked at each other. Although they knew what Fick said was reasonable, it was indeed uncomfortable to blatantly say that it was dragging the oil bottle. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown said, "McClowns, because I am worried that they will be in danger if they stay here." Fick shook his head, just about to say that they are the base camp of the horse tribe. How could it be dangerous? Marks McClown continued, I should ask Elder Fick to lead the way. Fick glanced at Marks McClown, knowing that Marks McClown's heart was determined, and walked directly in front of him, beckoning the four of them to follow him. Fick walked slowly, Marks' four unhurriedly followed behind, and a group of 5 quickly climbed over a mountain range behind the horse tribe. Marks McClown has been paying attention to the changes in the surroundings. The mountains behind the horse tribe are not surprising, but once they climbed over, the surrounding environment slowly changed. There were many very rare magical plants around, and even the knowledgeable Hermione had watched them for a while, let alone Harry and Ron. Marks McClown's help with discriminating eyes is not surprising, but even Marks McClown has seen many magic plants that he has never seen before. This is simply a sea of magic plants. Marks McClown looked at all this in front of her, her heart full of doubts. You must know that before he came to the horse tribe, he had already started spiritual exploration and scanned the situation near the horse tribe, but he did not detect this place at all. Marks McClown's spiritual exploration quietly opened, and found that even if he was here, the situation that the spiritual exploration could feed back was very vague. And the deeper you get, the more you can see clearly, as if you've been cut off by something unknown. Although Marks McClown is not entirely dependent on spiritual exploration, it is the first time that such a situation has occurred in spiritual exploration, and Marks McClown has to be careful. This is the periphery of our Holy Land. The various strange magic plants you see grew out of the influence of the center of the Holy Land. There are various species, including many species that shouldn't live in this environment. The same exists, Fick said lightly. Marks McClown nodded, he could confirm this. He also saw a lot of magic plants that should only grow in extremely cold or extremely hot areas. Fick continued, you have to be careful, because there will be many hunting magic plants. Hunting type? Marks McClown asked suspiciously. Fick nodded and said, it's an aggressive magical plant that will spontaneously hunt any creatures that pass by. Marks McClown nodded suddenly, and finally understood why the Holy Land trial of the horse race must be passed by the Master of Potions. Because challenging here requires not only the strong strength to pass the first level, but also the knowledge of the Potion Master. Even if the Potion Master hired someone to help pass the first level of the horse race and was recognized by the horse race, but without the knowledge of the Potion Master about magic plants, it is impossible to pass this huge ocean of magic plants. Marks I even saw all kinds of magic plants on the rock walls of the valleys on both sides. That is to say, it is impossible to use flying broomsticks, even if they are attacked by plants in the air. This is the paradise of magic plants. Entering it, any small knowledge gap or small negligence may ruin your life here. This is not only a paradise of magic plants, but also a hell that devours human lives. Fick faintly looked at Marks I and said, okay, he'll lead here on the way, and it's up to you next. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 329, Why? Marks McClown thanked him and turned his gaze to the Holy Land of the horse race. Plus cool, Tiger. Fick took 2 steps back with interest and looked at Marks I's group of people, but did not go directly away, as if to watch Marks Ethy enter. Marks McClown is not in a hurry to rush to the Holy Land of the horse race, but constantly looking around the Holy Land, as if thinking something. The Horse Holy Land is a place full of all kinds of magic plants. It seems that it is extremely difficult to break through. After all, it is full of weirdness and full of various rare offensive magic plants. If there is a slight mistake, the person who breaks in will easily account for his life. But Marks McClown didn't think so. Although there are many kinds of plants in this magic forest, and they are extremely aggressive, it is not a fatal problem for the Potion Master. You know, to become a Potion Master, you must first have enough knowledge of potions. Even in the face of unfamiliar species, each Potion Master will have its own way of dealing with it. According to this principle, there must be extremely powerful Potions Masters, and potions masters can successfully smash this magic forest with his own knowledge. But why hasn't anyone succeeded in recent years? This is what makes Marks McClown feel uneasy. The fact is that he won't lie. Even the potion master can't get through. It shows that this magical forest is not as simple as it looks in front of him. Maybe there is something bigger hidden inside. Danger. Marks McClown settled down, knowing that he was thinking about it outside, so he might as well just walk in and explore. Plus cool, Tiger. Hermione stepped forward and asked softly, "What's wrong with Mark's eye? Did you notice something?" Marks McClown was about to answer. Ron mumbled on the side, "Maybe it's scared, right?" Marks McClown glared at Ron coldly, and he turned around immediately, afraid to look at Marks McClown. Marks McClown said indifferently, "Let's go. Let's go in. Remember everything that listens to me, otherwise I won't save it by myself." Marks McClown's last sentence was clearly addressed to Ron. Ron shuddered all over. He didn't have the ability to break through this enchanted forest by himself. He didn't want to lose his life in it because he was betting on his life. The gain would not be worth the loss. So Ron made up his mind not to add chaos to Mark's eye. Marks McClown took the lead and walked directly into the magic forest. Hermione and Harry followed closely behind without hesitation. Ron looked at the gloomy forest and followed after, gritted his teeth, leaving Fick alone outside. Cool Tiger. Fick watched Mark's eye and the group of four slowly disappearing from sight, then slowly turned around and walked towards his tribe. The four of Mark's eye stepped into the magical forest, looking at the surrounding scenery curiously from time to time. What they saw was a variety of weird-shaped plants, some hideous and terrifying, some looked delicate and diversified. Dazzled. Marks McClown, "That's the Sirius poison flower. It's on that tree. Can you see it?" Hermione pointed to a small purple flower above her head in surprise, and exclaimed excitedly. Marks McClown followed the direction of Hermione's finger and saw the little purple flower. She couldn't help but exclaim. This kind of Sirius poison flower is said to only appear in the werewolf tribe. As its nutrients, it is the howling of the werewolf on the night of the full moon, which is very magical. But werewolves are not strictly a race, so it is very rare for infected humans to form new tribes, which causes the Sirius poison flower to be sucked even more. "Do you like Hermione?" "I'll pick it for you." Ron, as if trying to get out of the limelight, jumped up and grabbed the Sirius poison flower and pulled it out abruptly. Hermione screamed, "Oh no, that can't be picked." Hermione's screams couldn't stop Ron's urge to pick flowers. Ron had already picked the Sirius poison flower by the root. Marks McClown suddenly kicked Ron's hand. Ron couldn't grasp his hand firmly, and the Sirius poison flower was kicked out and fell into the distance. Ron widened his eyes and pointed at Marks McClown and cursed. "What are you doing? Do you want to fight?" Find flowers. Marks McClown ignored him, grabbed Ron's hand, took out a knife in his pocket with the other hand, and cut it directly into Ron's palm. Ron tried hard to struggle, but he couldn't compare to Mark's eye's great strength, and could only watch Mark's eye cut his palms one after another. The pain in his heart made Ron scream. Harry looked at Mark's eye in surprise, not knowing why Mark's eye suddenly treated Ron like this. But after he had questioned Mark's eye before, he didn't immediately raise his dissatisfaction. He just looked at Hermione suspiciously, hoping that Hermione could explain to him. Knowing Harry's doubts, Hermione quickly explained, "Sirius poison flower is a strange flower that contains a creature called Sirius poison. As long as the petals touch the flesh, the Sirius poison will penetrate into the flesh. Among them, they are bloodthirsty and eat meat and grow up slowly, and eventually they will lay eggs and hatch Sirius, but the creatures that act as hosts usually die very miserably." At this moment, Marks McClown looked at Ron's hand coldly and said, "Here." With that said, Marks McClown picked up the knife in his hand, and accompanied by Ron's scream, a small black worm was picked out by Marks McClown on Ron's bloody hand. Marks McClown let go of Ron's hand and flicked the knife, and the black worm was directly thrown to the ground. After that, Marks McClown stepped heavily, making a chirp sound on the soles of his feet. and directly trampled on that disgusting worm. In fact, Mark's reaction was just able to stop Ron, who suddenly convulsed. But why does Marks McClown stop him so kindly? Marks McClown felt that it would be a good choice to take the opportunity to toss Ron and let him suffer the consequences. P.S. Please give me a reward. Seeking flowers. Ask for comments. Ask for automatic subscription. Chapter 330. Terrible. Ron covered his hand and crouched directly on the ground in pain, as if some important part of his body had been cut off. Harry also understood that Mark's behavior was saving Ron, so he had to step forward to comfort Ron and said, "Ron, are you okay? Mr. Marks was saving you just now, otherwise the worm got into your body. It will be parasitic by the disgusting thing." Ron ignored Harry, still clutching his hands and screaming. Red blood kept flowing from Ron's palm. Although Harry felt that Marks McClown was a bit heavier, but there was no way. The Sirius venom penetrated the human body very fast. Even if Marks McClown responded in time, he would have to cut deep flesh to find the Sirius venom. Hermione quickly found a small 587 handkerchief from her pocket and pressed it on Ron's hand as a hemostatic cloth. Marks McClown said coldly, "I said, everything is up to me. If I act arbitrarily next time, I won't care about your life and death." Because of Ron's injury, Mark's and the others had to wait for Hermione to help Ron bandage the wound. Ron glared at Mark's with blood-red eyes, as if he might rush forward at any time. Hermione and Harry explained the Sirius poison flower to him, and Ron seemed to be unable to hear him. He didn't say a word but just glared at Mark's. Marks McClown didn't put his mind on Ron at all. Taking advantage of this trimming time, continued to look at the surrounding environment. It was Mark's in this magical forest that he truly understood the preciousness of this forest. It stands to reason that the harsher the growth environment, the more aggressive the plants in places with fewer organisms. Similarly, such plants are more precious and rare, and this forest is simply a paradise for such dangerous plants. Just like the Sirius poison flower that Ron picked just now, how many werewolf tribes and how many Sirius poison flowers can there be in the world? Maybe a werewolf tribe can only find 2 Sirius poisonous flowers at most. And here, although it is not that you can see them everywhere, you have already seen 2 of them soon after Mark's came in. It can be seen how precious this magical forest is. The flowers, plants, trees, and trees here can be auctioned for a lot of prices if they are put in the wizarding world. Marks McClown looked into the distance of the magic forest, unconsciously released his spiritual power. There were magical plants that attracted spiritual power, and even Marks McClown's spiritual power overflowed unconsciously. Just when Marks McClown wanted to regain his mental power, Marks McClown suddenly found that his overflowing spirit was continuously feeding back some information to Marks McClown's brain and eyes, which was the news feedback from spiritual exploration. Marks McClown suddenly discovered that her originally ineffective spiritual exploration had recovered its effect and was able to explore the surrounding environment as usual. Plus cool, tiger. Marks McClown smiled slightly, and the spiritual exploration finally recovered. This skill is very helpful to Mark's and it is of course the best to be able to restore the effect. It seems that the spiritual exploration cannot explore this magical forest when it is outside, but you can continue to explore after you enter. With the spiritual exploration, Marks McClown has a little more in his heart, which undoubtedly provides another layer of protection for Marks McClown to enter this magical forest. Marks McClown suddenly thought of a question. Why are so many potion masters coming to the Holy Land of the Horse Race to test? The reason in the legend is to configure the magic potion. Does the magic potion need a certain plant in this magic forest as a necessary material? Marks McClown looked at this magical forest with no side in sight, and frowned deeply. If it is really what he thinks, when will he find the material for such a large magical forest? Marks McClown sighed softly. Now I don't want to think about these things after passing the Holy Land trial at this time. Marks McClown asked, Hermione, is Ron better over there? Hermione nodded and said, it's almost there. Ron's hand is no longer bleeding, But Mark-Sai, you just made it too heavy. Ron's left hand can't be moved recently, Marks McClown said coldly. If I don't cut off his hand, he will be eroded by the serious poison insect. At that time, he will be even more desperate for life, and eventually he will become less like a human or a ghost. Hermione said, McClowns, Ron, listen carefully, Mark-Sai didn't specifically target you. Did you know that it was a rescue just now? Ron glared at Marks McClown bitterly, and finally nodded unwillingly. Marks McClown said, since we are all done, let's hurry up and go down. I don't know how long it will take to get to the deepest point. Harry nodded and said, then I will look at Ron. Ron, remember not to stand and touch things. Ron gave a hum, and gave Marks McClown a vicious look inadvertently again. Marks McClown continued to take the lead and walked in the forefront. Hermione followed closely behind, not daring to leave Marks McClown a little further away. Behind Hermione was Ron with a gloomy face, and Harry was the last one. Harry said that Ron was not allowed to do stupid things, only to stare at Ron at the end. Marks McClown suddenly raised his hand and stopped. Hermione asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Marks McClown looked at the front warily and made a silent motion. He walked forward slowly, and Marks McClown's spiritual exploration just now found that there was an extremely strong 0.2 thick bloody smell ahead, as if some tragedy had happened. Hermione slammed her mouth and stopped the scream she was about to scream in time, pointing her finger forward, looking flustered. Ron and Harry saw the scene that Hermione saw at the same time. Ron sat down on the ground in fright. Harry's face was nervous, his eyes fixed on the bloody scene before him. Marks McClown looked back. His eyebrows jumped unnaturally, and what caught his eyes was an extremely horrible scene. Chapter 331, Weak Willpower. In the middle of the road where a giant petal taller than a person stands proudly. The petals are closed, like stamens in bud. If you just watch this scene, you may not feel that something is wrong, but what is terrifying is that around this giant petal, there are all kinds of animal bones, some bloody, and some have long decayed. The four of Marks McClown stared at the giant petal tightly, not daring to move it. At a glance, the flower knew that it was a terrifying executioner in the magic forest. It seemed that they felt Marks-Sai's gaze. The giant petals slowly opened its thick petals, and the petals slowly opened. Marks-Sai and the others saw what was inside the petals. The corpse of a horseman. The horseman's corpse has long been in tatters. Only the tall skeleton and the faintly discernible skin prove that this once the proud man of the horse race has died here. It's a giant mouth flower. Marks McClown took a deep breath. This giant-billed flower should live in the tropical rainforest and live by devouring large animals. It will exude a seductive fatal aroma, enticing unsuspecting people to approach its petals, and then swallowing it in one bite. Hermione hurriedly said, everyone hold your breath, especially if you smell the scent. You can't breathe anymore. Harry quickly covered his mouth and nose, and looked at the giant mouth flower vigilantly. Suddenly a dark figure directly passed Harry and rushed directly to the giant mouth flower. Plus cool, tiger. Ron, what are you doing? Hermione screamed. Harry didn't care to cover his mouth and nose, and immediately reached out to grab Ron's wizard robe. But Ron became so powerful for some reason that Harry could only tear off a corner of Ron's wizard robe and watched Ron directly rush to the embrace of the giant mouth flower. Marks McClown didn't react this time. How could he think that Ron could not resist the temptation so quickly? Therefore, Marks-Sai had no time to save Ron, so he could only watch Ron jump directly into the petals of the giant mouth flower. This idiot. Marks McClown couldn't help being swearing. Although the scent of the giant mouth flower was very tempting, as long as he was defensive in his heart, or had firm willpower, a little scent was nothing. Ron is so easily tempted. It can only prove that Ron's willpower can't bear to look straight. Ron jumped directly into the petals of the giant mouth flower. The petals merged quickly, and the Marks-Sai trio could only watch Ron being wrapped in the giant mouth flower. Mr. Marks, what should I do? Ron went in by himself. Harry shouted in panic. Marks McClown was not in a good mood at this time, and said coldly, "I can see it." Marks McClown had made psychological preparations before. He brought Hermione and the others in because he might really be a drag oil bottle, but Marks McClown did not expect Ron to be not only a drag oil bottle, but also a good player in the back. Hermione hurriedly said, "Marks, you have to save Ron." Marks McClown nodded. After all, Ron was tempted to go in this time. It's not that he didn't listen to his own words. He still had to make a shot, but the giant mouth flower was not so easy to deal with. The hunting method of the giant mouth flower can only be tempted by fragrance, and it is very simple, but it belongs to the higher level of the food chain of the magical creature world because of the high degree of difficulty of the giant mouth flower. As long as any attack hits the giant mouth flower, the giant mouth flower body will automatically release a highly toxic gas into the air. And even a little bit of this highly toxic gas is enough to kill an 800-kilogram elephant. Therefore, no one is willing to attack the giant mouth flower heads. The best way to deal with the giant mouth flower is to deploy commando poison and spray it around the giant mouth flower by spraying, so that the giant mouth flower will wither naturally. Now Ron is in the mouth of the giant bead flower, and may be decomposed by the decomposition liquid of the giant bead flower at any time to become the nutrient of the giant bead flower. Marks definitely has no time to deploy any commando poison. The only way to save Ron is hard on it. Marks McClown said, "Go a little farther, hold your nose tightly, and don't show your breath at all." Hermione looked at Marks worriedly and said, "What about you?" Hermione had also read the information of Jubilee and knew that the poisonous gas ejected by Jubilee would instantly kill people. Marks McClown pinched her nose and said, "I can only fight for it." Hermione's eyes were red immediately. Just as she was about to say something, Marks McClown interrupted, "Come on, it's still too late, otherwise Ron will become a corpse in a while." As soon as Hermione gritted her teeth, she grabbed Harry's hand and ran away. Harry was still unsure, but was taken away by Hermione at a loss. Marks McClown took a deep breath, drew out her magic wand, pointed it straight at the flower stem of the giant bead flower, and cast a spell in seconds. Flit! The curse flew from the top of Mark's wand and directly hit the flower stem of the giant mouth flower. Marks McClown quickly held his breath and looked at the giant mouth flower vigilantly. The giant mouth flower trembled abruptly at the moment it was hit, and a purple poisonous mist spewed out from the hit part. 533. But the giant mouth flower did not fall because of this. Mark's curse attack only pierced it. The flower stem of the giant mouth flower. To know the strength of Marks McClown's current magical power, but even Snape didn't dare to underestimate it. Even if it was a normal curse, Mark's could explode extremely powerful. However, Mark's curse attack only pierced the flower stem of the giant mouth flower. Giant mouth flower didn't mean to spit out Ron at all. Seeing that the purple poisonous mist was about to spread towards him, Marks McClown didn't have time to think about it, and directly removed the wizard robe he wore back after the fierce battle with Fainley. Marks McClown wrapped the exposed skin of her upper body in a wizard robe, and her wand pointed at the giant mouth flower directly through the gap in the wizard robe. Malnia. Marks McClown no longer hides his clumsiness, and directly uses Mio-Urnia. This powerful spell directly hit the flower stem of the giant mouth flower. Boom. Chapter 332. Horseman's situation. The flower stem of the giant mouth flower was directly blown off by the power of the huge magic spell. The turbulent purple poisonous mist sprayed out from the break, and the surrounding plants were immediately covered by the poisonous mist, withering and dying at a speed that the naked eye could see. Marks McClown lay down on the ground. He knew that the poisonous mist of the giant mouth flower was lighter than the air, so it would rise quickly after spreading this area, and finally slowly disappear. Cool Tiger. After a while, Marks McClown slowly stretched out his wand from the wizard's robe, and slowly crawled out of the wizard's robe when he saw the purple poisonous mist flying into the sky. Of course Marks McClown wouldn't stand up immediately, knowing that even a little bit of the poisonous mist of giant mouthflower was enough to kill people immediately. Cautious Mark-Sai slowly climbed to the petals of the giant beak flower. Ron was heavily wrapped in the petals of the giant beak flower. There shouldn't be any major problems. If there are any shortcomings, then Mark-Sai has tried his best. Marks McClown uses her wizard's robe as a glove to break open the petals of the giant beak flower. The petals of the giant beak flower are full of small thorns. If they directly use their hands, they will also be poisoned. The petals of the giant mouthflower were easily torn off under the huge force of Mark-Sai, and the torn place actually shed a red liquid like human blood, which was very strange. After Marks McClown opened the petals, he found Ron squatting in the stamens of the giant mouthflower with a dull face, covered with a foul-smelling mucus. Marks McClown hurriedly pulled Ron out with a drag. Ron's body was full of decomposition fluid secreted by the giant mouthflower, eroding Ron's body all the time. Marks McClown could only use her expensive wizard robe as a rag and wipe off the decomposition liquid from Ron's body. When it was almost done, Marks McClown made up another clear spring-like water curse, which was considered to have completed the follow-up treatment. Although Hermione and Harry retreated to a safe area, they were still very worried about Mark-Sai. Seeing that the poisonous fog was almost scattered, both of them squatted and ran in. At a glance, they saw Mark-Sai sitting on one side, and a dull expression. Ron looks like. Marks McClown, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? Hermione saw Marks McClown lying on her side. Her eyes turned red again, and she lay down on Marks McClown. Harry glanced at Ron, then at Mark-Sai, and finally chose to run to Mark-Sai's side and asked, Mr. Marks, how are you feeling? Is something wrong? Marks McClown shook his head slightly and said, of course I'm fine, you should go and see Ron. Harry then walked up to Ron and probed Ron's breath. Although Ron looked dying, there was still a breath in his mouth and nose, and it was estimated that he would return soon. Marks McClown pointed to the wizard's robe that had been decomposed by the decomposition liquid next to him, and said coldly, you'd better show me Ron. Next time Ron has something wrong, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's really a success more than defeat. Hermione and Harry looked at each other and nodded. Marks McClown said, take some rest, and wait for Ron to wake up before setting off. In a short period of time, they had stopped their advancement twice because of Ron, and it was no wonder that Marks McClown's heart became futile. Ron shuddered suddenly and suddenly shouted in horror, don't eat me, don't eat me, please. Marks McClown glared at Ron coldly, and did not speak. Harry quickly comforted, Ron, it's okay, you are safe. Hermione glanced at Ron, wanting to give comfort, but thinking that Ron had been dragging their progress, the words that had just reached her lips were held back again. Ron curled up in Harry's arms, talking in horror about the horrible scene where he was about to be eaten by a big monster just now, with a nose and tears on his face, looking very embarrassed. Harry had to repeat what happened to Ron just now, and repeatedly emphasized that Mark-Sai saved Ron. Ron glanced at Marks McClown suspiciously, and then blurted out subconsciously, who knows if he saves me is uneasy and kind. Harry immediately dissatisfied, Ron, you are wrong to say that. Mr. Marks has saved you twice since just now, but you have dragged us down a lot of time. How can you still say that, Mr. Marks? Hermione was also angered. If it weren't for you, we might have walked through this forest long ago. You still said Mark-Sai. Do you still have a conscience? Ron wanted to refute, but thought that Harry and Hermione had already stood by Mark-Sai's side, and there was no one to speak for him, so he swallowed it in his heart. And now his mind is awake. It was just because he was still in the chaos that he could not recover, so he spoke out the malicious thoughts in his heart. On the other side, the horse tribe. Fick returned to the horse tribe and immediately walked back to his small tent. And there were already several tall horsemen standing outside the small tent, as if waiting for Fick. Elder Fick. When several horsemen saw Fick coming back, they greeted Fick politely. Bane, Firenze, Fainley, "Are you looking for me?" Fick asked lightly. Bane and Firenze looked at each other and asked, "Did they go in Mark's eye?" Fick nodded and said, "Go in, I watched them go in." Fainley said excitedly, "Elder Fick, we want to see how they are now." Fick said angrily, "All wanged is how people who participated in the trial of the Holy Land have their own way of breaking through. How can they show it to others at will?" Bane approached Fick and said, "Elder, you have to know that no human being can participate in our Holy Land trial for a long time. That human named Mark Syking defeat Fainley, don't you want to see his performance? Fick was taken aback for a moment, and said nothing. Bane hit the railroad while it was hot. Fainley is the strongest warrior of my clan. Even Fainley can defeat him. This human being must have a lot of background. P.S. Seeking flowers, rewards and automatic subscription. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 333, same route. And the strength of human beings is a great threat to our race. Shouldn't we figure out his strength? Although Firenze knew that Bane's statement was not good, Firenze didn't refute it, because he also wanted to see Mark's performance in the Holy Land trial. Finley nodded vigorously from the side. Marks McClown's defeat of him did not frustrate his confidence. On the contrary, he felt that he had a goal he could pursue, and now he was even more motivated. Fick thought for a while and said, "Come in, you can't talk about this with other people. Have you heard?" The three of Firenze looked at each other and said quickly, "Everything depends on Elder Fick." Fick looked around and made sure that there were no other tribesmen. He set up the tent and walked in. The three of Firenze immediately filed in and followed Fick. The tent was small, and it seemed a bit crowded to accommodate 4 horsemen, but Firenze and the others could no longer manage that much at this time. Leaning close to Fick, keeping their eyes on Fick, Fick took out a small mirror and stood it up in front of the crowd, tapping the lens of the mirror lightly with his finger. The small mirror actually made waves like water, slowly showing the panoramic view of the Holy Land. If you have a superb alchemist carefully observe 563, you will find that the operation of this mirror is very similar to that of the live spot map, except that the content displayed is accurate and perfected countless times. Firenze exclaimed, "Elder Fick, is this mirror a holy mirror?" Fick nodded and said, "McClowns, this is the inheritance of my clan, the Holy Land mirror, which can monitor all the movements of the Holy Land." Bane showed a greedy look, but just showed it for a moment and then immediately retreated. Fick's fingers kept tracing the mirror surface, and the various landforms of the Holy Land kept tracing. Fick was looking for Mark's location. "It's here." Fick suddenly clicked on the Holy Land mirror and looked at the Holy Land mirror with piercing eyes. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the Holy Land mirror. The mirror showed Marks McClown lying on one side with her eyes closed, Hermione sitting beside Marks McClown, while Harry and Ron were sitting on the other side. Ron looked embarrassed. Bane asked puzzledly, "Aren't they going to the Holy Land? Why are they resting?" Fick squinted his eyes and suddenly said, "This is the habitat of the giant bead flower. They killed the giant bead flower." Firenze and others were taken aback for a moment, and showed a surprised expression at the same time. Marks McClown asked impatiently, "Ron, are you all right?" Ron said with an uncomfortable look, "I was swallowed by a giant mouth flower. Let me rest for a while and die." Harry and Hermione looked at Ron speechlessly. They had been in the Holy Land for a long time, and they had only walked a little distance. It was Ron who kept going wrong and was delaying their time. Marks McClown said, "You can't delay it anymore. It will be dark if you delay it for a while. Go now, or you just stay here alone." When Ron heard that Marks wanted to leave himself here, he immediately said, "No, how can you be so cruel?" "Harry, please help me say a few words." Harry shook his head and said, "Ron, get up quickly. You have been dragging for a long time." It is normal for Mr. Marks to be unhappy. When Ron heard that Harry was not on his side, he lost his confidence and had to slowly climb from the ground. "Go." Marks McClown glared at Ron coldly and said, "Don't mess with me anymore, otherwise my temper won't be so good to talk." Ron hummed twice, seemingly disdainful, but he didn't dare to speak against Marks McClown. Marks McClown walked in front again and walked deep into the Holy Land. Hermione was too annoyed with Ron. She didn't want to walk with Ron. She only walked side by side with Marks McClown. Harry had to walk with Ron. The four speeded up the pace. After all, a lot of time was wasted before. Now they can only speed up the process. Otherwise they will really be sleeping in this forest tonight. It's just that there was constant noise along the way, and Ron kept talking in the back, crying out how unlucky he was. Harry, do you know how painful I was caused by the decomposition liquid just now? That is the decomposition liquid. I feel like my skin has lost a layer of skin, and my face, almost disfigured, you know. Marks McClown frowned. Ron was too annoying. Marks McClown wanted to stop Ron from drinking, but he didn't want to be too entangled with Ron. He knew Ron's urinary sex. Although Marks McClown must have won in arguing, Ron was really annoying. So Marks McClown don't want to waste words with Ron on such small issues. Ron's constant chatter also made Harry very helpless. But Harry still had to listen carefully to Ron's nonsense. Be careful. These are purple poisonous weeds. Don't step on them casually. The poison on them is difficult for our ordinary shoes to resist, Marks McClown said suddenly. Harry and the others stared at the large purple grass in front of them with caution in their eyes. How long have they been in this forest? Everything they encountered was deadly poison. If Marks McClown hadn't been reminding them, they might have become a corpse long ago. Hermione asked, "What should I do? There seems to be no detour around here." Marks McClown said, "It's okay. Although this kind of purple poisonous grass is very corrosive, it's nothing more. You can find some stones to tie your feet and walk over them. Remember to walk slowly. If you fall, I can't save you even if you fall." Harry and Hermione nodded, immediately found some relatively flat stones, and tied some non-poisonous tree vines to their feet, so that when passing through the purple poisonous grass area, they don't have to fear the purple poisonous grass will erode their shoes and feet. Up. Marks McClown also pulled a tree vine and slowly tied it to his feet. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 334, Different Extraction Methods. Ah! Ron screamed suddenly, "What is this? Why would you bite me?" As soon as he heard Ron's voice, Marks McClown frowned deeply. This bastard won't have another accident, right? If he delays his time anymore, Marks McClown will probably just throw him here this time. Marks McClown looked back. Ron was lying on the ground in horror, pointing to the black tree vine in front of him that was constantly twisting on the ground. Marks McClown asked in a cold voice, "What's wrong?" Harry, who was next to Ron, said immediately, when Ron used this tree vine to tie a stone to his feet, the tree vine suddenly bit at Ron. Fortunately, Ron reacted in time, otherwise it might. Something went wrong. Ron looked scared, staring at the vine, which was twisting in front of him, and said, "What the hell is this? Why is it still moving?" Hermione leaned over, took a closer look and said, "This is Camundel poison ivy." The professor mentioned this kind of vine in the lecture. Ron was embarrassed and said, "I seemed to fall asleep during that class." I saw that Ron hadn't had an accident, and the nameless fire in his heart was slightly calmed down and said, "The sap of the Camundel tree vine has high antitoxicity. Let's get the sap out." Hermione nodded vigorously and said, "McClowns, that's right." The professor said at the time that the sap of Camundel vines is very useful. Although it is not a panacea antidote, it is poisoned. You can apply Camundel vines. Delay the onset of toxicity. Marks McClown smiled slightly and said, "Not bad. Remember to be very careful." When Hermione heard Marks complimenting herself, she couldn't help smiling. Harry immediately took out a small knife and was about to cut the Camundel poison ivy directly, and got the juice out of it as Marks McClown said. Marks McClown immediately stopped drinking and said, "Harry, stop." Harry immediately stopped his move, looking at Marks McClown in confusion. "What's the matter, Mr. Marks?" Marks McClown explained, "Camundel poison ivy cannot be cut directly, because the poison ivy of Camundel is distributed outside, and its venom secretion glands are also distributed in the outer layer. If you cut it directly, you will be easily infected by the poison, and the venom will mix with the juice inside it, so that its juice will be useless. Harry asked puzzledly, "What should I do?" Hermione also looked at Marks-Eye. She had heard that Commander's poison ivy sap was very useful, but she had no idea how to operate her. Marks McClown said, "Now we don't have tools for us to extract. We can only use the most primitive means to cut off the outside of Commander's poison ivy." Ron said coldly, "Didn't you just say that you can't cut it directly?" Contradictory. Marks McClown glared at Ron coldly and said, "Hermione, take a look near the Commandal poison ivy. Can you find a small red stamen and help me pick some back?" Hermione asked, "What is that?" Marks McClown said, "That is called Commandal flower, which can only grow near Commandal tree vines. Everything has a relationship of mutual growth and mutual restraint. Commandal flower is the best formula for restraining Commandal tree vine." Hermione nodded, and immediately ran to the vicinity of the Commandal tree vine, carefully searching for it. Horse tribe, inside Fick's tent. Fick looked at Marks-Eye approvingly and said, "This Marks-Eye is quite common sense, knowing the use of Commandal poison ivy sap, but it took a long time for my clan to know the role of Commandal poison ivy." Bane nodded and said, "Maybe some of the human potions master told him, but Commandal poison ivy is not as simple as they thought, and they don't have the tools to deal with Commandal poison ivy. I guess they can't be extracted." Fick shook his head and said, "Bane, you are too negligent to observe. Didn't you find that the little girl has gone to the Commandal poison ivy to find Commandal flowers?" Bane took a closer look and saw that Hermione was picking Commandal flowers near Commandal poison ivy. She already had a lot of bright red flowers in her hand. Firenze said, "Elder Fick, but according to what I know, although Commandal flowers are the nemesis of Commandal's poison ivy, they have no tools and it is difficult to extract juice. Find flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot." Fick nodded and said, "McClowns, even if it is a potion master, it takes a lot of preparation to extract Commandal poison ivy juice. It can only be extracted in a professional laboratory. Marks-Eye only depends on Commandal flowers. It is impossible to extract a successful one." Firenze frowned and said, "Isn't Marks-Eye's random extraction of Commandal poison ivy dangerous? Let's go in and remind them." Bane and Fernley looked at Firenze dissatisfiedly and said, "Why do you always think for the sake of humanity? Since they choose to challenge the Holy Land trial, whether they live or die in it has nothing to do with us." Fick also nodded and said, "Firenze, don't think about it anymore. We can't help humans, even if he defeats Fernley." Firenze had no choice but to look at Marks-Eye in the Holy Land mirror, hoping that he would give up this dangerous move. "Look! What is he doing?" Bane called out suddenly. Fick and the others immediately turned their eyes to Marks-Eye in the mirror. Marks-Eye actually lit a fire on the spot. The smell of the flame made the surrounding magical plants sway and seemed to resist. Fick frowned tightly and said, "What did he want to do to make a fire there? Didn't he know that this would easily burn the entire magic forest?" Firenze said suddenly, Marks McClown. Marks McClown used a cutting spell to cut down Commandal's poison ivy. Soon they saw that Marks-Eye in the Holy Land mirror used a dangling curse to let the Commander poison ivy hang in the air and slowly barbecued, and the red flames were constantly beating on the black vines. "He is using fire to remove the poison from Commandal's poison ivy." Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 335. Detailed questions. Fick observed for a while, and finally came to this conclusion. Commander poison ivy toxins are mainly distributed in the outer and outer poison glands. Marks-Eye uses fire to roast poison ivy to remove the toxins outside the poison ivy. Bane said, "But the temperature of the fire will also evaporate the juice of Commandal's poison ivy. His method is simply useless." Firenze and Fenley looked at Fick at the same time, and of course Fick that Bane could think of. It all depends on Fick's comment on Marks McClown's behavior. Fick hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly said, "Bane is right. Fire can remove poison from poison ivy, but it will also evaporate the juice inside. Hearing Fick's words, Bane and Fenley breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't Fick really understand the meaning of 370? Marks McClown's method simply didn't work. Who knows that Fick said as soon as he changed his voice, but if the operator controls the temperature of the fire and the time, he can remove toxins while retaining the juice. Bane immediately retorted, impossible. How could he do it? Fenley also desperately shook his head, expressing his disbelief. There was a gleam in Fienz's eyes, and he immediately looked at Marksai in the mirror. Marksai in the mirror carefully looked at the Kamindal poison ivy suspended in the air and was scorched by the fire. He looked attentive, as if he was just barbecuing and didn't think so much. Fick and the others also kept silent, looking at Marksai in the mirror. He felt that he might be thinking too much. How could ordinary people grasp this kind of heat? But what if Marks McClown really grasped it? Everyone couldn't help but come up with this idea, because before they didn't think that Marks McClown could beat Fenley, but Marks McClown did it. In the face of such people who create miracles, is there anything absolute? Ficamo counted the time, staring at the fire that Marksai made. Time is almost up. If Marksai puts away the poison ivy at this time, it means that Marksai can really handle the fire. Marks McClown sat on the spot and fell asleep like a nap. Fick stared at Marksai for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. It should be that they have been thinking too much. Marksai's fire has been burning for too long, and the juice has already evaporated. At this time, Marks McClown stood up slowly, stepped on the torch on the ground, and firmly grasped the poison ivy Kamindal. The toxins on it had been removed. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown picked up the Kamindal flower that Hermione picked back, and carefully dropped the flower juice on it. Seeing the flower juice seeping into the appearance of the poison ivy, the flower juice of the Kamindal flower is a deadly nemesis to the poison glands of the poison ivy, and all the poison glands are completely destroyed by the flower juice of the Kamindal. Marks McClown picked up the knife and started to cut off the appearance of Kamindal's poison ivy. Bane smiled lightly. Marks McClown is still too naive. I want to see what his expression will be when he sees that the juice has evaporated. Fenley also smiled and nodded and said, I guess it will be very funny. It is too naive to want to go to the Holy Land without certain knowledge. Firenze sighed slightly. Marks McClown would also make mistakes, but there was no way. Marks McClown was already quite good at this step. This is impossible. Fick suddenly exclaimed, and Firenze immediately asked, Elder, what's the matter with you? Fick pointed to the Holy Land mirror, his fingers trembling constantly, and the three of Firenze immediately turned their eyes to the Holy Land mirror. The scene before them surprised them. I saw Marksai cut the surface of Kamindal's poison ivy, revealing crystal clear juice. Hasn't it been evaporated? How could it still exist? Fick's mind flashed through Marksai's operation just now. Where was it and where did his judgment go wrong? Suddenly, Fick shook his body violently. It's Huo. It's definitely a matter of fire. The fire that Marksai used just now was made with ordinary wood, not a fire made by a spell. The fire made from wood is too unstable to extend the roasting time. Marks McClown had even considered such details. Fick looked at Marksai and suddenly felt that Marksai, a human child, might really be able to complete the Holy Land trial. Of course the three of Harry and the others would not have noticed so many things like Fick and the others. Marksai's successful extraction of Kamindal's poison ivy sap was just a sparse and ordinary thing for them. Marks McClown held up the small glass bottle full of juice and said, Come on, you put the juice under your nose, so that you can prevent the poisonous aura from invading to a certain extent. Hermione smiled and said, Marksai still has the best way. She said that she applied the juice under her nose. The Kamindal poison ivy juice was colorless and tasteless, and she didn't feel any discomfort after applying it. Harry and Ron also applied the juice as Marksai ordered. Marks McClown said, Okay, if it is painted well, we are ready to go through the purple poisonous grass. Hermione glanced at the purple poisonous weed that could not be seen, and said, The purple poisonous weed covers too much area. What if there is an accident midway? Marks McClown Tan said, Then there is no way, it can only be resigned. but purple poison is only its toxicity. As long as it is not directly touched, there is generally no problem. 0.9 Hermione nodded and tied the vines on her feet again. Marks McClown stomped his feet, making sure that the stones under his feet were tightly bound, and stepped on the purple poisonous grass first. Hey! The purple poisonous weeds at Marks's feet were crushed by stones and emitted a foul smell. This foul smell also had a certain bad effect on the human body. However, they were all coated with Coromandel poison ivy sap, which would reduce the impact to the lowest. Hermione and the others stepped on the purple poison one after another, and walked cautiously into the depths of the purple poison. Chapter 336. Thrilling. Marks McClown moved slowly step by step, always alert to the surroundings, but there were no other plants except purple poisonous grass, and she seemed to have nothing to watch out for. Marks McClown slowly relaxed his vigilance, and this place didn't seem to be dangerous as imagined. Have you noticed something wrong? Hermione was frightened by Ron the previous few times, and still asked very carefully. Ron grinned and said, "You can see everything here at a glance. There is nothing to fear." Harry also said, "It seems there is no danger after walking for so long. There should be no problem." Hermione looked at Marksai and asked, "Marksai, what about you? Have you noticed something wrong?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "I haven't noticed it yet." Hearing Marksai's answer, Hermione's heart settled slightly. Marks McClown stepped on slowly, and suddenly a feeling of sinking came up. Marks McClown suddenly wanted to withdraw his foot, but a huge force directly sucked Marks McClown's foot, and the other foot was also due to excessive force stuck in. This is a quagmire. Marks McClown didn't dare to use force easily, and quickly said, "Be careful, everyone, this is a quagmire, don't get stuck." Hermione exclaimed. Marksai looked back, and the stone under Hermione's feet had fallen into the mud. When Harry and Ron heard Marksai's words, they stopped immediately, and only Marksai and Hermione who were walking in the front were attracted by the quagmire. The scariest thing about the quagmire is that as long as you step in it, it is difficult to pull it out with your own strength. The harder you struggle, the faster you get into it. And the biggest problem here is that this place is a quagmire of purple poisonous grass. As long as Marksai and Hermione's feet sink in, the purple poisonous grass can easily erode their shoes and poison them. So Marksai and Hermione have run out of time. They must get out of the purple poisonous grass quagmire immediately. Marks McClown felt her body sink at an extremely slow speed, and the stones under her feet were about to be submerged. Marks McClown forced herself to calm down immediately, thinking about all ways to rescue her. On the contrary, Hermione didn't seem so calm, twisting her body constantly, sinking much faster than Marksai. Marks McClown hurriedly said, "Hermione, don't move. Otherwise you will get deeper and deeper." Hermione was so scared that her voice trembled. "Marksai, what should I do? I'm so scared." Marks McClown tried her best to calm her voice and said, "Don't worry, I have a way, trust me." Listening to Marksai's comforting voice, Hermione barely managed to stabilize herself, looking at Marksai with horror. Harry and Ron were still outside the quagmire, but they didn't dare to move, for fear that they would step on the wrong place accidentally. Marks McClown kept thinking about how to save herself. You must know that the most effective way to save herself in the quagmire is to let her whole person lie down, so that the area under force can expand so that she can float on the quagmire. But this method doesn't work at all here. The underground is full of purple poisonous plants, and lying down is undoubtedly a quick death choice. Marks McClown already felt that the stones under her feet were about to be submerged, and gritted her teeth and said, "Harry, Ron, are you on the ground?" Harry and Ron glanced at each other, and Harry said, "I stepped on it twice." Although it is not a quagmire, it is also very sticky and not as strong as it is on the ground. Marks McClown already had a general idea in his heart and said, "Time is too late. Now I can only do this. I will slowly lean back in a while. Harry, you catch my body and slowly pull back. Remember, be sure to pull back." Harry immediately said, Okay. Ron hurriedly said, no, what if Harry also stepped in the quagmire? It's too dangerous. Harry heard Ron still say such things at this time, and he was extremely dissatisfied. Mr. Marks and Hermione are in danger now. If you don't want to help, just leave me. Ron also felt that his words were a bit too much, so he had to say, I'm not worried about your safety. I will definitely help. Hermione, come. He'll help you. Marks McClown didn't have time to talk about Ron at this time. He felt that the stone under his feet was completely submerged. He immediately adjusted his body's balance and slowly fell back. Hermione, like Marks McClown, slowly fell towards Ron's direction. Harry immediately held onto Marks McClown's body. Marks McClown slowly fell backward, and the stones on his feet began to show. Harry grabbed Marks's hand and moved backward step by step. Harry was also very careful. He didn't want to step back and stepped on the mud puddle, so that neither he nor Marks could be rescued. Marks McClown was also very nervous at this time. Sure enough, this sacred place was not as simple as imagined. Just a purple poisonous grass area was very dangerous. Marks McClown couldn't help feeling stupid about the behavior that she had just let go of 463's vigilance. If she suggested that one more branch should be inserted in the ground from time to time, there would be no such accident. But fortunately, Harry dragged Marks along the path he had just walked, and Marks' was quickly pulled out of the quagmire by Harry. Hermione was also going well, and Ron was pulled out. Ron Yao said prestigiously, look, if I didn't save you this time, then you would have been trapped long ago, and you still think him useless. Hermione glanced at Ron with disdain. This person didn't seem to want to save herself. How could she be grateful to such a person? Marks McClown thanked Harry and said, Harry, thanks to you this time. Harry quickly said flattered, no, it's nothing. Anyone can do it. Marks McClown nodded at Harry, indicating that Harry would remember him for his help, and then continued, it is actually a quagmire of purple poisonous weeds in front of him. This is a bit troublesome. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 337, The Real Big Trouble. Hermione also looked terrified. She almost came across purple poison just now. Cool Tiger, if she did run into it, Hermione might really be over in this enchanted forest without any rescue. Harry also asked, Mr. Marks, what should we do now? Marks McClown said, the quagmire is easy to solve. You will all use the curse to protect all objects, right? This curse can protect objects in an area. We can use the curse to protect all objects on the purple poisonous grass quagmire. Will sink in. Harry nodded excitedly, as expected of Mr. Marks. You have figured out all this. Hermione shook her head and said, Marks McClown, this method doesn't work. Our magic cultivation is not as powerful as yours. It is impossible for us to use this spell too much. Harry heard what Hermione said, and thought it made sense. Compared with his peers, Marks McClown's magical powers were incredibly powerful, and he didn't even need to consider this issue at all. But they couldn't. Marks McClown said indifferently, don't worry about this, I can cast this kind of curse for you. All the protection is not worth mentioning to Marks McClown now. If Marks McClown casts such a small spell in one breath, Marks McClown estimates that the rate of consumption of mana has not been as fast as he can recover. Harry and Hermione became excited immediately, and it was good to have Marks's thigh in there. These were nothing at all, and Ron was the only one who slumped his mouth in disdain. Marks McClown said, purple poison is easy to deal with, and the quagmire problem has been solved, but there is still a big problem now. Hermione looked at Marks incomprehensibly and said, the problem is solved, what else is there? Diuresis? Marks McClown said indifferently, there is a branch of purple poisonous grass that lives in the quagmire. If we run into it, we will be in great trouble. Harry asked, big trouble? What is that? Marks McClown stared into the depths of the purple poisonous grass quagmire and said, ghostly purple poisonous grass, also called the king of purple poisonous grass. On the other side, the horse tribe, Fick Tent. Fick exclaimed, Marks McClown is really witty. I don't know how many passers were killed in this purple poisonous grass quagmire. They either fell into it because they didn't pay attention, or they lost their calm because they stepped on the quagmire. The more they struggled, the deeper they fell. They all died inside anyway. Firenze also smiled and nodded. I don't know why Firenze now has more and more confidence in Markseye. There is a hunch that Markseye can complete the trial of the Holy Land. The quagmire of purple poisonous grass is nothing. How could it be possible to capsize the boat in the gutter with Markseye's ability? Fick shook his head and said, this is not necessarily true. Firenze stopped his smile immediately and said, Elder Fick, what do you mean? When Fick was about to speak, Fainley suddenly said seriously, that is not a simple purple poisonous grass quagmire, but there is something extremely scary in it. Firenze knew that as the #1 hero of the horse race, Fainley had of course undergone the Holy Land trial. Although he failed, Fainley was able to save his life and escape. Naturally, he has a certain understanding of this magical forest. Firenze hurriedly asked, what is there in the quagmire of purple poisonous grass? Finley looked at Firenze, his eyes filled with awe and said, ghostly purple poisonous grass, also called the king of purple poisonous grass. Firenze puzzled, why haven't I heard of it? Fick said, the world of potions is vast and profound. You haven't heard of it. It's normal. After all, this is an extremely remote magic plant. Bane listened to Fick and Fainley in such awe of this ghostly purple poisonous plant, and couldn't help but say, you guys don't sell it anymore, just say it. Fick explained, the ghost purple poisonous grass is a branch of the purple poisonous grass, which has extremely strong mental pollution. Few people have seen its true colors, because it can continuously erode the brains of others and cause hallucinations, slowly lose my consciousness, and finally step into the abyss of death without knowing it. Listening to Fick's description, Bane shivered and said, killing is invisible. Firenze's face sank, he looked at Markseye and his group in the Holy Ground mirror and asked, is there no way to restrain the ghost purple poisonous plant? Fick faintly said, everything grows and restrains each other. And of course the ghost purple poisonous grass is the same. Only to solve the ghost purple poisonous grass, we must first defeat the spiritual pollution of the ghost purple poisonous grass. As far as I know, it is now possible to do this in the world. There are not 10 people. Harry said with a horrified expression. The king of purple poison, what is that? Marks McClown said indifferently. That is an extremely rare magical plant. It is said that there are only a handful of people in the wizarding world who have actually seen such a thing. It has an extremely strong mental pollution effect and can make people's spirits instantly enter its design. A certain illusion, it sucks the human spirit, and finally leads to mental exhaustion and death. Listening to Markseye's account, Ron couldn't help but burst into a cold sweat and said, no way. How can we resist such a terrifying thing? Ron thought of the confusion and hallucinations that appeared in his mind when he was swallowed by the giant mouth flower just now. This so-called purple poisonous grass sounded Lizos more powerful than the giant mouth flower, so he could not escape with his life. Hermione also shook her head and said, Markseye, let's take a detour. We can't deal with this kind of thing at all. Marks McClown frowned slightly and said, if you take a detour, you don't know that the year of the monkey will reach the depths of the Holy Land. Moreover, if we can escape this ghostly purple poisonous plant, we can't guarantee whether other roads have magic plants of this level. Hermione was taken aback. And what Marks McClown said made sense. They can now avoid the ghostly purple poisonous plant. Who knows if there will be something more terrifying in other places. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 338, A Wonderful Weakness. Harry gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage to say, let's fight it. Anyway, they are all coming in. It's just a matter of death and death. Ron looked at Harry in horror and grabbed Harry's arm and said, Harry, you are crazy. You are our savior. How can you accompany them to waste your precious life here? It's not worth it. Ron had already retreated in his heart. He didn't have the strength of Marks McClown, and Marks McClown had a bad relationship with him. Who knew if something happened would be the first to become cannon fodder? Harry shook his head firmly and said, "No, if I'm in trouble, I will shrink back. Then what am I? Let alone some savior. Even I look down on myself." Hermione applauded. "Harry, that's great. If that's the case, then I will stay with you too." Ron stomped fiercely and said, "You stubborn people." Marks McClown said coldly, "Ron, if you still have time to quit now, there should be no problem going out along the way we came in." Ron looked at Marks McClown's expressionless face, always feeling that Marks McClown was taunting his lack of courage, and said fiercely, "Whoever said I want to quit, I won't quit." "Why do you want to die?" Ron suddenly felt that he was also a man once, and the feeling of choosing to move forward, knowing that the were dangers ahead of 530, seemed not bad. Although Harry and Hermione agreed with Marks' opinion to move on, but seeing their restless faces, Marks could only comfort him. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. It's just my guess that the King of Purple Poison will appear in front of you." "Is it true or not?" Harry and Hermione nodded to Marks. Of course they knew Marks' thoughts. Harry said, "I won't back down no matter if I have it or not." Hermione also said, "McClowns, Harry and I will always support you." Hermione stared at Marks' with bright eyes, which had a different meaning. Marks McClown nodded and said, "Although the ghost purple poisonous plant is terrifying, it also has a fatal weakness. We don't need to think of it as terrifying." Harry quickly asked, "What weakness?" Marks McClown said, "Ghost purple poisonous plant possesses powerful mental pollution ability, but in fact the body is very weak, but this weakness is relative. This kind of weakness is relatively weak compared to its own mental pollution ability. But it should not be underestimated, nor can it be touched with hands. It is still purple poison in nature, which is very toxic." "Cool." Tiger literature. Harry and Hermione listened carefully to what Marks McClown said. Only Ron looked at the purple poisonous grass quagmire impatiently. Marks McClown said, "The most feared thing about the ghost purple poisonous grass is blood. As long as you drop fresh blood on its body, it will directly burn it to ashes." Hermione exclaimed, "Blood? Such a horrible thing is afraid of blood?" Marks McClown nodded and said, "This looks amazing, but that's the truth." Harry asked, "How to deal with that ghostly purple poisonous plant's terrifying mental pollution ability?" Marks McClown looked at the depths of the purple poisonous grass quagmire, shook his head and said, "This can only depend on your willpower." When talking about this, Marks McClown glanced at Ron inadvertently. It was already seen in the Jubilee incident just how bad Ron's willpower was. Marks McClown is almost certain that Ron must be the first to go out. Condition of people. Ron desperately suppressed the fear in his heart, without fear, pretending to be bold. "What do you see me doing? I will definitely be fine. Be careful yourself." Marks McClown couldn't refute Ron's words, and said lightly, "Are you ready? If you can, I will set off." Harry and Hermione nodded at the same time. Ron didn't expect Marks to leave so soon, and he hurriedly said, "No, so fast? That's a terrifying magical plant. Just prepare something more." "Okay," Marks McClown said indifferently, "as long as you have blood, it is enough. There is nothing to prepare." Ron obviously didn't pay attention to Marks' explanation just now, and asked dazedly, "What blood? What are you talking about?" Marks McClown had already drawn out a magic wand and chanted a curse at the mire in front of him. All care. The originally soft quagmire immediately became extremely hard. Marks McClown stepped on gently and said, "You follow me." Harry and Hermione looked at each other and stepped on it without hesitation. Ron hesitated, but seeing Harry and Hermione have passed, leaving him alone here, Ron's heart was chilled again, and he could only grit his teeth and follow. While strengthening the quagmire in front of him, Marks McClown watched the surroundings vigilantly, opening the range of spiritual exploration to the maximum. As long as there is a little disturbance, Marks McClown will immediately enter a state of alert. Marks McClown had already suffered a small loss in this weird magical forest just now, and of course Marks McClown would not make the same mistake again. For so many years, no one has been able to complete the trial of the Holy Land. This place will only have dangers that one does not expect, and it will never be simple. Marks McClown stared at her surroundings closely, not daring to relax her vigilance at all times. Horse tribe, Fick tent. Fick said calmly. They went in. Finley's face became unsightly, and he sat down sullenly. Bane and Firenze looked at the expressions of the two men, feeling a little puzzled. Firenze asked, "Finley, what's wrong with you?" Finley shook his head slowly. A look of fear appeared on his face. Bane and Firenze looked at each other. Finley was the strongest warrior of their horse race. How did they see Finley show such an expression? Shikai Marks I defeated him, but it made him decadent for a while, and then immediately stood up with a sense of purpose. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 339, The Real Illusion. Fick glanced at Finley and explained lightly. When Finley was in the Holy Land trial, he suffered a lot from the ghost purple poisonous plant, so he quit halfway. Bane and Firenze showed surprised expressions. They really didn't know anything about this. Finley projected a look of memories in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "That incident is the most feared thing in my heart in this life. I really don't want to remember too much. Anyway, I saw it in this purple poisonous grass quagmire. The scene I least want to see in my life almost made me nervous." Bane and Firenze certainly wouldn't be so stupid to ask Finley about the details, but from Finley's words, they also heard how terrifying this so-called ghost purple poisonous plant is. Firenze asked, "Isn't the ghost purple poisonous herb capable of devouring people's spirits?" "How did Finley escape?" Finley smiled bitterly. "It's not so much that I escaped, it's better to say that it didn't want to kill me, and it gave me a way out." Fick nodded and said, "Finley was almost dying in the quagmire of purple poisonous grass that time, but I don't know why the ghostly purple poisonous grass didn't take advantage of the situation to take Finley's life, so Finley escaped." Firenze lowered his head. He didn't expect Marks McClown to encounter such a dangerous thing. But the people in the horse tribe couldn't do anything for Marks McClown. They could only pray that Marks McClown would be more blessed. Purple poisonous grass mire. While Marks McClown was using the curse of all protection, while watching the surroundings vigilantly, the spiritual exploration also constantly feedback the surrounding situation. Everything is not abnormal, as if there is nothing nearby. The group of them had walked a relatively long distance, but they did not encounter any danger. Ron ran out again and said, "There is nothing near here, there shouldn't be that ghostly purple poisonous plant." Harry said, "Ron, whether we have it or not, we must stay alert." Ron narrowed his mouth and said, "But we have been walking for a long time and there is nothing. I wonder if someone made up a story to scare people." Hermione dissatisfied. "Ron, how do you talk? Is Marks McClown so boring?" Ron spread his hands and made an expression that doesn't know. Just when Ron was about to turn around, the soles of his feet sank, and Ron's feet plunged directly into the mud. "What's the matter?" "I'm dying, save me." Ron hurriedly stretched out his hands, trying to catch something in midair. Harry was by Ron's side, grabbing Ron's hand quickly. Marks McClown trembled all over, as if he was aware of something, and suddenly yelled, "Everyone stand still on the spot." Marks McClown let out a cold drink, and immediately asked Ron and Harry to keep their positions, not daring to move. I don't know why Marks McClown suddenly asked them not to move. While keeping his actions, Ron exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "Marks, you cheated me. Obviously there was no protection here. You vicious person. Do you want to kill me?" "Shut up. Do you have persecution delusions?" Marks McClown frowned deeply. Just now, this quagmire had been cursed by him for all protections, and it would definitely not happen to fall into the quagmire. But how to explain Ron's situation? Marks McClown already had it in her heart. General idea. Hermione helped Marks McClown argue. Did Ron you insert the wrong foot? Marks McClown has already protected this quagmire. Just when Ron wanted to refute, Hermione screamed, and her body sank a bit. Originally, what Hermione was stepping on was a protected quagmire. How could it suddenly collapse? Marks McClown confirmed that there was no problem with her spell, and the only thing that could go wrong was their induction nerves. Marks McClown tried her best to keep her calm and said, "Everyone, don't move. No matter what happens, don't move. Have you heard?" Hermione and Harry glanced at Mark's eye, nodded without hesitation, and unconditionally obeyed Mark's eye's command. Only Ron maintained an embarrassing posture of failing to fail and kept cursing there. Middle dot find flowers middle dot. Hermione asked carefully, "Marks McClown, are you aware that something is wrong?" Marks McClown nodded slowly, took a deep breath and said, "It is very possible that we are now already in the spiritual illusion of the ghostly purple poisonous plant." Harry was surprised. "How is this possible? We don't feel anything. There is no illusion." Marks McClown solemnly said, "McClowns, it is this kind of real illusion that can most confuse people's spirit." Ron scolded, "What are you talking about? Can you speak human words? I can't understand you at all." Marks McClown glared at Ron coldly and said, "I mean, we are standing on the quagmire that I have protected, and you and Hermione are in the quagmire just because our spirit is affected!" What? Harry and the others were surprised and said that such a real scene in their eyes is actually an illusion. Immediately Harry sank suddenly, and the quagmire flooded the rocks under Harry's feet, making Harry hurriedly trying to struggle. Marks McClown frowned and said, "Harry, don't move. You are not in the quagmire." Harry barely stopped his struggling hands and feet. But how could it be fake that the situation in front of him was so real? Marks McClown's body was also slowly sinking into the quagmire, and the mud of the quagmire had already filled Marks McClown's feet. Hermione screamed, "Marks, I beware of purple poisonous plants." Marks McClown calmly shook his head and said, "It's okay. This is just the purple poisonous plant of the illusion, and it has no effect." In fact, Marks McClown also felt a little nervous in her heart. Who knows if this purple poisonous plant is really illusory. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 340, Unreal Reality. So Marks McClown was actually gambling, but using his life to gamble. Harry and the others looked at Mark's eyes feet nervously. The purple poison has touched Mark's eyes shoes and Mark's eyes pants. However, Mark's eye did not have any adverse reactions. This is really an illusion. Ron suddenly realized it, looking at the mire that submerged half of his body. Hermione was afraid and said, "Too real. This spiritual illusion is too terrifying." If it weren't for Marks McClown's words just now to prevent them from struggling, I'm afraid they would have truly stepped on the unprotected quagmire because of panic, and be swallowed by the real quagmire. Harry also said with a look of horror, "If it weren't for Mr. Marks's wit, we almost had a big deal." 6 times even Ron glanced at Mark's eye with disdain, muttering, "It's just luck to see it." Marks McClown looked at the surrounding scenery and was about to cover herself when she saw the quagmire. The feeling of chest tightness was perfectly sketched out by the ghostly purple poison. The reality of this illusion was really amazing. At the moment when Marks McClown was about to be swallowed by the quagmire, they thought they had fallen into an endless black hole. A kind of powerless feeling of weightlessness eroded each of them, and even Marks McClown was without exception. Plus cool, tiger. What? The 4 people seemed to be falling continuously, frightening Harry and the others to scream in horror. Marks McClown couldn't accept such a rapid scene change for a while, and had to passively accept the influence of the ghost purple poison on his spirit. I don't know how long it took to fall, and the 4 of them finally slammed into the hard ground. Boom, 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 boom. With 4 loud noises, a sharp pain of all bones being shattered spread from the whole body to the brain. and his whole body seemed to have fallen to pieces. Marks McClown forced to endure intense pain emanating from his heart, struggling to raise his head. He knew that in reality they might have just fallen, or even moved without moving, but the spiritual influence of the ghost purple poisonous plant is too terrifying, and it directly makes people feel the pain of all bones fragmentation. The three of Harry screamed violently, and under the violent pain, they could no longer keep their minds sober, lying on the ground feebly and moaning. Marks McClown clenched his teeth. The intense pain also affected him. However, Marks McClown did not lose his calmness. He had to force himself to think of a solution quickly, otherwise even if he persisted, Harry and the others might not be able to bear the intense pain. Spiritual influence. Mental strength. Mental pollution. Since the ghostly purple poisonous grass affects them through mental pollution, the only way to break through the ghostly purple poisonous grass can be mentally, but Mark's eye can't find the ghostly purple poisonous grass body, and can't cause harm to the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Marks McClown struggled desperately. Suddenly Harry in front of him swelled, his eyes widened, bloodshot, and burst into a cloud of blood. Marks McClown was stunned. Harry is dead? Marks McClown stared blankly at the bright red blood mist in the sky, and the intense pain teared Marks McClown's mind. Ron suddenly screamed, like Harry. His whole body swelled, looking at Mark's eye in disbelief. Without any accident, bang! It's another cloud of blood. Marks McClown was completely stunned. Her eyes slowly moved to the direction where Hermione was. Hermione looked at Marks McClown, her eyes filled with pain, her mouth closed as if she was saying something. Marks McClown looked straight at Hermione, clenched his fists. It wouldn't, it definitely won't, everything is fake. A gleam of light flashed in Marks McClown's eyes, as if thinking of something. Hermione slowly swelled in front of Mark's eye, and the originally lively and clever Hermione turned into a big ball of flesh, ugly and bloodshot. Boom! Hermione exploded the sky of blood. Marks McClown didn't have a trace of pain. Her eyes looked straight at the dark sky. Marks McClown already understands that from the very beginning, they have entered the illusion of the ghostly purple poisonous grass. They passively endure spiritual pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous grass and have no effect. It will only make them unable to withstand the pressure one by one and collapse one by one. Not true. Everything is not true. Marks McClown strengthened such a belief in her heart that she was not in this dark space. She did not have any pain in her body, and Harry, Hermione and the others did not die. Marks McClown's mental power rushed out of Marks McClown's mind, pierced through this dark space like a sharp sword, and the dazzling light shone on Marks McClown. Marks McClown opened his eyes. Marks McClown stood in the purple poisonous grass quagmire. His body had not changed a bit, but Harry, Hermione and Ron still stood in front of him with an expression of pain. Marks McClown breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and finally she was free from the spiritual pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Everything just now was the spiritual influence of the ghostly purple poisonous grass, but Marks McClown's back was full of cold sweat. Marks McClown didn't have time to think about it. Harry and the others were still suffering from the spiritual erosion of the ghost purple poisonous plant. The best way to deal with spiritual power is, of course, to use spiritual power to return to one's own body. Without saying a word, Marks McClown condensed into 3 mental shocks and rushed directly into the minds of the 3 Harry. Sure enough, an extremely evil mental power of 1.5 was affecting the 3 of Harry. But under the strong mental impact of Marks McClown, they were directly torn to pieces, and the 3 of them stood unstable and looked dizzy. Horse people, inside the tent of Elder Fick. Fick looked at Mark's eye in the mirror, and slowly exhaled. This is not easy. Finley looked at Mark's eye, but he looked decadent and couldn't be more decadent. He has experienced the horror of being caught by the ghostly purple poisonous grass, knowing that it is extremely difficult to break free. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 341, something more terrifying. But Marks McClown was in front of him. breaking away from the mental pollution that he seemed impossible to break away. The faces of Bane and Firenze were also filled with incredible expressions. Cool Tiger, after a long time, Bane slowly said, "In the future, our horse race cannot offend this person, so we will try not to offend this person. His strength is too abnormal." Bane thought for a while before he came up with such a word to describe Mark-sai. The shock in Firenze's heart could not dissipate for a long time. Just as Firenze hoped that Marks McClown defeated Finley before, at the moment when Marks McClown really defeated Finley, Firenze still felt that it was an illusion. "This is impossible. I did not expect this feeling coming back to my heart so soon." Fick sighed and said, "It is true that one generation is better than one generation. As long as this person does not die, he will definitely become the leader of mankind. At that time, other races may not be able to defeat mankind if they unite." There was a small silence in the small tent, and Fick slowly said, "If Mark-sai can get out of it, none of you are allowed to provoke him. I hear you." Fick had a rare serious old face, staring directly at Bane and Finley, who nodded and said yes. Plus Cool Tiger. "Just kidding, not to mention that Mark-sai was able to break free from the spiritual pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous grass. With Mark-sai defeating Finley, few horsemen would dare to fight Mark-sai." Firenze said, "Elder, Mark-sai has freed himself from the spiritual pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous plant. There should be no danger behind it." When Firenze spoke, he realized that his mouth became dry. Marks McClown shocked himself too much just now. Fick frowned and said, "The magic forest is not as simple as you think. Mark-sai's ability to defeat the ghostly purple poisonous grass does not mean that Mark-sai can complete the Holy Land trial." Firenze was taken aback and said, "There is something more terrifying than the ghost purple poisonous plant in the Holy Land?" Bane and Finley also looked at Fick nervously, and in their minds, the ghostly purple poisonous plant was the scariest thing they had ever seen. Fick nodded slowly, and immediately banged the big hammer in the hearts of everyone. Fick said indifferently, "The reason why the Holy Land is the Holy Land of our horse tribe, such a little thing is just a piece of cake. Otherwise you think that for so many years, why no one can complete the Holy Land trial." Bane and Finley looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. "I am afraid that they would never choose to challenge the Holy Land trial in their lives." It was really terrifying. Plus Cool Tiger. Firenze smiled bitterly, always thinking that Marks McClown had gone through hardships. Who knew that there were still more difficulties waiting for Marks McClown, and he didn't know if Marks McClown could survive to the end. All care. Marks McClown once again cast a protection curse on this quagmire. This is the 5th time Mark-sai has cast this spell on the same quagmire. There is no way, Harry, who has been freed from the spiritual pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous grass, still has not recovered from the chaotic spiritual influence. Of course, Mark-sai has no way to sort out their spirits. Only let them straighten out their own thinking, restore one's own sanity. Marks McClown. "Are you okay?" Hermione screamed suddenly, and her godless eyes finally returned to their former look. Seeing Hermione's recovery, Marks McClown was about to smile and comfort Hermione, who knew that Hermione desperately rushed forward and hugged Marks McClown, crying, "I was scared to death. I thought you were dead." "You are dead and I am alive and there is no point." Hermione cried with her nose and tears. This was also the first time Marks McClown saw Hermione so gaff. It seemed that the mental pollution of the ghost purple poison really caused people to fall into it. Marks McClown patted Hermione's back and said, "It's okay, now there is nothing, we are all fine." Hermione cried for a long time, then slowly raised her head in Marks-sai's arms, staring at her red eyes, and said aggrieved, "I was really scared to death just now." Marks McClown touched Hermione's soft blonde hair and said, "It's all right now, I'm here." Hermione felt aggrieved and saw her nose again, but now that Hermione had recovered a lot, she slowly pushed Marks-sai away and said sorry. Marks McClown smiled and said, "It's okay." In fact, Marks McClown was thinking in her heart, I don't mind how many times you want to do such things. Hermione said, "It's Mark's eye again this time. Did you save us?" Marks McClown smiled faintly, and did not directly admit it. But Hermione knew from Marks McClown's expression that it was due to Marks McClown, and said, "Every time I trouble you like this, we really seem too useless." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "How can I say that? Without you, I would have had an accident just now." Just as Hermione was about to answer, Harry suddenly screamed and shouted, "Mum and Dad!" Marks McClown quickly stabilized Harry, fearing that Harry would be too excited, and fell directly into the purple poisonous grass quagmire next to him. Harry opened his eyes and saw Hermione and Mark's eye, who were staring at him. His expression of horror slowly eased and said, "Did I trouble Mr. Marks again this time?" Marks McClown smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't think too much. How do you feel now?" Harry shook his head to indicate that he had no problem, and said in admiration, "Mr. Marks is really amazing. He was able to break the mental pollution of the ghost purple poisonous her by himself, and also help me solve the mental pollution in my brain. Thank you very much." Harry vaguely heard the conversation between Hermione and Mark's eye when he regained his senses, and knew about it. Marks McClown said indifferently, "Since I decided to take you with me, then this is what I should do." Speaking of Mark's eye turning his gaze to Ron, Ron was still in a crazy state at this time. With Ron's poor mental power, it might take some time to recover. Chapter 342, but Marks McClown couldn't wait any longer. This horrible ghostly purple poisonous plant almost let himself be carried on it. If this thing is not picked out, how can he calm Marks McClown's anger? Hermione said, "Since we are all okay now, let's leave this side quickly. Who knows if the ghostly purple poisonous grass will cast an illusion on us again!" Harry also agreed. "McClowns, the mental pollution of the ghost purple poisonous grass is too severe, and I think we can't stand it again." Ron nodded immediately. The horror of the illusion just now made him remember, and he didn't dare to stay here again. Marks McClown didn't move, still standing in place. Harry asked, "Mr. Marks, shall we not leave yet?" Hermione and Ron also looked at Mark's eye. It was Mark's eye, not them, who had the decision right now. Even if they agreed, it still depends on Mark's eye's decision. Marks McClown shook his head and said faintly, "Ghostly purple poisonous grass is so easy to let us off. It is not my style." When Ron heard that Mark's eye was still entangled with the ghost purple poisonous plant, he was immediately unwilling to say, "Don't always think that we will follow you to our lives, okay? It's very rare to escape your life. Do you want to die that way?" Before Marks McClown refuted, Hermione was the first to be dissatisfied. "Ron, what are you talking about nonsense? Our lives were all saved by Marks McClown, so do you have this attitude toward Marks McClown?" Harry nodded quickly and said, "If it weren't for Mr. Marks, we would have died long ago." "Ron, you must be grateful. I'm just talking about facts. Obviously you have successfully escaped, so don't it be bad if you don't have such extravagance." Ron pointed at the two angrily, unable to speak for a moment. "Cool Tiger," Marks McClown said coldly, "I said it a long time ago. If you don't want to go on, you can choose to leave the team by yourself. I haven't asked you to follow me." Ron shook his hand fiercely, and went straight back in anger. Harry quickly grabbed Ron and let Ron go back by himself. Harry was of course worried. What if something happened to Ron halfway? Ron also knew that he was incomparable with Marks McClown. He didn't know how he might die if he really wanted to go back alone. He was just expressing his anger. Hermione saw that Mark's eye and Ron were unhappy, so she jumped out and said, "Stop arguing. Haven't we already discussed to obey Mark's eye at the beginning? Ron, stop making trouble." Plus cool, Tiger. Ron snorted severely, holding his hands and not speaking. He was acquiescing to Hermione's statement. Otherwise he would be embarrassed if Marks McClown was driven away by Marks McClown. Marks McClown didn't pay attention to Ron anymore. Ron was just a beaming clown, no matter how much he jumped. He couldn't affect Marks McClown's determination. The area of this purple poisonous grass quagmire is so large, who knows if the ghostly purple poisonous grass will come out to attack again. You should know that Mark's eye has been on spiritual exploration just now, but it can't reflect the spiritual pollution of the ghost purple poisonous grass. It can be seen how strong its sneak attack ability is. Mark's eye doesn't want to be worried about the sneak attacks that may occur at any time along the way, so cutting the grass and roots is a must. But the problem came again. Since Mark's eye's spiritual exploration could not find the body of the ghostly purple poisonous plant, how should Mark's eye solve this annoying thing? Marks McClown frowned slightly, thinking about all the knowledge of the ghost purple poisonous plant. Since Marks McClown did not actually witness the body of the ghost purple poisonous grass, the discriminating eyes were not useful. Only the introduction about the ghost purple poisonous grass that he accidentally saw in some rare encyclopedia magic books before. Marks McClown suddenly remembered that the ghost purple poisonous grass is a branch of the purple poisonous grass. It only appears in the purple poisonous grass quagmire. Compared with its spiritual power, the body of the ghostly purple poisonous grass is very fragile, and it must be destroyed by blood. Marks McClown's heart moved, and he already had a general idea in his heart. Mark's eye's spiritual exploration range is very wide. With the horrible spiritual pollution power of the ghostly purple poisonous grass, it is impossible for Mark's eye to find the ghostly purple poisonous grass, so the only possibility is that the main body of the ghostly purple poisonous grass cannot be detected by the spirit of Mark's eye. The place under the quagmire. As long as Mark's eye's spiritual exploration is not effective in the airtight quagmire, and only in the quagmire, the ghost purple poisonous plant can better preserve its fragile body. Everything has been established, and the ghost purple poisonous grass is in the quagmire near him. Marks McClown reached out and drew out her wand, pointing to a quagmire in the distance. Harry wondered: Mr. Marks, don't you have to protect the quagmire in front of us with all your protection? We can't get there if you protect such a far place. Hermione looked at Mark's eye incomprehensibly, wondering why Mark's eye acted. Marks McClown didn't speak, because this time Marks McClown used not all protection spells, but a wide-range and powerful attack spell. Milner, boom! The mighty Mania blasted directly to the distant quagmire. A whole quagmire was directly blasted to pieces, and countless mud flew into the sky. Ron on one side was startled and cursed. Marks McClown, you are crazy, right? What are you doing? Hermione was also frightened by Mark's eye's actions. Lisa how? And rushed out of her wand and used an armor body curse to block the flying mud for Mark's eye and the others. A big piece is missing in the quagmire, but it's empty inside, with nothing. Not in this area. The direction of Mark's eye's wand changed, and once again a Molnir blasted directly onto another quagmire. Once again, countless mud flew in midair. Scared Hermione hurriedly in that direction to cast another armor body. Harry grabbed Marks McClown and shouted, Mr. Marks, calm down and stop attacking. Chapter 343, It seems a little scary. Harry thought Mark's eye was controlled by the ghost purple poisonous plant again and lost his mind. Marks McClown said lightly, I haven't lost my mind. I'm looking for the location of the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Hermione and Harry were stunned when they heard Mark's eye's answer, but Mark's eye was fine, as long as they were not controlled. Marks McClown saw that this quagmire was blasted into the air again with nothing, frowned, and changed the direction again, and another Mjolnir blasted past. This time Hermione had more experience, and followed Mark's eye's direction to cast the armor and body curse. Otherwise they would have been turned into mudmen by the horrible bombing method of Mark's eye. Horse tribe, fig tent. The four horsemen looked at Mark's eye's behavior with a stunned look. Bane asked in a puzzled way, is Marks McClown's attack on him by the angry ghost and the purple poisonous plant to discourage this quagmire? Finley shook his head and said, I don't know, but the power of his curse, it seems that 540 is a little scary. Marks McClown blasted a large quagmire with a single spell, and Marks McClown also looked extremely relaxed, as if using such a powerful spell does not require magic at all. Q Finley said helplessly, "I'm taking it. I can beat me. I am extremely proficient in the knowledge of potions." He has such amazing performance in the use and accumulation of magic. He is simply an almighty existence. Fick glanced at Finley, and wanted to say, "Finley, as the first warrior of the horse race, how could you be discouraged in front of a human being?" But after summing up Marksai's performance, Fick couldn't say a word of comfort. "Well, this opponent is a bit strong, even Fick has to think so." Firenze said, "What the hell is Marksai doing this now? Even if his magic power is profound, he is not consuming himself like this, right?" Fick squinted, watching Marks McClown's behavior seriously, and slowly said, "He seems to be looking for something." "Looking for something?" Bane, Firenze, and Fernley thought of a possibility at the same time. Bane kicked the ground fiercely and said, "Impossible. It is absolutely impossible." Fernley also shook his head desperately, trying not to think about that, but at the moment Marksai they didn't understand there was only one explanation, that is, he tried to find the ghost purple poisonous plant. Firenze and the others don't know whether the ghostly purple poisonous grass is hiding under the quagmire, but ordinary people encounter such terrible mental pollution as the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Shouldn't the first reaction be to escape far? Why Marksai still had the courage to find the hiding place of the ghost purple poisonous grass? They must have been wrong. Fick was also shocked for a while, and said, "Don't say it's impossible. He can even escape the mental pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous plant." Now it is not strange to find the ghostly purple poisonous plant. You better stop using your inertia thinking to measure this extraordinary human being. Hearing Fick's affirmation, both Bane and Finley showed a decadent look. McClowns, the gap between them and Marks McClown is too big. What qualifications do they have to use their own thinking to determine Marks McClown? Firenze smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, Fick's evaluation of Marks McClown had reached this point. He was numb to Marks McClown's miracle. It seemed that Marks McClown would eliminate the ghost purple poisonous grass again. In the quagmire of purple poisonous grass, terrifying huge pits appeared in every corner. Marks McClown kept bombarding the nearby quagmire. Although dozens of huge pits had been blasted out and the ghostly purple poisonous grass had not been found, for some reason, Marks McClown always felt that he would soon find the hiding place of the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Hermione still believed in Marksai, and every time Marksai exploded mud in the sky, Hermione would immediately block the mud with a spell. Harry and Ron were watching Marksai from the sidelines. Harry was helpless, but he could understand how a proud person like Marksai could not get it back. And Ron was cursing in a low voice on the side, thinking that he might face the horrible ghost purple poisonous plant for a while, and he felt that his whole person had become bad. Malnia. Marks McClown once again hit Mjolnir into the distant quagmire, and countless mud splashed into the sky. Just when Marksai instinctively wanted to change the direction of his magic wand, a terrifying mental power soared into the sky. Anidja Marksai's position was overwhelming. Found it. Marks McClown was overjoyed. He didn't discover that the ghostly purple poisonous grass was actually isolated because of the mire in his spiritual exploration, but now that Marksai has crushed the mire, the ghostly purple poisonous grass is unreservedly displayed. Marks McClown's wand was raised high, facing the attack of the spirit power of the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Marks McClown happened to have a spiritual guardian curse in his hand, which was exactly the curse of guarding the gods taught by Professor Lupin. Hush and guard. Marks McClown's surging mental power surged out of his body, and instantly wrapped Marks McClown's four people. A five-clawed golden dragon emitting white light flew above Marksai's head, and the white light emitted dispelled the evil spirit power of the ghostly purple poisonous grass, making it impossible to penetrate. Hermione looked at the mighty five-clawed golden dragon above her head, remembering the Quidditch stadium in heavy rain that day. Countless Dementors rushed all over the world, and Mark's Eye also summoned such a 5-clawed golden dragon. The Dementor ran away under the mighty power of this 5-clawed golden dragon. At that time, Marks McClown was simply too handsome, and now Mark's Eye once again summoned this 5-clawed golden dragon exuding white light, and the evil spirit power of the ghostly purple poisonous grass was directly isolated, and it looked like a god descending to the world. P.S. I have been coughing crazily these days, and I also have a cold and headache. Buff. Chapter 344, A New World. Marks McClown smiled and looked at the huge pit. A huge grass grain clearly appeared in the pit, which was continuously emitting a purple spiritual circle, trying to influence them. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown pointed at the body of the ghost purple poisonous grass with her magic wand, and said lightly, "That's it." Malnia. The powerful Malnia flew towards the body of the ghostly purple poisonous herb. According to Mark's Eye's estimation, with the mighty power of manas, this fragile ghostly purple poisonous herb was not able to withstand a single blow. Boom. Horse tribe, fixed tent. The 4 horsemen dully looked at the mirror of the Holy Land, which showed Mark's Eye finding the ghostly purple poisonous grass. The 4 horsemen were speechless, and Mark's Eye actually found the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Bane murmured, "The ghostly purple poison grassland looks like this." Fick paused before saying, "It's also the first time I have seen a ghostly purple poisonous plant." Firenze said, "Marks McClown found the ghost purple poisonous plant. Isn't it easy to solve it?" Fick smiled lightly and said, "Do you think the purple poison weed is so easy to deal with? Blood must be used to destroy the purple poisonous weed, and there is no good chance to get close, otherwise you think the name of the king of purple poison is fake?" Firenze was taken aback for a moment and looked at the scene in the Holy Land mirror. Hasn't Marks McClown already used the curse? Could it be possible that the ghostly purple poisonous plant can escape? Just when Marks McClown smiled and wanted to see the ghostly purple poisonous plant that had been blown up, Marks McClown's pupils shrank, and the smile on his face narrowed. Mark's Eye's hair meow earlier did not hit the ghostly purple poisonous grass, but hit the side of the quagmire. This is impossible for Mark's Eye to imagine. The ghostly purple poisonous grass has not moved at all. How could Mark's Eye hit partial? Harry and the others saw this scene too, looking stunned. Hermione hesitated. "Why did you miss it?" "I think Mark's Eye's curse was played just right." Harry nodded quickly and said, "I saw it too, but I missed it for some reason." Marks McClown thought for a while, and finally figured out why. Since the spiritual pollution of the ghost purple poison has reached the level of being visible to the naked eye, can it be understood that it has reached a level that is close to materialization and can even affect the material level? This discovery seems to have opened the door to a new world for Mark's Eye. Such a change will occur when the spiritual power reaches a certain level. This is really an incredible discovery. Although Mark's Eye's Hushan guards resisted the spiritual pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous grass, his own curse must pass through the ghostly purple poisonous grass spiritual range, which is when his own spell attack is affected in this range. Lead to Miss. Cool Tiger. Immediately, Marks McClown's brows wrinkled deeply, and he didn't expect that he would encounter such a tricky magic plant in the periphery of the Holy Land. The ghostly purple poisonous plant can even affect the attack trajectory of the spell, and I don't know how difficult it will be to deal with the magical plants after the ghostly purple poisonous grass is solved. Marks McClown shook his head. Now is not the time to think about this. Now he still has to deal with this annoying ghostly purple poisonous plant. Hermione asked anxiously, "Marks McClown, what should we do now? Why can't the curse hit the ghost purple poisonous plant?" Marks McClown faintly said, "It's okay. The curse will only be shot because it is mentally polluted by the ghost purple poisonous plant." What? Hermione was dumbfounded. Spiritual pollution can deflect the trajectory of the spell? This completely refreshed her view of the world, and Marks McClown didn't explain too much, because he himself was also in the guessing stage. Harry heard Mark's Eye's explanation. That doesn't mean that any spell can't hit it. Then how can we solve this thing? Marks McClown said, you forget what I told you just now. Do you need to pour blood on it to eliminate the ghost purple poisonous plant? In fact, Marks McClown had forgotten about this matter just now in a hurry, and for the sake of convenience, so he directly used Miournia to attack the ghost purple poisonous plant. Seeking flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Harry and Hermione immediately remembered what Marks-Eye had said before, and suddenly realized that only blood can defeat the ghost purple poisonous plant. No wonder the curse would not hit him. Marks McClown fell into deep thought. Even though she remembered that she would use blood to attack the ghostly purple poisonous grass, now except for the area guarded by the gods, it is not affected by the ghostly purple poisonous grass spiritual pollution. The outside is full of its spiritual pollution. How to pour blood on it is a big question. Ron looked at the purple spirit fluctuations emitted by the ghostly purple poisonous weeds all over the sky, and couldn't help feeling chilled and said, let's go, we won't touch it anyway, what's that to fight with? Marks McClown glanced at Ron. Ron was holding his injured hand just now, blood still oozing from the bandaged handkerchief. Marks McClown said, Ron, it takes blood to deal with the ghost purple poisonous plant. Ron said, what do you mean? Marks McClown gestured to Ron's hand and said, you have blood in your hand now, and you don't need anyone else to use it. Ron immediately said angrily, is my blood used for you like this? Harry quickly held down the angry Ron and said, don't be angry, Ron. Mr. Marks is just joking. If Mr. Marks needs blood, you can use mine. Marks McClown said lightly, no, only Ron is injured here. With this ready-made blood, why use the blood of uninjured people? Harry thought about the same reason. Hermione nodded and said, Ron, don't be stingy, blood is oozing out of your handkerchief. Do you still want to cut our hands? Ron's face flushed, but it seemed unreasonable to say to cut Harry and their hands. Chapter 345 Lostulum. Ron thought for a moment and said, it's okay to use my blood, but now we can't get close to the body of the ghostly purple poisonous plant. How can I use my blood? As far as I am concerned, we just retreat. Plus cool tiger. Marks McClown faintly said, can't retreat, as long as we leave, the ghost purple poisonous grass will not let us go. Ron was stunned. They were the illusion that smashed the ghostly purple poisonous grass, found its body, and attacked its body directly. They really wouldn't let it go for themselves. Ron said bitterly, then what should we do? Marks McClown smiled and said, it's very simple, as long as you can touch the ghost purple poisonous plant, everything is solved. Ron was taken aback, wondering what Marks McClown meant. Marks McClown grabbed Ron's 6-80 hand and unfastened the handkerchief tied to Ron's hand. The cut wound on Ron's hand by Marks McClown showed blood again, and Ron grinned in pain. Marks McClown smiled and said, be careful, the next thing may offend you a bit. When Ron heard Marks-Eye's unkind words, he immediately panicked and said, what do you want to do? Don't stop, you listen to me. Marks McClown had already hugged Ron directly, and with Marks McClown's physical fitness, there was almost no pressure to hug Ron. Remember to grab the body of the ghostly purple poisonous plant. Immediately afterwards, Ron's body was like a cannonball, and he was thrown out directly by Marks-Eye. The target was directed at the ghostly purple poisonous plant. Help! Ron was constantly crying in midair, but he struggled in the air to no avail. Thinking that if his blood could not solve the ghost purple poisonous plant, he would be dominated by its spiritual pollution again, Ron had to open his eyes desperately and aimed his blood-stained hand at the ghost purple poisonous plant's body. The ghost purple poisonous grass seemed to feel the smell of blood on Ron's hand, which could cause great danger to himself. He immediately poured his mental power into Ron's body, but it had no effect. It would take time for mental pollution to take effect. Ron was not immediately affected. Under the gaze of Marks-Eye and the others, Ron's blood-stained hand hit the ghostly purple poisonous grass as expected. Boom! A group of hot flames immediately surrounded the body of the ghost purple poisonous grass, and all the spiritual power permeating midair was immediately disordered. Marks McClown looked at all this with a smile and said, "It's a success." Plus Cool Tiger. The huge body of the ghostly purple poisonous grass was quickly scorched by the flames, leaving only a blackened grass grain. If no one said, it would not be obvious that this grass particle was actually the body of the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Seeing that this annoying ghostly purple poisonous plant was finally killed, Marks and the others also showed a comfortable smile. Harry glanced at Marks McClown and said, "Mr. Marks, I have a question for you." Marks McClown nodded and said, "Say." Harry smiled bitterly and said, "Since blood can burn the ghostly purple poisonous plant directly, why not put Ron's blood in a small bottle and throw it over?" Marks McClown froze, scratching his head, pretending to be embarrassed, and said, "I was too anxious just now, and my brain is not easy to use." "Isn't it good now? Just solve the problem." Seeing Mark's explosive acting, Harry had to smile wryly and nodded. Hermione also said next to him, "In fact, Ron's contribution is also very worthwhile. At least Ron can brag about killing the ghost purple poisonous plant in the future, right?" Marks McClown said, "Okay, let's go over quickly." Before he killed the ghostly purple poisonous grass, Ron was also tainted by the spiritual pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous grass. Even if the ghostly purple poisonous grass is dead now, he can't get rid of it alone. The horse tribe on the other side. Fick put the Holy Land mirror in Fienz's hand sullenly. He was a little tired after holding it for so long, and more importantly, his heart was even more tired. "This Marks even if you get rid of the ghostly purple poisonous weed, you can kill the ghostly purple poisonous weed directly. We must know how many human elite geniuses, the pride of the horse race, died in that quagmire. And you kill the ghost purple poisonous plant so easily. How embarrassing the people who died there." Finley also covered his face, and he almost died there. To him, it was a place where hell exists. He was actually destroyed by someone like this. It was really embarrassing and lost home. Firenze scratched his head, and after holding it for a long time, he finally said, "Marks McClown is really amazing." Bane gave Firenze a nasty look. "Everyone can see this. What are you doing now?" Fick sighed and said, "That's all. This Marks can solve even the ghostly purple poisonous plant. What can I say about him?" Firenze asked, "Since Marks can even solve the ghostly purple poisonous plant, does that mean that he has a high chance of completing the Holy Land trial?" Fick shook his head, looking helpless. Firenze stunned. "No, is there a more powerful magic plant in it?" Fick said slowly, I don't know." Firenze was stunned. Elder Fick actually said something he didn't know. Elder Fick was like a prophet in the horse race. How could he say that he didn't know? Fick said, "In my lifetime, I haven't seen anyone who can complete the Holy Land trial." In 2.0, I don't know what terrifying magical plants are there, so I can only say that I don't know. Firenze looked at the holy ground mirror in his hand in shock. The ghostly purple poisonous plant was already extremely terrifying in his heart. Marks solved the ghostly purple poisonous grass and might not be able to complete the Holy Land trial. "Does this Holy Land trial have how difficult is it?" Bane said weakly. "I really can't imagine how the predecessors managed to break through the Holy Land trial. If I go in, maybe I'm already a corpse." Chapter 346. Firenze saw that Bane, who was usually extremely confident, said such things. He could only sigh, and continue to look at Marks and his group in the Holy Land mirror. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown took Hermione, Harry supported Ron, who was still a little confused, and the four of them finally stepped out of the purple poisonous grass quagmire. Marks McClown also stood there temporarily, stretching out a comfortable lazy waist. Ron was once again affected by the mental pollution of the ghostly purple poisonous plant, and now he has slowly recovered, looking at Harry with a look of dementia, and said, Where are we? Where are we? What kind of purple poisonous plant? Harry smiled and said, Ron, we have come out, and you have killed the ghost purple poisonous plant. Ron shuddered and said, What? Hermione said. Harry said, You have already killed the ghost purple poisonous plant. Ron immediately stood up straight, not daring to say, Are you true? I really killed the ghost purple poisonous plant? Marks McClown thought of the behavior of Minking Ron just now, and felt that he was a little bit upset, and said, McClowns, you killed it yourself. After receiving Mark's acknowledgement from 11, Ron immediately became excited. That was an extremely terrifying magical plant. It was actually killed by myself. What an incredible thing. From now on, he can run around and brag to others. Ron was about to cheer happily, but realized that pain was coming from all over his body. Ah, it hurts. My whole body hurts so much. Ron cried out painfully. Marks McClown turned his head and blew a whistle. When he threw Ron out just now, it seemed that his strength was a little wrong, which caused Ron to have a big impact when he landed, which is the cause of Ron's whole body pain now. Marks McClown decisively flickered, Ron, I want to put the matter of your defeat of the ghost purple poisonous plant in the school magazine. Maybe you can become a celebrity in the school. When Ron heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. Really? When I heard that I might become a celebrity, thinking that I would be admired by many people in the school, and many girls circled around him, that wonderful feeling made Ron not care about anything. Of course, Marks McClown nodded and continued to flicker. Of course you can let everyone in the school know about your heroic deeds. Ron immediately became excited, thinking about how to answer when a reporter came to interview him. The injury on his body seemed to be serious, but on the contrary, he could show his brave and fearless image. Plus cool, tiger. After stepping out of the purple poisonous grass quagmire, a large forest appeared again in front of Marksai and his group. Tall trees can be seen everywhere inside, and the dense leaves even block the sunlight above the head, making this forest look ghastly. This time Ron walked in front of the team with great enthusiasm. It might be Marksai's promise to him to make him motivated. On the contrary, it was Harry and Hermione who had gone a little tired. Harry panted and asked, Mr. Marks, how long will it take to arrive? We've already walked a lot, right? Marks McClown nodded and said, It's been a while since I came in, but at this distance, I feel that we are still outside the Holy Land. Harry wailed and said, No, then we have to go to the McClowner of the Monkey to walk in. Marksai looked at Hermione. Hermione also showed fatigue, and said, Well, everyone is tired after passing through the purple poisonous grass quagmire. Let's rest here. Ron dissatisfied. I said why your body is so weak, you can't walk a few steps. You have to learn more from me, and see how good my body is. If I have good physical fitness, how can I defeat the ghost purple poisonous plant? Speaking of Ron, he rolled up his sleeves and showed his poor thin arms. Marks McClown glanced at Ron faintly. Ron now regarded himself as a great hero to solve the ghost purple poisonous plant. He wanted to create a few more heroic deeds. Of course he was full of energy. Marks McClown didn't plan to consider Ron's feelings, but instead helped Hermione sit down on the grass on one side. Harry saw Marksai and Hermione both sitting down to rest. Of course, they were not hypocritical, and they fell directly on the side of the tree, looking exhausted. Ron watched his words ignored, his face flushed, and mumbled that you didn't listen to me, and the critical moment was not relying on words like me. And then he sat on a wooden stake. Marks McClown looked around. Since entering this magic forest, they have been attacked in various ways by various deadly magic plants around them. So when he got here, Marks McClown still didn't relax his vigilance. He carefully inspected the surrounding area, and the discriminating eye identified all the movable and immovable things nearby, confirming that there was no danger before Marks McClown sat beside Hermione. The sun is blocked by dense leaves, and there is shadow all around, and there is a fresh breath under the tree, which makes it very comfortable to rest. Marksai and the four quickly enjoyed this comfortable feeling. Harry yawned lazily and said, It's so comfortable here. I want to sleep here. Hermione also opened her sleepy eyes and snoozed. It's very comfortable, but it's better not to sleep. After all, we are just taking a break. Having said that, Hermione nodded her head. She might fall asleep at any time. Ron was even more unbearable, already lying on the stump and snore, not knowing when he fell asleep. Marks McClown was leaning against the tree, and there was a feeling of sleepiness in his mind that was shocking Marks McClown's nerves. Marks McClown only felt that his whole body was soft, and he fell asleep like this without thinking. Just when Marks McClown's eyes were half closed, Marks McClown's mind was suddenly excited. No, why do they suddenly feel sleepy? This is very wrong. Marks McClown tried hard to open his eyes, but his eyelids seemed to be heavy. Chapter 347. However, Marks McClown's willpower is joking. Marks McClown forced herself to wake up and slapped herself severely. Marks McClown opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him hadn't changed. Harry and Hermione were already asleep on one side, asleep. Marks McClown stood up and suddenly smelled a fresh smell. This kind of smell is very common, but it is the fresh smell of mud mixed with water vapor after rain. But Marks feels that this smell is not as simple as he imagined. Marks McClown patted her face, stimulated herself with pain, and tried her best not to be confused by drowsiness. He looked around, and Marks had already looked at the surrounding things with his discriminating eyes just now. There shouldn't be any problem, but why is there such strange sleepiness? Marks occasionally looked up. The dense leaves on the tree blocked the sunlight, but there was nothing on the tree. What was the problem? Marks smelled the fresh scent again. This scent was really relaxing, and it was a very soothing sensation. Marks McClown sucked hard, trying to discern where the smell came from. Soon Marks frowned and raised his head suddenly. The smell came from the top of the tree. Marks McClown carefully looked at the dense leaves above her head, but found nothing. Marks McClown thought for a while, walked to the nearest tree and used both hands and feet to climb up the tree crown. Marks McClown must figure out what is causing them to sleepy. With Marks' skill, climbing a taller tree is certainly not a problem. Just as Marks pulled away the leaves on the treetops, the blocked sun was still lazily shining on the tops of these big trees, but Marks took a harsh breath. These big trees are the most common big trees. So Marks didn't find anything by just looking at these common trees. However, at the top of the tree, on the side facing the sun, there were dense small mushrooms growing. If someone with intensive phobia sees it, I'm afraid they will get goosebumps. What shocked Marks was not just the dense small mushrooms, but his discriminating eyes distinguished the types of these small mushrooms. Sleeping mushrooms love sunlight and oxygen, can emit a fresh and extremely comfortable smell, and make people who smell it fall into a drowsiness. It is a necessity for making coma medicine. Marks McClown jumped down from the tree, and even Marks McClown did not dare to stay on it for a while. The number of sleeping mushrooms on it was so amazing that even people like Marks McClown might be affected to fall asleep. Marks McClown took out the juice she had just extracted from Camundle's poison ivy and wiped it on her nose again. They had also wiped the juice on their noses before, but it was aired after a while, which also caused them to fall into the sleepy mushroom so easily. Smelling the peculiar smell of Camundle's poison ivy sap, Marks McClown suddenly felt that her mind was much clearer, and she no longer wanted to enjoy this comfortable feeling. Marks McClown applied the juice of Camundle's poison ivy to Harry, Hermione and their noses. Harry and Ron woke up leisurely, looking like they had just woke up. When Hermione woke up, she jumped up like a nightmare, grabbing Marks McClown's hand and yelling anxiously, "Help! Marks McClown is about to have an accident. Please help him." Hermione's red eyes looked like she was about to cry. Marks McClown quickly patted Hermione's back, and said softly, "It's okay, it's okay, have a nightmare." Hermione opened her eyes and saw that she was lying on Marks' eye. She pushed Marks' eye away embarrassedly and said, "Nothing happened." Harry looked confused. "Mr. Marks, are we asleep? How long have we been asleep?" Marks McClown said, I haven't slept for a long time. Hermione rubbed her head and said, it's weird why I feel so sleepy all of a sudden. Marks McClown said, there are sleeping mushrooms growing on the trees here. We are all affected, but fortunately, we have the sap of Camundel poison ivy, which is a more versatile antidote. We can go out with it. Hermione asked in surprise, Lostly mushroom? Marks McClown nodded, looked at Hermione and said, what's wrong? Hermione said, I have read this kind of magical plant. It can make people fall asleep all the time without being awakened in any way. It can even make people fall asleep directly. It's a very scary plant. Marks McClown said, McClowns, as long as you are hypnotized by the sleeping mushroom, you will always fall asleep. As long as you don't get rid of the sleeping mushroom, you will fall asleep indefinitely until you die. Harry was surprised. Mr. Marks, are you not affected by the sleeping mushroom? Marks McClown nodded and said, of course it was affected, but fortunately, I applied Camundel poison ivy juice to my nose in time, so I was spared. Harry nodded suddenly and admired. It turns out that Mr. Marks prepared Camundel's poison ivy sap in advance to deal with this sudden situation. It is really foresight. Marks McClown smiled and said, the juice of Camundel poison ivy is like a panacea. Although it can't cure and prevent toxins, it has resistance to most toxins. As long as it is seen by people who have knowledge of Lysau potions, will collect without hesitation, and there is no foresight. Hermione said, well, our Camundel poison ivy sap is limited. You still want to chat here? Go ahead. Both Marks and Harry nodded, and were about to leave. As long as Ron is still holding the tree stump, looking like he is not awake, he said in a daze, what are you talking about? Don't go. Can't I sleep for a while? Harry supported the limp Ronin angrily and said, it's dangerous here. Really going to sleep to death by staying here. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 348, Crazy Plan. Ron grunted twice, and didn't know if he understood Harry's words. He directly leaned on Harry's shoulders and wanted to sleep with Harry on his pillow. Marks McClown walked in front, always observing the surrounding scenery, avoiding everything that might endanger their lives. It's a little detour here. There are poisonous thorns in front. Although this kind of poison is easy to solve, there is no need to step on it. Marks McClown pointed to the jungle full of black thorns not far away. Harry and Hermione both nodded. Marks McClown's knowledge of potions is very comprehensive, so they can point them out the right way in time. Ron mumbled again, where to go around, go straight ahead? What a poisonous thorn. I even killed a ghost purple poisonous plant. Marks McClown looked at Ron in a daze, knowing in her heart that sleeping mushrooms were still all over their heads, affecting their nerves all the time, so Ron's IQ and judgment were greatly reduced. While Ron was smeared with Camundel poison ivy sap to resist the effects of sleeping mushrooms, Ron's willpower was not strong and was also affected by sleeping mushrooms, which caused Ron 533 to be in a state of confusion. In other words, half asleep and half awake. Cool Tiger. Harry took 2 steps. His mind was dizzy, and he quickly said, Mr. Marks, I feel sleepy again, so I'll be smeared with some juice. When Marks McClown took out the small bottle containing Camundel's poison ivy juice, Hermione was also unsteady after 2 steps, and almost fell to the ground. Hermione said weakly, Marks, why do I feel like sleeping again so quickly? Marks McClown quickly smeared Harry and Hermione's nose with all the remaining juice from the few Camundel poison ivy in the bottle to relieve their fatigue, but the Camundel poison ivy sap was all used up. When Marks McClown saw the empty bottle, his face became a bit ugly. He didn't expect the range of the sleeping mushroom to be so wide. It was different from what he expected. Now that the juice has all been used up, he still hasn't gone out of the range of the sleeping mushroom. Harry shook his head, tried his best to clear himself up, and said, Mr. Marks, have you run out of juice? Marks McClown raised the empty bottle in his hand. Now Marks McClown was in a bad mood and didn't want to return Harry's words. Harry was also frustrated. He knew that he wouldn't be able to walk long even if he put the juice on it, and how wide the area covered by this sleeping mushroom was, but they had no bottom in their hearts. It was very likely that he couldn't support it anymore. Really? Sleep here to death. Cool tiger. Hermione looked much calmer than Harry. Hermione looked at Mark's eye, hoping that Mark's eye could say away. Marks McClown has discerning eyes, knowing what can restrain sleeping mushrooms at that time. It is a potion that stimulates people's spirits and requires a lot of materials. Although many rare magic plants will appear in this magic forest, it is extremely difficult to get this potion. Marks McClown frowned deeply, thinking about all the ways to deal with the sleeping mushroom. Hermione looked at Mark's eye. She knew that only Mark's eye could save them now. Otherwise they really didn't have any chance to survive. Harry probably also understood that the key is still Mark's eye, so he had to look at Mark's eye, hoping that Mark's eye could smile, and then easily solve the sleeping mushroom problem. Ron was already asleep on Harry's shoulders, and the sweet sleeping face stimulated Harry and Hermione to fall asleep. Marks McClown suddenly said, "I can't mix the antidote for sleeping mushrooms temporarily. After all, a few rare magic materials are needed, and we may not be able to encounter them here." BBCD. Harry and Hermione continued to look at Mark's eye, still blindly trusting Mark's eye in their hearts. Marks McClown continued, "The principle of lethargic mushrooms is just to numb people's nerves. People gradually become numb and want to rest and fall into a dormant state. If you want to get rid of this situation, you must stimulate your nerves and keep your nerves in exercise state so that you won't be paralyzed by the sleeping mushroom." Hermione thoughtfully said, "Marks McClown, you mean to keep us in motion?" Harry immediately smiled and said, "That's very simple. We just need to keep exercising." Marks McClown shook his head and said, "Our own movement is subjective use of nerves, but the influence of sleeping mushrooms is very powerful. Even our own movement may momentarily paralyze our nerves. To fight against sleeping mushrooms, we must have external stimulation. Our nerves." Harry looked at Mark's eye in confusion, not knowing what Mark's eye meant. Marks McClown said, "In other words, even if you have been exercising, you may suddenly fall asleep, so you have to seek an external thing to stimulate yourself." Hermione already understood what Marks McClown meant, and said lightly, "Poison." Mark's eye glanced at Hermione approvingly. Hermione already knew what he meant. Seeing Harry still looking dumbfounded, Hermione explained, "Marks McClown means let us use poison to stimulate our nerves, otherwise once we are asleep, we will never wake up, and other poisons can resist the effect of the sleeping mushroom can be said to be a way of fighting poison with poison." Harry finally understood it when he heard this. But this method is too risky. Isn't it a death-seeking behavior to take the poison to himself? Besides, this is still the holy land of the horse race. The monsters here are much stronger than those outside. Up. Marks McClown said, "If we don't do this, we will soon be unable to persist and fall asleep. At that time, we really can't save ourselves, and we choose to be poisoned by ourselves. I can also choose some easy to detoxify." Harry gritted his teeth while listening to Mark's eye's crazy plan. "Mr. Marks, I believe you. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for a reward. Ask for automatic subscription _:3_. Chapter 349. Of course I must stab. Even more effort. Hermione didn't say that she believed in Mark's eye and so on, and asked directly, "Then what kind of poison do we use?" Marks McClown pointed to a place not far away, where there was a jungle full of blackthorns. The poison of blackthorns should be fine. This kind of poison is very torturous to people's nerves and the poison takes a long time. The key is that the antidote to this kind of poison is easy to find. Find the detoxification material before the poison is released. In fact, Marks McClown didn't have any confidence in his heart. After all, he was not familiar with this magical forest. Who knew if the antidote in his mouth would actually appear here? However, Marks McClown had nothing to do at this time. They would die here if they didn't try it. They could only pretend to say so with confidence. Hermione also struggled at this time and said, Well, although Hermione said this sentence in a very calm tone, Mark's-Eye could see Hermione's inner struggle. After all, she wanted to try a kind of poison in person. Without the courage of others, she can't do this. McClowns. Harry was still hesitating, but seeing that even Hermione jumped out so bravely to agree, Harry had to bite the bullet and say, "Okay, I believe Mr. Marks." Marks McClown nodded and took the lead to walk towards the Blackthorns position, but he was a little angry. Cool tiger, this ghost forest is too difficult for people to live. Your own abilities are already against the sky, so you still have to choose such a miserable way of survival, instead of other people dying clean soon. Looking at the hideous blackthorns in front of him, Marks McClown gently pressed his fingers on it, a drop of blood flowed out, and a piercing pain from his fingers penetrated Marks McClown's heart. Marks McClown gritted his teeth fiercely and resisted the pain, knowing that the poison of the blackthorns had passed into his body. Hermione also boldly stepped forward, learning from Marks-Eye, and gently pressed against another blackthorn. However, Hermione's endurance was obviously not as good as Marks-Eye, and she screamed in pain, squatting on the ground with her fingers in her hands. But soon Hermione clearly felt that the thought that had been urging her to fall asleep in her mind had faded a lot under the severe pain. This can only be said to be pros and cons. It is really a poison to fight poison. Harry saw Hermione, who usually has good endurance, squatted directly on the ground in pain, and he was also afraid. But Harry also felt that there was a wave of sleepiness in his mind. "Lie down." Harry lowered his heart cruelly and strode forward. As if to show his determination, he directly pressed the black thorns. "What?" Harry immediately felt a sharp pain rushing to his forehead. Harry squatted on the ground like a shrimp. His face was pale and stinged into confusion. Marks McClown reluctantly patted Harry on the shoulder. He and Hermione felt a sharp pain with just a single press. It's strange that Harry didn't die so rudely. At this time Hermione also endured the pain and reluctantly stood up and said, "Marks McClown, do you want to stab Ron?" Marks McClown glanced at Ron. This guy with no willpower had fallen asleep. If they didn't care about Ron, Ron would definitely die here. But even if Marks-Eye didn't like Ron anymore, he wouldn't do anything to abandon Ron here. After all, it would be very troublesome for Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic to investigate it afterwards. Even if relying on the forces of the Marks family to resist the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore's side is still very difficult to solve. Although he is a complete conspirator in a certain sense, it cannot be denied that Dumbledore is indeed always minded. The lives of students in the department are in danger. But can't let Ron fall asleep. Let them take care of Ron? That would be too cheap. Ron, thinking of this, Marks McClown sneered and said, "Of course I have to stab. And I have to use a little force. Otherwise Ron won't be able to wake up." Hermione looked at Ron, who was sleeping soundly, and nodded, grabbing Ron's hand and pressing hard. Ron immediately started crying and howling. The intense pain instantly woke him up, and then he clutched his hand and shouted desperately, middle dot, find flowers, middle dot, middle dot, middle dot, middle dot, middle dot, middle dot, dot. Horse people, Fick tent. Seeing Marks-Eye's cracking method, Fick gently patted his palm. "Fearens, didn't you know this Marks-Eye before? He has been such a powerful person from before." Firenze smiled bitterly. "I just met him once, and I don't know him at all, but I heard that he seems to be the only son of a large family of human wizards." Bane puzzled. "Elder, aren't they already facing a mortal situation? Why are you still complimenting him?" Fick said, "If I don't praise his words, is it possible to praise you guys who are not good?" Finley murmured, "Now they are trapped by sleeping mushrooms and poisoned by blackthorns. Is it possible that they still have a way to survive?" Fick shook his head and said, "I don't think there is a big chance that they will survive." "That's not it," Finley immediately said confidently. "But," Fick said suddenly, "does any of you dare to test the poison of blackthorn by yourself when encountering his situation?" Finley was stunned for a moment, but did not dare to speak. They knew the reason why Marks-Eye and the others went to try the poison of the blackthorns. They were forced to death by the sleeping mushrooms, If they didn't fight for it, then they could only wait and die. But Bane thought for a while, and finally said dejectedly, "If it were me, I wouldn't dare to try the poison of blackthorn." Firenze also lowered his head and did not speak, but it seemed that it was the same choice as Bane. Continue to stay within the scope of the sleeping mushroom is bound to die. In order to stimulate oneself, for a while, hesitate to use another highly poisonous resistance. This kind of courage is really worthy of admiration. Chapter 350, The Sea of Gold. Fick continued, "It's not just Mark Sai. These kids are very courageous, otherwise they wouldn't have been with Mark Sai until now. Plus cool, Tiger. But now their situation is really not optimistic. The poison of the blackthorns tortures them and prevents them from falling asleep. But the blackthorns are also deadly toxins. If the antidote is not found as soon as possible, even if they do not die in the hands of sleeping mushrooms, to die in the hands of blackthorns?" Firenze asked, "Do the elders think they are bound to die?" Fick was stunned for a while, and Bane and Fainley were also stunned. This question is easy to answer. Now Mark Sai's chance of survival is basically zero, isn't it obvious? However, the people present did not dare to directly conclude that Marks McClown would definitely die May 27th because they saw the miracles created by Marks McClown before. Who could be sure that Marks McClown would not be able to survive this test? Maybe this Mark Sai, who can't be killed, will jump out again and hit that person in the face. There was another awkward silence inside the tent. In the Forest of Trials, Ron rolled desperately on the ground, his face distorted from the severe pain, and he kept screaming and cursing. Hermione was also taken aback, and asked Mark Sai worriedly, "Am I trying too hard?" Marks McClown smiled and shook his head and said, "This strength is just right, not too big or too small, it's perfect." Hearing Mark Sai's approval, Hermione was relieved. Harry looked at Mark Sai pitifully from the side, and Mark Sai asked suspiciously, "Harry, what's the matter?" Harry said with a pitiful face, "Now that we are all poisoned, shouldn't we find the antidote?" Marks McClown yawned, nodded and said, "Let's go. The poison of the blackthorns will constantly stimulate our nerves, so that we will not fall asleep and die. But we cannot escape death unless we find the detoxification materials before the poison of the blackthorns." Seeing Marks McClown say such words broadly, Hermione's heart was warm for some reason. When she thought that she could die with Marks McClown even if she died, Hermione felt that death was not that terrible. Harry had a dejected face, and now his life was worrying. Why Mark Sai still didn't care. Isn't Mark Sai afraid of death? Whether Mark Sai was afraid or not, Harry was afraid anyway. Ron screamed for a long time, but no one came to comfort him. In desperation, Ron had to get up on his own. He hasn't figured out the situation yet, but he asked no one to answer him. After all, everyone's mood is not very good. Just let Ron follow them. Marks McClown took Harry and the others for a long distance. The poison of the blackthorns kept stinging their nerves. Marks McClown could hold back a little. The weak Hermione had to hold Marks McClown's clothes in one hand to maintain walk by yourself. Harry and Ron used the blackthorns poison more forcefully. The poison was deeper, and the frequency of pain was very high. They often groaned inexplicably after 2 steps, which sounded very strange. After Marks McClown walked a long distance, he could still smell the sleepy mushrooms, and his brows wrinkled deeper. Even the horrible thing like the ghost purple poisonous grass has been defeated by himself. Is it possible that he will be planted on this so-called sleeping mushroom and blackthorns? This is too unreasonable. Marks McClown kept thinking about the knowledge about sleeping mushrooms and blackthorns. Of course he knew how to detoxify. Now he has to bet on luck. Can he find a way to leave the sleeping mushrooms before the poison, and can he find a way to solve the blackthorns? Material. Marks McClown slowly walked forward step by step, and bursts of pain came out of his body. Marks McClown gritted his teeth and endured the pain caused by the poison of blackthorns. Harry and Ron were poisoned more deeply than Mark Sai and Hermione, and they broke into cold sweats in pain. and they buckled after 2 steps. Hermione endured the pain, and said uneasy, "Marks McClown, can't go on like this, we can't keep going." Marks McClown also realized that the crisis they are facing now is not small. We must get out of the sleeping mushroom as soon as possible, and find the antidote to the black thorns. Ron said angrily, "Marks McClown, it's your arrogance that led to our current situation. If you listened to our abandonment of the Holy Land trial, would there be such a thing?" Marks McClown looked at Ron coldly and said, "I want to come to the Holy Land to try out. It's my business. It's your business whether you want to follow me. It's only your own decision to appear here. Now I blame me. It only shows your cowardice." Ron's face flushed with anger, but he couldn't refute Marks McClown's words. After all, it was not Marks McClown who forced him to follow him. Ron could only swallow his own pain. Harry hurriedly came out and said, "Don't be angry, Ron. This situation is not what Mr. Marks thinks. The key is that we must first find a way to solve our own poison, right?" Hermione also came out and said, "Don't you think that the area covered by the coma mushroom is too large? If this continues, we will be poisoned by the black thorns before we go out." Marks McClown nodded. "The area covered by this lethargic mushroom is a bit big, and he hasn't gone out yet. And now it's getting a bit late, and the leaves of this forest are extremely dense to block 2.5 sunlight, and the surroundings are getting darker and darker." Harry looked at Mark's eye, hoping that Mark's eye could tell the solution to the problem. Marks McClown suddenly said, "Wait for me." After all, Mark's eye used both hands and feet to climb a towering tree beside him. With Mark's eye's 4th-level strong physical quality, he quickly climbed to the top of the tree and pushed away the dense leaves. What caught Mark's eyes was the forest sea that could not be seen at a glance, glowing with golden light in the evening.